Hypothetically,
we have to act as though we're live. Then
I definitely
is that your
previewed
catchphrase?
a few of the streams before coming today, and I think 6 of them start that way.
Hypothetically, we're live.
Yeah, just and I think we're going.
Yeah, we're probably live.
Things have started somewhere.
It's possible.
The best.
I think we have a couple seconds to just say our darkest secrets before we go live.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you could do that now if you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one? Pick a one at random, Ryan. Which one you got for us today?
Oh, that's crazy, dude.
Oh my fucking god!
You're wild.
That's a good one.
It's your new running gag.
Yeah. Don't say that on live. That's a.
Oh, yeah.
It's very personal.
No, I wouldn't dare.
It's okay, Ryan.
Oh wow! No, I was. Ooh,
Yeah,
that was. I'd keep that to yourself next time. Oh God.
So hello, my name is Moriarty, and I've got some people here, and I've got some people coming, and we're gonna talk about some Overwatch 2 today. Which
I thought I was in charge.
Well, I mean, no, but
Oh. Well, okay. Well, if it's any consolation, Ryden, I'll be your guest this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm Rydon, and this is my guest, Brody. And we're gonna hold a separate stream. We're gonna hold a separate stream on the same stream. We're not gonna interact with each other.
I like it.
We'll try to give each other space. We're not gonna step on each other's toes, but we're having two very separate streams right now.
No,
Streamception or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Although, Ryan, this does mean that you are responsible for me this week. So
I figured out what's tweeting.
Oh shit!
I figured out what's tweeting the thing. I figured it out. It's Stream Elements. Oh man, this has been a problem that's been plaguing me for 19 episodes. I figured it out. It's Stream Elements. Cine is going to be very happy.
Turns out neither of us were in charge.
Right? Oh man, I'm super annoyed by that because I would have thought of it. I would have thought that was true, but no. Hello. I'm not a cat.
I feel like that was the first thing I thought, and I just naturally assumed you considered it.
Yeah, me too, but I just didn't. Also, I'm not a cat. I'm I don't know what I am. Somebody drew it we played, what was it?
Dude, we played Cardiac Phone, and every single cat turned into you, and every single you turned into a cat. It was just
inevitable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So today we've got some people coming on. Everybody's a little late because everybody apparently went and got their COVID shots today, and so they're all like, "Oh, I'm gonna be there, but I just need a minute." With the exception, of course, of Mr. I don't know what you want to go by as. Should I call you Drop or should I call you Jeremy? Or
you can just call me Jeremy.
All right,
I'm Jeremy from the DropRate.
From the DropRate.
Yeah, I think of the YouTube it's just DropRate, but on Twitch it's the DropRate. And yeah, I don't know. Or you could just call me Boot Snack. That's pretty much what my personal socials all are.
Well, I mean,
that's
you
what
tell
I do.
me. I'm not going to tell you what I should.
You can just call
you.
me Jeremy.
Jeremy, it is. Jeremy, aka
probably
Boot
the
Snack,
easiest way.
1/3 of DropRate, which is a YouTube channel that does what exactly?
Pretty much just a bunch of random gaming stuff. Sometimes it's just songs from games. For the most part right now, it's Jordan, though. He's doing a lot of Tony Hawk Pro Skater, the remake maps, and then he does a lot of smaller indie games where he just puts a 20-30 minute playthrough, most of them. So if you're interested in seeing a lot of more indie new games that you might not see anywhere, you can usually check out the page, and there's a lot of stuff like that. Neat. Otherwise, Greg, the other third, he owns a game store in the area here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's where we're all from. And he knows a lot about retro games and all that stuff, game collecting. So he has a lot of background information on stuff like that. So he'll talk mostly about game news and stuff like that. One of our bigger videos was about the Billy Mitchell. That was probably one of our first videos that took off, was Billy Mitchell cheating at Donkey Kong, allegedly.
Very nice. Do you guys
all
shoot
that sort of stuff?
Do you shoot in the store like Angry Video Game Nerd?
No, but do you know who Pro Jared is?
Yes.
Greg used to work with Pro Jared at the GameStop together, and they made a really weird, I forget what it was called. They made like a really weird web series back in the day that was like 10 episodes. Oh, it was called Name Tags. I think that's what it was called.
Oh, you got quite a pedigree there.
But yeah, that was yeah. That's a thing.
Is it bad I only noticed the accent after you said
I wasn't going to say anything.
Wisconsin, yeah.
I wasn't going to say a single thing, but yes, as soon as you said it, I can't stop hearing the Wisconsin, you know?
Yeah, I moved to Anaheim, California for a little bit, and that, like, people pointed it out. The way I say bag. Apparently in California, they say it bog.
Bog?
Do you need a bog with that?
I mean, they're the ones that are wrong then.
Exactly. It's like bag. They're like, no, you're saying it like egg, egg. It's like, no, I'm saying bag. I don't know. It was a whole weird thing where it's like I didn't really realize I had the accent until I left the state, I guess. But yeah.
You know, it's funny you bring up bags in Anaheim because the last time I was there, they wouldn't give me any bags.
Yeah, I think when I was there, they were still doing plastic bags, but I know LA County there was no plastic bags. They had a plastic bag ban.
Yep, just can't get them. Or you can pay like 25 cents for a bag. And it's funny because all of a sudden, very quickly, you go, is that worth a quarter?
Right. I just hold all of these things. That was one of the other things too when I moved there is Wisconsin doesn't have the CRV tax on like cans and bottles, but California does. So it was like for the first like month or so I was there, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna save all these cans, I'm gonna go turn them in, get my 5 cents back, and then like 2 months later I was like, I am way too lazy to do this. Like, just let me recycle it all at once in a thing. I don't want to have to insert my can one at a time into some machine to give me 5 cents.
Here, where I am, I'm outside of Philadelphia. All of the recycling companies have recently been fined because it turns out that they were just taking everything and throwing it in the dump.
Oh, good.
Well, that sort of
they would follow the recycling trucks would follow the garbage can, the garbage trucks. The garbage trucks would dump everything in, and then the recycling trucks would do it too.
They should just take them to like the nearest state, truck them to the nearest state that has the CRV, but I guess that's like super illegal because there was a giant company that got busted for taking like aluminum cans and stuff from Las Vegas, bringing them into California, and then like exchanging it for the 5 cents a can or whatever. They apparently frown upon that.
I would imagine.
I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna watch a couple of trailers. I got remarkably few trailers, and I don't think I've said that before, right?
Yeah. It's surprising, but there's not that many trailers this week.
It's surprising there's not that many trailers. The trailers that we do have are all bad. They're all bad in some way, and I think that's kind of exciting because we don't always get like bad.
Makes them good.
Yeah.
See, I feel like that kind of ruined the surprise because like the tension going through it, like assuming one of them was good, was just like you can plot like the line going straight up. Now it's just gonna like plateau the entire time.
Well, no. We would have been like on edge just trying to make sure we weren't wrong about the one that was good.
Exactly.
Fuck,
exactly.
You're right.
They definitely should have like spiced it up by saying one of these is great.
One of these is great. Which one is it? And you guys decide. Oh, you're right. But it's too late to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
One of them is
to erase our memory.
I tell you what, one of them actually is very high selling. Like it has a lot of people buying it, which was
is it the second one
to me. So we'll go through and we'll see.
We're not going to tell you. You're going to have
to
stay in rapid tension every video, wondering, does this sell well?
Oh, I didn't know you could do that, Nami. Thank you very much for choosing me as your one stop here on Twitch. So up on the watch together, we have a couple of trailers, and we'll start with this one because it's the one that most people have seen, I think. And it was kind of... So, like, immediately, you guys have all played No Man's Sky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't played many of the
point.
newer updates, but
I haven't played since
a long time ago.
I don't know the name of the. I think Beyond or whatever it was called. I don't remember.
The start of like the base building one was the last time I played.
Mm-hmm.
I played for about 2 weeks when the PS5 update came out. That's about it.
In my opinion, the base building is the real game. So if you just played at the first update, then you probably
You've never played the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
No Man's Sky is kind of famous because it was terrible when it was released. It was released, years before it should have been, I think. And then they, Hello Games worked together over blah, 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 however many years now. It's actually a pretty good game. Like, I played this last year on Xbox Game Pass because, hey, it's part of Game Pass. Why not? I'll try it out. And it was a thoroughly enjoyable, 200 hours that I was able to get out of the game.
Love you, Klee.
Oh, yes, love you, Klee. So, I think No Man's Sky was irredeemable. I remember calling it irredeemable for the longest period of time because it wasn't a game. There was no gameplay in there.
You'll totally be able to find everyone or blah, blah, blah. You can run in, see each other, and then that just got ruled out within a day.
I still remember, I think you and I had a conversation. We were in a Discord about a year ago maybe, and then I was just describing No Man's Sky where I'm like, oh yeah, I first played after 4 or 5 updates, when they added the story, and then you just started dying laughing when they added the story.
Well, it's funny.
Wait, there is a story?
There's a story.
Yeah, they added the story mode 6 updates into the game. They have the game that they added.
Mm-hmm.
The
they
game
didn't
that
have
they
any
added into the
of
game.
the building.
They added the point of the game 6 updates in.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you remember, the original point of the game was supposed to be getting to the center of the galaxy, but then it turned out immediately that it just resets your game.
Well, no, it's a new galaxy at that point, remember?
We must go deeper.
As soon as you get to the center of the galaxy, then you're in a new galaxy.
Well, it is now, but was that the case on launch?
Yeah, but the only difference was that the galaxy would have a new name. That was it.
Mm.
So there wasn't a change. And there were some of the same planets. But yes, you're in a new galaxy.
I assume they probably fixed there was a weird thing where you could buy and sell the resources from the vendors or whatever at the space stations, where you could literally just go in, buy a crap ton of it from one, and then exit, fly back in, and it would change the prices on them.
Oh, it was
so
much worse
than that. You could just keep doing that back and forth.
It was so much worse than that. You could buy it from the guy, and then because he had none, you could sell it all to him right away.
Oh no!
So you could just do.
I remember that was the only way that I got one of the super giant ships with 25 cargo or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Me and a couple of people off of the Discord, we all played it at the same time because they added co-op eventually. And that was one of the first things we would do is you just go to every single station, and it would only work once, right? You could buy everything they had, sell everything to them, and then buy it back, right? And it would only work once. After their prices crashed, it would never come back again, right? So then you go to the next space station, you buy everything they have, sell it all to them, and then buy back what you want again and again and again and again and again. At all these different stations, you could rack up some serious cash that way because you could sell them tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of whatever at any price they had. It was really great. Super good glitch.
Yeah, that's...
But now they've got...
you'd think that they would have fixed that by now.
I imagine that their idea of fixing it was the fact that it wouldn't reset over and over again.
You could only get it once.
You could only... Yeah, glitching it once was the fix.
Nice. So we'll just limit it a little bit, make them work a little harder for it, but we'll still give them the payoff here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then you can see now that what they've introduced is... the Normandy from Mass Effect. And presumably, you've all played Mass Effect. I know you two haven't. Brody and Ryden both haven't played Mass Effect.
You know what?
I've played I've probably played about 5 to 6 hours of Mass Effect 2. so I have at least a little bit of experience.
At least
I played a bit of Mass Effect 2 back on the Xbox. Just never got like super into it.
At least you know what the Normandy is, though.
Yeah. I know what that is, but I've never played Mass Effect. But funny story is, I randomly bought the like Mass Effect logo on a T-shirt from like Hot Topic when it was on clearance because I thought it looked cool. Had a picture of me wearing that like for my Facebook profile picture for like the longest time, and that's the picture that my wife saw and was like, "Oh, he's cute and he likes Mass Effect. I'm gonna hit on this guy." And I'm just like, I've never played that game ever, but
oh wow.
So I mean, it kind of got me married in a way. So I guess that's cool.
All right. Hey, yeah. I mean, that's the most that Mass Effect's done. That's great. Yeah. Well, they introduced the Normandy into No Man's Sky, and I think it's what do they call it? A Rico, help me out here.
Freighter.
Freighter. Yeah. It's a freighter.
Yeah.
So they have huge ass freighters in the game. If you haven't played it recently, they're massive. You can get these incredible things that just stretch from like the horizon to horizon kind of thing. You can see them. They're just huge, massive whatevers. So like it's super neat to have those.
And you can do like base building on them too, which is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Rico says that's not what it is, that it's just a frigate. Which would mean it's just a ship that you can trade with and stuff and control. Frigates is a ship that your fleet sends into missions. Yeah. So it's not actually a freighter. That sucks.
Oh, okay.
Being able to build on it would be a lot easier.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they used. Did you see that there?
Yeah. I was gonna like point that out in their official trailer.
Yeah, in their official trailer, they clipped through the grass on the left wing.
They're just like, you know what's up. You know this shit happens.
Oh yeah. Wow, they really did.
Maybe they left that as an Easter egg for the diehards.
I mean, that's what the game's like, though. If you didn't include that, it might feel.
This is the opposite of false advertising.
Right?
This
exactly.
is brutally honest ever. They learned their lesson.
I don't know. Did you see their new game that they announced? Because their advertising for that was hilarious. It was like, this is not a game. Don't buy it. Don't expect anything. We're not giving you anything. This game isn't even going to be playable when it comes out. It's really funny. Like, and it's clear that they didn't like think it was funny, but it's really funny.
Oh yeah, because the way you describe it, it sounds like they're doing a bit.
No. The whole time it's like, this is a mini experience. It's very small. We have no idea when it'll come out. We have no idea what it's gonna be. It may not look like this. It may not be playable. Just all these caveats and all these warnings all over their ad. It's so good.
It's like if I made a game trailer.
It's really. It's super enjoyable. Yes. Knowing that this thing is a frigate and not a freighter, it makes a lot more sense. Because when the first time I watched this, I was like, why aren't they landing on it? Because you got to know that they're going to go show you what's inside. Why aren't they landing on it? There must be something in like Mass Effect's thing where they can't show the ship landing on Normandy. And I couldn't figure out why it is. But now that I know that it's a frigate, you can't land on it.
Like, I'm even just more confused now because like this just seems like a nothing. Like, I don't.
Imagine No Man's Sky having nothing in it.
Impossible.
Can't.
You spin your yarns, but I do not understand.
It's just a level of confusion with these crossovers. Like, I just don't get it. Like, I fundamentally do. Like, I get putting a Green Arrow skin in Fortnite because you can play as the Green Arrow, but like putting a ship from Mass Effect skin as just a background ship, like, I just don't get it. And then releasing a trailer for it, like, that's an update, you know, like that's the Normandy update or whatever. Like,
yeah, I mean, they have like the R-Wing in Starlink or whatever, but then you also get like a whole Fox McCloud campaign with it. So it's, I guess, not quite as nothing.
Is this going to open it up?
Yeah, I mean, I still kind of don't get that.
Yeah, right. Like that's a good question. Are they going to add other things into No Man's Sky? Will it be the smash of space?
Yes, they'll pull the what is it? The Serenity from
Serenity.
what can I think? Yeah,
The Serenity from Serenity.
Uh,
From Firefly. Yeah.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Man, that'd be cool. That was a cool ship. You know, the thing is, there are clear inspirations on some of the ships that you see where it's like, oh, that's clearly designed after this thing. And there are things that are kind of like the Firefly ships in the game. So it wouldn't be that hard or that, I don't know, out of style to see it there, I guess. Yeah. And see, this is what I mean. Like you can change everything. It's weird that they have this kind of access to it, right? And they have the bridge here somewhere where you can like wander through the bridge and it looks kind of Normandy-ish. You know, well, that's on your freighter, I guess. Actually, do they have it? I don't think they do. Point is, it's just weird. It feels like there's missing something there for this just kind of skinning. And I wonder if it's short term, like if it's an exclusive whatever that you can pick up for just a short period of time. Because that would suck. We were talking about that just a minute ago, weren't we, Ren? Exclusives? What was...
Yeah.
What was it? Oh, right. Something...
timed exclusives.
Yeah, something I can't talk about, though.
Yeah.
Because I am under NDA. But they're like timed exclusives in things I'm just not a big fan of.
Yeah, how can you do that to yourself?
There's two types of them, right? Because there's like the timed exclusives, like in Overwatch, for example, where it's just like it's our anniversary event, and you know you can get it every year. And that one I think is less like problematic because like you can get it next year. But then there's the timed exclusives where it's just like you have to pre-order or you have to play it this one specific event that we're not doing ever again. And I don't really like that stuff because then it's just like a thing that's locked forever that you'll be looking at that you can't get.
At the same time, I'm okay with
that'd be like
rewarding...
season skins.
Yeah, like a season skin.
Yeah.
But I'm also okay with them rewarding their longest and most loyal fans. You know, I don't think that if I've been playing a game for 5 years and you jump in that you should necessarily have all the same stuff. I think that does provide a perk to the people who have been playing it and have consistently been playing it.
I think there's three aspects to like a way that you can like get something like that, which is that you can earn it, you can earn it, you can pay for it, or it can be part of a timed thing. And I think as long as you pick any two of those, you're fine. But as soon as you pick all three, you've created like a battle pass situation where two people can pay the same amount of money at the same time and get varying levels of product. So yeah, I think in terms of timed exclusives, even ones that you have to like pay for or whatever, I think that's fine as long as it's like, not a situation where two people will be paying that money and getting different amounts of stuff.
I guess. I'm also... The thing is, though, right? Like, the idea behind a battle pass is that you pay your $5, and then if you continue to play, you get better stuff, right? So it's still rewarding you for being a player. Yeah,
but the problem is that there's a time... So like, battle pass starts day one, I pay $5, my friend pays $5. Come, 3 months from now, battle pass ends, and one of us hasn't played as much as the other one. We both paid the same amount of money at the same time for the same thing, but we both got a different amount of stuff. I think if you do a battle pass and like don't put a timer on it, then it's fine, because it's like, then it's just, it's like any game. You buy it and you can earn stuff whenever, right? But it's because the timer is on it that it becomes a problem.
A lot of them do have the if there's only 1 week left, pay $5 for X amount of levels and we'll unlock it for you.
Yeah, it's just all around like really manipulative and like shitty when they do that. I don't
Especially
like
if it's like a super grind heavy one. Wasn't like the original I know the original Apex Legends ones were pretty grind heavy.
Yeah, I think they were like, you're going to spend 50 hours a week to unlock this during the entire period of time.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
But would you rather have just a store, just microtransactions in a store,
I mean, yes. Like if I have to pick between the two, I will just take a la carte purchases. Like that's less manipulative and shitty.
Okay, so if
But if that
that
costs
means
200% more.
right, if that means that they're more expensive, right? That you're going to, if you were to get everything piece by piece in a store that you would get in a battle pass, it would cost you, let's say, $150 versus 10, right? They're
Yeah,
subsidizing it.
Who goes through a battle pass and likes everything they get? You like 3 items. You just buy those 3 items.
True.
I suppose. You know, we did do a video about this, me and Ryan, where we talked about the best microtransactions, and we came to the conclusion that the battle pass is the least manipulative because you know what you're getting into from the beginning. You know what, level 200 will give you. You have an idea of whether or not you're going to be able to commit to the time. You know how long you play the game and things like that. You're a fan, so it feels less manipulative for those reasons.
Okay, but less and none are not synonyms.
No, but I don't think there is any none, because as soon as you start adding in a store, you get the things that Valorant does. Exclusive timed discounts. Don't forget to pick this up. You've got 3 different kinds of monetization that you can switch between them. Like, as soon as you say, oh, it's only a store, you're still encouraging this very mercenary company, no matter which company it is, they're always going to be mercenary about it, to engage in potentially shittier things.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing: is we've just let the Overton window on this go so far. Like it used to be, people would look at like DLC and just expansion packs of stuff, and depending on how that was presented, that might even be egregious. And then microtransactions were egregious, and now we're at the point where we're like, well, I don't know, maybe a battle pass is okay, or maybe
we were talking about for free to play games though. Like there's the difference between a base price and free content, or a free game and a battle pass or something like that. Like obviously, I don't think we're ever saying like $60 games and battle pass is okay.
Yeah,
No.
That's always a weird caveat, because it's like a free to play game with a battle pass is still gonna like make a hell of a lot.
I don't
more
understand
than
why
that
is a game
$60.
that is free. Like I'm not charging you any money. Why am I not allowed to monetize it now? Because like, you know what I mean? Like it feels like you're holding them to a different standard. Like one game's already monetized. They've made their money. And so they're just like making money. Like if I release it for free, like how can I justify the development of that without monetizing it some other way?
The thing is, I inherently think a lot of these monetization tactics are predatory and manipulative, just of their own right, and I just don't want to see any of them in any games. So if the question is, oh well, if it's okay to be in a free-to-play game, then my answer would just be, okay, stop making free-to-play games if that's how it's going to be. Like, I just, it isn't so much about the context surrounding the way that things are monetized, but just the fact that they are inherently manipulative in the first place, whether or not, the gate to entry was free or not.
So Framinator says that you should be getting $1 an hour out of a game. And I think that there's a lot of players out there who do look at monetization in these games in that sort of a way, where they're looking at the cost per hour, right? Like I'm getting $2 an hour worth of gameplay for this $20 game, so therefore it's fine. And I think I see that a lot. Like I see it certainly more than not. I don't think it's necessarily fair.
I don't really
to like the price of a beer. Going out somewhere, you drink like a couple beers in an hour or whatever, and that's going to cost you $10-15 or whatever, depending on
I do
where
it by
you
movies. Like
there's definitely the cost per hour. I don't know, analysis that people do in their head. Certainly there. I don't know that it's fair for some games. There are certainly some games where it's like, this is a $20 game and it's going to last you for 2 hours. But it's good. It's worth the $10 an hour, and you'll never play it again, but it's, enjoyable. And I think a lot of people who would exclusively say, oh, well, it's a 2-hour game, so it's bad. I don't think short is necessarily bad. I don't think long is good.
And this is why I try like my best to keep like the price I paid for a game out of my judgment of it entirely, because it's like I mean, I won't lie. I felt buyer's remorse. Red Dead Redemption 2 exists, but
No Man's Sky at launch.
Mm-hmm. No Man's Sky launch, exactly.
I'm sure, yeah. Like, but it's it's like, it's kind of thing where when I go and I actually like judge the game, I never ever factor the price in. Like, it's just like art and money do not mix in my head when I am like actually assessing the art as art, I guess. If I do have to do like a cost benefit analysis or whatever before I like buy a game or something, then I do it by movies where it's like I'll go pay $12.50 to watch a 2-hour movie. So that seems like a fair. If games are giving me way more than that, that's a way better value proposition, like on average. So I'm fine with paying for less of a value proposition some of the time if it's a good enough game, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it really just depends. I don't know. I've never felt that saying how much a game costs per hour is going to change anything. And I definitely understand taking it out of the equation. Nami says that he likes free-to-play games because they're all he could play on his... when he couldn't play his other games. So, like, I don't think that taking free-to-play games out of the equation is the right decision either. I know you don't like them because
a lot of them on mobile.
Well, they lead themselves into the possibility of predatory practices, but I don't think just no free-to-play is the right answer either.
Like 90% of mobile games go like straight into predatory. Like, here's an hour of the game. If you want to advance, you owe us $20.
Oh my
Make
God,
it playable again.
And like the Overton window, like I said, like, the Overton window is shifted. I'm at the point where like it's like even I'm like, yeah, if you have monetize if you absolutely need to, but do it in an a la carte store, right? Like, just, like. And it always goes. I always feel like whenever one of these companies attempts to do an a la carte thing, like when Overwatch or whatever releases like a single skin or Fortnite or whatever, and they're like, but it's $10 for a skin, so yeah, it would have been better if you just got the battle pass. And it's like, you made it that to make people fucking hate that. Like, you go back to like a fucking Uncharted 3, you want to buy a skin, it's like fucking $2. Well, it's like an a la carte store, you buy it's fucking $2, whatever. Like, you buy like or Uncharted 2 even, like it's a skin pack, it's like 5 skins, it's $10. Like, they're like, you're purposefully hiking the price of cosmetics in like Fortnite or whatever to make the battle pass seem more appealing to people. Like, I see what you're doing. It's very clear. Stop it.
Yeah, I don't think that a developer is the one who can say, "Oh, you should have bought the battle pass because look, such a savings." Because you're right, you did price it that way. You're the one who decided what the savings were going to be.
Yeah,
look, you can buy the skin for $20 right now, or I'll sell you these loot boxes for $5, and you can have a 2% chance of getting it.
Mm. Also, hello, Arlie and Hop.
How's it going?
Welcome. You both joined at the exact same moment.
We did.
Yeah.
What are the chances of that?
It was good. You should see the watch together slightly up in the group. We're watching No Man's Sky official Mass Effect Normandy trailer.
What?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So how many trailers have we have we gotten through?
We're on the first
30
one.
seconds into the first one.
Yeah, we're just 30 seconds.
About right. I wouldn't expect
20
anything
minutes.
less.
Yes.
I was promised that, and it's coming through right now.
Yeah, no, that's about accurate. I just came here to shit on a certain thing.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Overwatch shortly. We can move through these a little bit quicker to get to that. I also want to talk a little bit about a thing that we'll get there. We'll get there. So,
but also one other thing I wanted to add to, but I couldn't because like my microphone was busy fritzing and I was fixing it this entire time. I was silent. So I have actually a huge history with free-to-play, and like I think one of my favorite things for free-to-play is when it's specifically just aesthetic things, and there's a few games that have done that, and I'm fine when it's just aesthetics, that they do whatever fucked up shit they want as long as it doesn't impact gameplay.
Well, yeah, I think cosmetics a big deal. right? Like if it's cosmetic, that's a totally different conversation to me. But then again, I was a CS:GO player who had a huge inventory of cosmetic skins, so like I totally am on the other side of that. If it's cosmetic, I'm fine with people paying for it.
Yeah, and so like I played a lot of Korean MMOs and shit, like Dungeon and Fighter, Vindictus, etc. And there's some really gross stuff in there, like weapon upgrades with a fucking 1% or less chance of successfully doing, and if you fail, it resets the weapon or blows it up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you can guarantee that it won't for
And then they
99.99.
yeah, do you want like fucking 5 chances at the weapon not blowing up but still possibly resetting? And you just want to shell out $10 for the 5 protected chances, or maybe it won't blow up or reset, but you're spending $10 for a single. Yeah, so I've seen some fucking disgusting things in gaming, especially when it's like, oh, and you can't join these certain events unless you have high enough stats, and you get these high enough stats by upgrading stuff, and it's just this vicious cycle.
God, that sounds miserable.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
That was Vindictus, and part of why I quit. I think it's a little bit better these days, but I still can't be bothered enough to come back to it in any meaningful way because of how fucking grindy it is and disrespectful of your time in general. So like there's games that have aesthetic things, but they also influence gameplay. Like they'll have stats associated with costumes, and that actually grinds my gears substantially. Dungeon and Fighter is a great example. Their outfits actually have stats associated to it, including getting entire sets, and thankfully you can buy them with in-game gold, but there's a huge thing. Like I had an addiction to that game when I was a lot younger, and it definitely wasn't great. And I'm just thinking of like other things for people who like, one of my siblings stole my dad's credit card and spent like I think $400 or $500 on MapleStory.
On MapleStory.
On MapleStory. So I mean, there's definitely like a thing where I'm like, there should definitely be like protections against like, oh hey, are you just spending like I know whales exist in MMOs, and there's an entire thing of frequently these pay-to-win ones are actually geared around milking as much money as they can out of whales and just fuck the rest of the player base. And I hate it.
What about like way back in the day when Diablo 3 first came out and they had like the real money auction house? One of my friends
heard about
like
that?
$200 on that for like random stuff.
That's
he swears
insane.
he made it all back by playing the market, but
I mean, guilty confession, but like over the course of like the 6 or 7 years I played Dungeon and Fighter, maybe more, it might have been closer to 10 years, I probably gradually blew $800 on that game.
Oh, is that a DFO? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
That same friend that spent $200 had definitely spent about $500 on DFO. From what
I love the game itself, but I hate so much about the market and everything else related to it. And like, I'm glad it got better after their original, like not Nexon. After Nexon coughed it up and gave it to Neopal, the original people, they've done so well with it, but I'm just like, I can't because it'll just be a terrible thing and I'll never come back. That'll be just the end of my YouTube career and everything else, because terrible Korean grind things. Like, I love the games, but I hate them at the same time.
I can hear you like almost scratching at your neck about it. You know what I mean? Like I can hear the addiction.
I'm honest about it.
Yeah,
I am like,
no, I really like the game.
I hate what it does to me, but I like the game.
That was good. Do you have the watch together? Did you find it? Yeah.
I am in the watch together.
Cool. All right, because we got a lot we're gonna go through. I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to weigh in on free-to-play nonsense because I did my time.
Yep, that's a ship, all right.
That's how it feels, right? It's like, yeah, that sure is.
I mean, I never even got super.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you can see it in the next meteor field. Look at it between these two meteors now.
Oh, I see. That wasn't even Mass Effect. Okay.
No, it's No
Yeah,
Man's
no.
Sky,
Yeah, that's where I
Mass
was
Effect.
confused.
Yeah. So you're able to fly around and see the ship, and it's free, so it's not a big problem, and it's just kind of included. It is exclusive, so like if you want it, you have to go find it and earn it before it goes away. But
That's a little neat.
yeah.
So I mean, it's like a sort of a nudge to all the Mass Effect players to go and buy No Man's Sky during this limited time frame and put in the hours.
Well, you can just pick it up on Xbox Game Pass. Don't forget, Xbox Game Pass. Best deal in gaming. $1 for like 3 months. It's a great deal.
I mean, yeah, if I owned an Xbox, which I don't.
It's PC. PC, my dude.
Oh, wait, really?
Yes, it's on PC. It's a great deal for a PC gamer. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You play 1 hour every 3 months, then you've got your value right there.
No joke.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I just have my library of Steam games I'm probably never going to get through, at least in the next 2 years.
Xbox Game Pass is even better. It's more of a backlog, and it's cheap.
Please no. Please no.
It'll break you, and then you won't care about your backlog anymore.
Exactly.
I already have a 300 long backlog, and it actually just gives me anxiety every new game.
Do you actually have it all like typed out in a log?
Yes, I have my games separated by the ones that I've completely beaten, the ones that I've beaten and might go back one day to get an achievement, the games that are glitchy and unplayable, the games I finally shrugged my shoulders and went schmat, the games I'm currently playing, the games I specifically play with friends, and the games I've yet to play.
I mean, you asked
very category.
It helps.
That's
It really helps. I also follow a bunch of the games that made an impact on me in case they get those really weird, like, oh, it's been 2 years, but we just released like a fucking expansion for this thing for free. And I'm just like, what?
Mm-hmm.
There's been a few of those.
Bitch, you thought. We're back.
Just when I thought I was out.
They pull me back in.
That was Valda's story. No regretties. Zero regretties.
Hello. I'm
What the
Peppa
fuck?
Pig. Would you like to be my
Pardon me.
I'm waiting for this to happy tree friends.
It's not going to.
Nope.
Peppa cannot wait to tell everyone her news.
Mummy, Daddy, George.
Hello, Peppa.
Hello, Peppa.
This is geared to children for like the Caillou kids.
I don't know who. I don't really know who Peppa Pig is aimed at. Anymore.
I'm like, okay, is this immediately like, because I'm getting like a learning show vibe?
Yeah, no, it's
It's like
that's
it's
the
like
thing.
a Blue's Clues kind of thing.
Peppa Pig is
Blue's
so
Clues,
dumbed down.
You 8 years old, like whatever.
No, like
like
4.
this.
No, not. Yeah, it's way younger.
Yeah.
No, because I think like Caillou has like a plot in it. Like Peppa Pig is just like.
Does it? Caillou has like a weird kid who probably has cancer. I mean, the big
No,
thing.
he has a problem of the episode he has to deal with. Like Peppa Pig is literally just like a 1-year-old. I feel like it is just like so. Like I can't imagine somebody who watches Peppa Pig being old enough to play a video game.
That makes more sense to me because I can.
I mean, maybe it's something like a parent's supposed to play
8-year-old
with the kid.
stepdaughter, and she was into Peppa Pig in the like 3 to 4 year old age, and that was about it.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely gotten damaged feet from stepping on Peppa Pig action figures.
Good.
And
I just want to point out how
She looks very.
in the
The
wall.
pig's very round. How did you hurt your feet stepping on it?
It's pointy. Look at those little pointy hands. Do you see those hands?
I guess
the
the hands
hands?
are pointy.
Uh,
Yeah.
It's not quite Lego level of damage, but
I mean, yeah. I guess if it was a 2-dimensional pig, like it was just a razor blade.
Oh, hey, Nami says there is a plot. The Peppa Pig episode that Nami remembers is when it rained and then it stopped raining. They went outside, saw a nest with a dead baby bird inside of it, got sad and went back inside.
yeah, I feel like that
What?
would leave an impression.
There's no way they saw a dead baby bird in this show. Really?
Actually, it's entirely plausible. They sometimes deal with things like mortality for like animals specifically in these TV shows.
Yeah, they got to teach the kids about death. You can't have parents doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be rough.
I mean, I think the roughest thing was like the child's like weird, really friendly anime that also deals with like one of the other cats in the household dying of old age.
Hmm.
I like how none of you are commenting about how her eyes are on the same side of her like nose.
I mean,
that's just good
I'm
character
just trying
design.
not to actually point out the fact that her face sort of looks like a phallus.
Wow.
Not
does.
though.
You're right.
Now that
It's
you
like,
say it, like I
weird
see it.
piercing at
it's
some point.
definitely a chode.
Oh my goodness.
No,
It looks
her
like a
chin is
whistle. What
just-
is wrong with you guys?
No, her chin is
I
just
see
a
the whistle.
massive chode.
Oh my god, you can't say this about a 4-year-old, my dude.
I'm so excited. I'm going to meet my new friend.
Perfect timing for Peppa to say she's so excited.
I do have to tell you though, like as a parent, 90% of watching children's movies is looking for phalluses. Like, you know it's there, you know it's somewhere, you know the artist slipped something in there for the adults to find. That's basically what watching children's movie is. when
Just
you're
trying to
growing up.
find where they are.
Trying to find the adult joke somewhere.
Where's
in there.
Baldo?
There we go. I just unhelpfully added something to the chat.
Excellent. I'm not going to read that out loud. You can do that, my dude.
Oh, hey, Hop, care to read that out loud for them?
Not particularly.
A new friend? Yes.
And who might this new friend be?
I don't know. There you go, silly.
I made a
Ranger,
new
Ranger.
friend. Who is it? I don't know.
Everything. Even Potato City.
It's exciting
I'm hungry
to
now.
meet her new friend and explore all the brilliant places in her world. That's a good idea, Peppa.
Yes, Daddy. It's
Oh my
going to
God.
be so much fun.
So when is your new friend coming to play, Peppa?
Very soon. I can't wait.
Wait, the new friend that she doesn't know who it is coming over to play?
This just sounds like an
I'm
Amber
about
Alert
to blow
wiki
your mind right now. I'm about to blow your mind. Just hold on. Just hold on to something. You are Peppa's new friend.
Oh yeah. Well, that's. I wanted to just
Nutty.
like, pause, play some dramatic music, and then close up of her eyes. It's you.
It's you.
Just creepy music, and then it just goes off the rails into some horror game. It's like Five
This is
Nights
just
at Peppa's.
like discount Dora the Explorer.
Five Nights at Peppa's.
Oh my god.
To play with them. Dinosaur.
just a fucking like non sequitur dinosaur.
Yeah. We can't be mad about tangents here though. So yeah, this is coming out and the trailer's very popular. Very popular.
I lost brain
With the
cells.
official voice of Peppa. This isn't some
wait.
knockoff, off-brand, like
No.
salt pig. This is the real Peppa Pig.
This is
Oh,
prima.
man, they really putting out the big bucks for this, huh?
Oh yeah. This is the full like South Park Stick of Truth treatment. They're giving
we're
it
the
what
big
it
boys.
deserves.
PS4, Series X. Like this isn't just a Switch exclusive mobile game.
Right, it's
doesn't
on
even have
multiple.
mobile.
Look, it is. It's on all of the biggest things. It's even on the Series X, the PlayStation 4, the Xbox One, the Nintendo's. It's on Steam. And it's being
They went
published
out
by
of their way to get
Bandai.
PC box art.
Don't
Oh
you guys
my
have
goodness.
phones?
Don't you have phones? Man, yes.
Oh, God, that company there in like the second one in the list. I'm
OG?
almost
Outright Games?
certain. Yeah, I'm almost certain. Like they specialize in making just terrible children's games.
Probably.
Oh, do you know what the
yeah.
best children's game is? Racing with Ryan. Have you ever heard of that one?
I have. I've heard it's actually pain for the parents.
Yeah, it's not that bad though. Actually, we did a video on it a while back where it's for as far as kart racers go, it's not bad. But like when it cuts to like the kid like doing like a canned response, you know, it took them like maybe an hour to just record all of those clips like sitting on their couch, and then they just gave them to someone, and someone else made the game for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's also the reason that Kappa came down on YouTube. It was Ryan's Toys.
Yeah.
that
That
was
kid
the
makes like millions on millions. on
$27
millions.
million a year.
Jesus
Yep.
Christ.
Yeah.
Just to play with toys.
All right, we
What a
got one
life.
last trailer, and then we're going to go on to kind of a non sequitur about something else, but we'll get there. This one, the only reason we're going to watch this is because it's a color name game, which you'll
Peppa
understand.
Pig can be in Smash now. Yes.
Systems all green. Beginning SAS cable connection.
I heard about this.
Yeah, so it's been showing up in a couple of different places.
It's
and
Steam too.
It's all over the place. When we were watching the Game Awards, was it, right?
I'm a fucking weeb, and I was just like, this actually looks sort of neat.
I think it was the Game Awards. We just noticed that there were a lot of games that they'd announced that fit into a very specific naming pattern, which is color thing, right? So you had Crimson Desert, Blue Flag.
Are most of them imports?
They're all, I mean, probably. But they all have these just color name things.
Yeah.
Oh my god! It's not just color name. No, here's the hilarious thing. Crimson Desert is by the Black Desert people, so that's even funnier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this one is Scarlet Nexus. So of course we had to watch the trailer for it.
I mean, it looks dope.
Why do all like bosses always have like weird pustule things like all over them?
If they didn't, how would you know where to hit them?
Yeah.
Like shoot them in their cancer spots for massive damage.
See, I can see that you clearly weren't a soldier, because when you go to war, this is actually what your enemies look like. They have
They tell you to shoot them in the hemorrhoids?
Yeah, they pop up, and they have things that pop off their sides, and you shoot the glowing bits, and that's how we win
Stop their
wars.
black heads.
I think that the main
Pronto.
boss of the game had like a Breaking Bad-esque arc where he couldn't get treatment for his pustules, and it's just like
That makes a lot of sense.
had to resort to crime.
Yeah. Or for a more recent thing, this is Resident
Or maybe it's a
Evil
morality thing though, where like you get pustules because you're doing crime. So don't do crime, kids.
Yeah, like a Pinocchio of crime.
Yeah, you get nasty boils if you murder civilians.
Right. Yeah. So the more bad things you do, the more weak spots you have for the good guys to kill you with.
Makes a lot of sense.
It does make strangely a lot of sense in that universe. Like you could be like, no, that's exactly what happens, and people would be like, yeah, I mean that
I
makes
should
sense.
write for games. That's what I should do.
You'd think, right? Hold on, what the hell is that?
Actually, okay, wait a second. So if it's a matter of
Time
people
to
doing
air
crimes costs them to like break out into weird things, would you want the general for efficacy's sake, would you want the general who doesn't have anything, or would you want the guy who at least has like some? Because I mean, the dude who has tons of it's probably just doing war crimes galore, and you don't want to be associated with him. But the dude who doesn't have anything whatsoever, like, is he just like a career dude who doesn't have a single idea about what he's talking about? Like, how many would it social?
He knows. He's like the lawful good.
I mean, lawful good people still do shitty things in context of following orders.
Yes.
Well, I guess it depends. It depends which law they're following. If it's like a personal law, maybe not.
It does depend.
Because like lawful good people, if the overall air quote the rule of the land is unjust, they can still be more or less obliged to follow it.
I mean, that's why you just got to go samurai code style when you make a lawful good character.
Oh yeah,
just personal code of honor. I mean, or you just throw out alignment altogether because it's a dated system and nobody likes it.
What alignment do you think that
I
these
prefer
goat
my
legs with the
gray
corset would
characters.
be?
All right, Moriarty, we're doing this at the same time. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Raiden loves you.
Nami, I love you. I knew you wouldn't do it. Nami, I love you. Because I'm going to keep our word.
Nami? Who's Nami?
Nami redeemed a Someone Loves You, which is 8,800 points on Twitch, which is somewhere around 40 hours of watching, I think.
Jesus.
Well, you get like the bonus points for doing.
Yeah, but it's like
treasure chest.
You know, the raw.
I mean, that's still a fair amount, though.
Even if they're a subscriber and all that, it's still like a good 15 to 20 hours of watching. So yeah,
you
absolutely.
Gotta get the Gamba app or whatever, where people can gamble on stuff.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna do gambling just yet. Maybe once I can make money off of it.
Well, no, it's just for the points. The channel points.
Always wins.
We need money off of it. Got to turn it into real gambling. You know, loot boxes, Twitch loot boxes. You give me $10 and I
For emotes?
decide what you get.
You give me $10 and maybe I say I love you.
There's a 3% chance that I'll say I love you.
Maybe I do.
And
Maybe I don't.
There's a 1% chance that
Maybe
I'll
fuck you.
Honestly, if you throw some of those extra Dunkaroos into the loot box, like I'm down. I'll be.
You just want to get them.
If the only legal way to get Dunkaroos is gambling, then you know what? Fine.
Wait, what?
He's
I heard
obsessed
Dunkaroos.
with, he's obsessed with
What?
Dunkaroos. He's obsessed with them. He desperately wants Dunkaroos, and no one will ever give them to him.
Did you eat all of yours, Em?
I did. I ate all 6 of them. They were delicious.
Can't you buy your own?
No, he's in Canadian.
No,
I don't have
they used to
can't
be a
import 'em?
Canadian only snack, and now they're apparently an American snack that just isn't in Canada.
Correct.
They were
yeah.
definitely an
It's-
American snack when I was a kid.
They've always been American, but Canada apparently wants.
You know, in 2012 they left the U.S.
Well, that's like what are they called? Tim Tams, the Australian ones. They're apparently Australian ones, and then there's also apparently American ones.
Oh man, Tim Tams are good.
They are good.
We can actually.
People definitely hype them up more than what they are. I mean, meh.
There's some Asian ones you can find at the store too that are pretty nice. They're basically Dunkaroos, but you'll get some pretty good flavors out of them, including green tea. And you don't find green tea Dunkaroos.
So Mick says, with regards to our explosive blow-uppy things on bosses, that lepers must be mass murderers. And Framinator, the most annoying characters are chaotic neutrals that run around and do whatever they want without justifying anything.
So there can be well-played chaotic neutrals, but frequently they aren't. I don't think it's the people who run around and do whatever they want. I think it's the people who are self-interested. So Han Solo would be sort of chaotic neutral, I think, who gradually over the course of the show starts to lean chaotic good.
I have been told that I am chaotic neutral. Like me, myself, personally, I best fit into chaotic neutral. And I don't know how to read that, but I'm not too worried about it.
I think you're chaotic evil.
Yeah, I was gonna say definitely chaotic evil.
I mean, chaotic evil is specifically doing the worst thing just to see the aftermath. Like you burn the orphanage, not even to keep your hands warm. You burn it because you haven't heard your daily quota of baby squalls.
Yeah, see, I'm not chaotic evil. Chaotic neutral. I think it fits me.
All right, fine. Neutral evil, but that's the best I can do.
I mean, neutral
he's definitely
evil
chaos.
is
Definitely chaos.
So neutral evil and lawful evil do function within society fairly well. Neutral evil is self-interest, but you'll break your word. I mean, if we can keep Maury's word in some form of code, you could put it on lawful evil because that definitely would involve self-interest, but he would still technically function within rules.
This is why I just throw out the alignment system entirely when I DM. I tell my players not to pick an alignment because it's. I genuinely think it's a terrible system.
I mean, it's not a great system. I think it's an interesting conversation sometimes, but it's definitely also mainly a headache, especially because you get those differences of, well, but no, this person is this. And it's like, well, that's up to interpretation, really.
There's
which
only
is terrible.
There's only 5 spells in the entire game in which it actually matters alignment, and so I'm just like, those spells are gone now.
A bunch of spell features and shit, but I mean, okay, the basic concepts of good, evil, and neutral are pretty easy to figure out. It's everything past that, and your, personal more sliding around on that scale. Most people would probably be somewhere in neutral leaning good or neutral leaning evil, because plenty of people just have selfish moments.
Right. Well, we have to decide where the boils start then. What degree of good and evil makes a good boil?
Think
you just get some pimples or something when you're in the middle.
Maybe a rash. Maybe it just starts out with mild rashes and acne.
Is that why there's a lot of people that have pizza face when they're nerds because they're a little bit evil, the world corrupted them and pushed them into something?
Wait, what you're saying is all incels should have pizza face.
Oh man.
I mean, you said it. I did.
I was just bringing it to its natural conclusion.
Excellent. Let's bring this video down.
Nice one.
I mean, this does look fun.
It looks neat, right? Like it's clearly like a smash 'em, bash 'em.
I saw this. It was like stylish combat with like Force Unleashed stuff, but not quite as janky looking. I'm down. I like the Force Unleashed. Like it's a guilty pleasure because there's jank in there, but there's also kicking Jawas off cliffs.
I mean,
And
I'm pretty
Ewoks.
sure most people like Force Unleashed. It's 2 they hate.
Yeah, I mean, I still liked 2, just in a weird mixed way. A very weird mixed way.
I've heard 2 described as an insult to video games.
Okay, it's not. I've played insults to video games, fam. Like, considering what I do, I've played some trash, and it's not even in my bargain bin.
Wow.
It's like, okay, I would put it as mediocre and sometimes a little bit better, but it's not actually like an insult to video games.
This will hurt much more than it did in training.
It feels a little bit Breath of the Wildy, doesn't it?
Right there, yeah.
Like
But
those
I mean,
monsters?
that's,
They're like half nature, half machine.
Yeah. What's the things, the ancients or the old, what are they in Breath of the Wild that have the lasers on them and the crab legs?
The Sheikah Guardians?
Sure.
Maybe?
Let's roll with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, yeah.
I don't want to trust you, but yeah, maybe. Kind of reminds me of that thing.
I don't, there's something about like the anime style with like the rest of the art design that isn't
Yeah, I was
anime
just
that like
thinking that.
feels really weird. I don't know, like when they cut from the spider monster, which just like fits with the art style, just fits like just an anime.
Yeah, it's just a little out of place.
which I mean might be the intent. I'd like to sort of know the context of the creature because it was meant to feel like that weirdly unnatural thing. Like some games that have like specific creatures that clash against the art style to like depict their otherworldliness. Context, I think, would help though.
I think they're trying to depict the humans' otherworldliness.
Well, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's like the monster with a different art style. It feels like there's like the 3D art style, and then just these guys are just a different like 2D one, you know?
Well, so I mean, I
Take
think
power.
that you see in a lot of animated shows of any kind is usually a stylistic difference between the characters in the background, so that the characters pop out of the background. So I feel like that's in line here.
Well, I mean, I guess what you're saying, like you're talking about like the painted kind of style backgrounds versus more anime, like smooth.
Well,
lines,
like not even just that. Like I mean, Spyro the Dragon used to be green, and they turned him to purple because they realized that like players
You had to sneak that
couldn't-
one in there, didn't you?
Well, I mean, of course.
Spyro is this okay? Let's see how Spyro's relevant. So Spyro changed from green to purple.
Yeah, so he was originally a green dragon, and they did playtesting, and they realized that like you can't. He's green, and the grass is green, like the world is green. You can't fucking see him. So that's why he's purple, is to like actually make him pop out of the thing. So it's not just like basically what I'm saying is it's not just a case where it's like, you know, a cell animated character with a painted background. It's like it's you see it in all kinds of things, just to make sure, you know, characters pop or just any elements
Well,
that
a
like,
different
need
color
to
isn't a
stand
different
out.
like animation style though.
Right, but I'm saying it's all the same principle.
Maybe their background artist just sucks, so they had to blur it.
Yeah, maybe. Speedy says every fucking time it's like rocks, dude. Brody just can't help himself, and yeah, it does feel that way about Spyro, right?
It's just it's what I know things about Spyro, so I'm able to apply it to the conversation. No,
What you're
and I
saying
never
is you're
will.
Really passionate about Spyro.
It's his only passion. Besides pumpkins.
Oh.
Am I wrong?
Why are pumpkins his passion?
Oh, you don't want to ask.
I just asked.
I think when I was skimming,
This is a passion M has made up for me.
Yeah, I think we
Okay,
were talking
no,
about
hold on.
we were talking about
Just
this
to
earlier.
Hold on,
About how
we're about to see.
American
We're about to
passion,
see
right?
how well the lore comes through. Jeremy, you said something.
Yeah, I thought I heard. Was that before we started this, or did I?
No. Nobody
I heard
said
that I
anything
might have-
about
I was
pumpkins so far.
I was skimming through the videos earlier before I came on here to kind of get a little bit of a grip on what I'm walking into here, and that definitely came up at some point, just randomly skipping through something about a pumpkin and loving it or performing on it.
Performing on the pumpkin.
So
yes.
this is going into American Pie territory.
Yeah, a little bit, except it's Brody pie.
So I think there's something we were discussing that I think has a little bit of merit to it, which is that we just kind of placed a pumpkin in front of him and asked, "Do you want to fuck it?" And he's like, "Yes." But like, and because of that, we've kind of typecast him as being exclusively into pumpkins. But like, he like you've been into other vegetables, right? Like that was kind of. We wanted to open it up to the world of vegetables.
Well, first of all, yes. For the past like 2 episodes, I have been espousing that I feel like we're limiting ourselves too much in this bit. I feel like there's really a lot of opportunity to expand. However, I don't think I'm almost positive that there was never a point in which you just showed me a picture of a pumpkin. And said,
well, I didn't say we showed you a picture. I said we placed it in front of you, like that. We placed the topic. We placed like pumpkin in front of you, and you're just like, oh yeah, I'd fuck that. But like you didn't show like I am
and I am positive. I am positive because it has happened more than once that I have brought to the table the kind of pumpkin in which something could happen.
I know a girl who's really, really good at pumpkin carving. Do you want me to give you her info? She could make it look like whatever you want, man. Like,
there you
she's
go.
Great.
Well,
he's gonna think about this. You gotta know that. He's like gonna seriously think about it for a while and be like,
Yeah, he'll follow up with you when we're no longer live.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely zero denial on that one.
Now we're talking. Hanabi, let's go!
Alright.
See, and this looks a little like Final Fantasy VII Remake. You getting that?
I'm still getting like the Breath of the Wild Guardian kind of vibes.
Maybe it was like this part right here just feels very much like that boss in Final Fantasy VII, the remake.
I don't. Oh, you've paused on a frame now where I don't think it shows up in stream, but on my thing, there's a really nice sword slash effect that they've done.
It's
really
I can
cool.
see it. That really weird.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, I like that. I really like that. Actually, I saw that. I'm like, hell yeah! I love that like sort of motion line kind of style.
Holy shit, is he about to fucking road roller that guy? If he just fucking, someone needs to take this segment of the video and just add like the whole fucking Dioth line if he's just about to drop a goddamn steamroller on this thing.
He appears to have dropped one on him.
Was that a truck?
It was a truck. It was a giant dump truck.
It was a dump truck, but right before it, that sort of looked like a steamroller or something.
It looked like a bunch of pipes.
The like physics on that truck was just terrible. Wow.
Yeah, no. I think the funny part was the truck bounced, but the pipes actually solidly slammed down.
Hey man,
I feel like this is still gonna be like a load of stupid fun though. Okay, this is some weeb% stuff, but also them having like these weird overdramatic voice lines when you activate certain abilities. It's like that's gonna get on my nerves quick. Please let there be an option to get rid of it.
Just an aside, that like last boss there where he did the fucking like I hate these types of bosses. The fucking guys who just like jump and flop on you. They're the worst fucking bosses.
how else are they supposed to close the gap?
Yeah. What, you want them to charge at you?
Yeah. And then I'll just like dodge out of the way. I don't fucking jump.
And it's not a whole lot different from them jumping at you.
Yeah, it's the same thing as them jumping. Just
No,
one's higher.
it's
one's
totally
lower.
different. I don't like when they jump over. It's not cool, man.
You don't like jumping things like in general or just bosses?
Do you have a fear of all frogs or
Just like Just like that specific boss fight where you're doing that like circular lock on and they just keep jumping at you and there's nothing you can do because you're like locked onto them. So like any direction's bad.
This sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I have a fucking review I'm currently running for a game I'm not done, and it's one of the first games in a while where I'm just like, I'm so checked out, I want to stop playing it. But my big thing is I finish the games I review, and I'm just like, and I don't hate it enough to be like, I hate it, but I'm just very... And yeah, no, my experience so far with the bosses is mostly circle strafing them while they jump around and me waiting to like lightly tap them twice and then go back to circle strafing forever.
Basically Dark Souls.
Dark Souls has a lot more variety in it than this game does, though it's clearly fucking inspired by it.
Oh, is Dark Souls a color game?
More of a shade.
Actually, it would be sort of a color franchise, but okay, so think about it this way. You have Dark Souls, which implies black. You have Demon Souls, though, so it sort of throws it off, but I guess you can consider like a black or red association.
And
then you have Bloodborne, which is red. So maybe it's
the
a little
problem with Bloodborne
hazy.
is it's like one word forced together. Does that? I don't know.
Well, we
mean,
can
it would
separate
still-
it mentally. We can do that.
Bloodborne, yeah.
And what color is Sekiro?
That is the part where it falls flat.
Well,
I
at
guess you
least
have the
that's not
subtitle.
Actually, no, it doesn't fall flat.
Shadows die
Sort of.
twice.
Shadows die twice. Shadows black.
Mm,
But it still doesn't do the noun name thing.
color thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's color noun specifically, it falls flat. Honestly, I wouldn't really consider them.
Oh
the
no! Did you
color
think it
name
was
thing.
Demon Souls? No, it's Lemon Souls. You all been reading it wrong.
Yeah, it's actually French.
Yeah, there was a smudge on the box art, and everybody just went with it.
Just yeah.
But I don't want to actually consider that then, because if you're playing with friends, it becomes a lemon party.
Oh man, why do you have to be even worse than Brody? Like,
I'm just here to traumatize the
it's
viewers.
just unexpected. It's so unexpected how much worse you are than Brody.
It's a pleasant surprise.
Here's the best part is like how well behaved I am normally. Like Hop probably like, where the fuck is this all coming from?
Yeah, it's just kind of coming out of nowhere for me.
So I have something else to watch, and it's a 3-minute long thing. There is no video, so you don't have to watch the video, but it is Jake Tapper from CNN, and he's talking to Conan O'Brien, and he says something that I think is really stupid. So I want to play it for you just to hear this very dumb thing that Jake Tapper says. When it decides.
So the other thing, the Marvel universe, then you have to have the ethics and the strength to not then go into the DC universe as an actor, and both. You can't be J. Jonah Jameson, Peter Parker's boss, and then turn around and you're Commissioner Gordon for Batman. You can't do it,
What?
Simmons. You can't do it. You can't. It's not fair. You can't be one of Aquaman's evil gremlin fishmen and then turn around and be the Green Goblin fighting Spider-Man. You can't do that.
That's a super dumb take.
He's going to keep going here, but I'll pause it for now just to kind of get your first initial takes on what he just said.
What is with the laugh track like in the background?
I mean, so
it sounds like he's just like, I don't know, maybe
logically,
drunk
isn't he
and trying to make the room
literally
laugh.
like typecasting is a necessary thing, and like you just like, is it the idea of you can't be an iconic role in something else if you've been an iconic role in this, or typecasting is the quintessential thing? Because like there's been all sorts of like feuding authors and writers and directors and etc., and actors have jumped across the various things back and forth. So this just seems like a terrible take.
It's a really terrible take. Absolutely.
Were the examples that he was giving like actual examples that have happened?
Oh yeah, no,
they all were. So J. Jonah
Jameson
Jameson was played by J.K. Simmons, who then did play Gordon in. So that was the Raimi trilogy where he played J. Jonah Jameson, and he's Gordon in the new Justice League.
And And then
and stuff.
and then what's his name? God, he played the Green Goblin, and he's fantastic in everything. Willem Dafoe.
Yeah,
and
Willem
then he
Dafoe.
was Aquaman's like uncle or something.
Nate, or is that? No, that's not
I was
it.
gonna say, I almost feel like that each of the companies would have like stipulations in the contracts for the actors saying like for X amount of years you cannot.
They do actually. The guy who I can never think of his name, but the guy who played Shazam in the DC universe.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't able to like go do that until they killed his character in Thor 3.
Oh, you know what was really wild about Shazam? This is just sort of a tangent, but like one of the indie dev guys I follow, Konjac, he actually like cameos in that movie.
Neat.
Yeah, you'll just see him pop up like in the thing. I think it's because like
you
directors
conjacked him.
No, the dude's name is. It's like Joachim Sandberg.
Oh,
dude's Konjac on Twitter.
Oh. For some reason, I thought you said you conjacked him. I was like, you met him at a con? And what?
Joachim Sandberg sounds like you took every member of the Lonely Island and like smushed their names together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this guy has some really dumb things that he says in this.
So I think he does kind of have a point.
Well,
in the sense
I want to address first what Brody says, because Brody said, "Oh, maybe he's just drunk and having fun."
I just don't
being
get
serious.
Well, the thing is, like, it's so far. I just don't get like a cadence in his voice that communicates anything other than like I'm at a party trying to say something.
He's not
dumb.
at a party. He's sitting with Conan O'Brien. All right, and he's he's doing Conan O'Brien's podcast, sort of like this. Right.
Okay. But is it like he's like being funny, or is
no?
Like
this is him saying, "I sincerely believe." And here, I'll let it play some more, and you can.
Okay, how many drinks in is he?
None. No drinks.
Because I mean, how many times have I said something dumb on here just to get the laugh?
I mean, just now.
Be Daredevil and Batman. Affleck. You have to pick. So, I actually think I'm actually an unapologetic Affleck fan, and I don't care what anybody says. And he's good as Batman, but I'm sorry he was Daredevil first. Sorry.
Is he like a huge DC Marvel fanboy that's just like, if you want to like a franchise, pick your side, man?
Yes.
Because that's...
I'm a Dark Horse Comics kind of guy.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking no.
So he's a big fan of Batfleck, and maybe the only one. But
no, he's a fan of Ben Affleck. He's not a fan of Batfleck.
Well, he's not a fan of Batfleck. He is a fan of Batfleck, but he's not a fan of Batfleck because Ben Affleck should have just stayed as Daredevil from the first film in 2002 or whatever it was. Just like, I don't even understand. I don't get how you can have this take.
Well, that's the thing. So I think he has a point if he's talking about franchises that are still going on and you are the lead actor. I think if you were a side character like Willem Dafoe, I don't give a shit. Like Willem Dafoe can show up as a side character in Aquaman and then show as a side character in, Suicide Squad. Like, I just don't care. But if you're the main character, if you're Chris Evans, I think him being like then reprising his role as in DC while he's currently, because what is going to happen is they're going to do their big crossover and you have a contractual obligation to choose one, right? So you have to pick a side when you're currently,
is Marvel
acting
and DC
with
actually going to do a crossover?
No, they're not. No, I'm saying like Marvel will do their crossover and DC's going to do their crossover, and you're going to have to you might not be able to schedule both of them, so you're going to have to choose which movie you're going to do, right? So you're going to have to pick which franchise you are the main actor in and which one you're kind of the side character in at some point, right?
I really
maybe I've seen plenty of people who have been like working on multiple projects at once.
Yeah, I think that's just like
as the lead character,
cinematic projects in general.
I mean, so the things with like the big like crossover things is there's not really central characters on. That's why there's like winding tangents for like specific characters in those. Like there would undoubtedly be days we'd have to show up for like the bigger parts, but there's so much of those movies that's just like following this plot thread, following this plot thread. So I think it would still be feasible. Like I can get not wanting someone to be replaying actors within the same continuity, because that can get confusing as like, oh, hey, it's like William Dafoe is Luther, and then William Dafoe is like Metallo, and then William Dafoe is like, that gets a little weird when it's the same person within the same canonicity and incidences where they can overlap, unless there's like some heavy makeup or anything involved.
Mm-hmm.
It just starts to get uncanny valley.
Well, anyway, I think like that main iconic character is where he is at point, but where he is absolutely no point is something like a 10-year-old franchise that they haven't, like, they dropped, you know, like Tobey Maguire can go do whatever he wants, you know, like Daredevil. Like, why the fuck is Ben Affleck not allowed to take a new role because he was in a, you know, crappy movie 20 years ago?
Yeah, I think there's definitely been enough time passed between some of the examples that he's trying to give where it's like, why is this relevant?
I also feel like, how weak is your ability to suspend your own disbelief that, like, you can't...
Oh, no. It's not his ability to suspend your disbelief. He said it's ethics. It's an ethical choice
This
you
is
must
an ethical
make.
thing. He's very specifically saying it is not ethical for an actor to do this.
And this is stupid.
It's really stupid.
Bad take.
It's a really dumb thing to say. Like, I feel like maybe that part was missed here at the beginning, but he's very clearly saying this is unethical for an actor to be in multiple. If you're an actor, you should choose to only be in
Hey Maury, since I already am doing my like indie podcasting in the past and my reviews, I guess it's unethical for me to show up on your show since it's sort of a different brand.
Wait, have you been in other podcasts? Because that's unethical of you.
Get the fuck out.
I gotta leave, sorry. I'm out.
I was sad he didn't drop. I was kind of waiting for him. Like, it would have been...
yeah, I was waiting.
I was excited to see if he would.
You're right. Like, I was giving him the op. You had all the
against my contract with my advertisers. So.
Yeah, with my non-existent advertisers.
I was actually in one of the Batman movies as a kid, so...
In the theater, but, I mean, it counts.
In the theater?
I was there. I, like, participated in watching, so...
He's Batman for you.
Batman.
I'm just like, how can he?
He was Daredevil, and then
how can he also be Batman?
Yes, you have to make a decision at some point which superhero you're going to be, and also you have to choose Marvel or DC. And this jumping from bed to bed is just disgusting.
Exactly.
You know?
I should clarify. This is Conan clarifying his point. Yeah.
Conan agreed with him a little bit, and then like I don't
think that's fair because Conan always agrees with his guests.
Yeah. No, he's accepting the premise and then he's playing with it. Yeah,
he always, every time. If you've ever seen Conan O'Brien, who I personally think is the best interviewer of like that category of interviewers, he always agrees with his guest. Always, the guest is always correct. He'll play with it and be like, "Oh, really? You think that?" But he doesn't outright go like, "Oh, that's stupid."
he is very good. You're probably right.
I'm not nearly as passionate about it. I have one issue, which is no portals. Your thing is you want actors to line up.
The portals
and
bit was from earlier in the podcast.
Role and stick with that role.
And also,
and
I find commit to a role and commit to a universe. You can't do DC and also Marvel. You have to choose one or the other.
So mad at you right now.
You pick,
Are you okay with Ryan Reynolds being Green Lantern, but then later on being Deadpool?
Oh, that's interesting. No. Although,
really,
I really...
But the Green Lantern, he admits, totally fizzled. Doesn't that almost mean he gets another try? It wasn't a viable...
Deadpool, he's really good in Deadpool.
He's great in Deadpool.
Those movies are so
what
good.
I'm saying is, by your logic, Jake,
yeah,
by your very own logic,
yes,
you think that Ryan Reynolds should have been barred from playing Deadpool because he had already had a role playing Green Lantern that nobody saw or cared about.
Yes.
I submit to you, sir, that you are wrong.
I
submit to you, sir.
I submit that there are sacrifices that one makes for principle. Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, like,
yeah,
I don't know what I don't know what you're talking about.
Principle does not come with if there were no I mean, that's what principles are. You uphold them even if sometimes it's inconvenient.
Right.
Like you honor democracy even if your candidate loses. Right?
Yes.
Here we go.
There you go. You know what? You did a beautiful job of bringing it around to.
So as you can see, he's very serious about it.
I still don't necessarily get that from his cadence. I think he's like committing to it a bit. Like that's what it feels like.
Okay. I mean, you're more than welcome to give him the benefit, as you always do. But no. He's very serious. He believes that you have to be moral and ethical as an actor. And being moral and ethical means that you'll stand for your principles and not accept a role in another universe.
Okay, but what if my principles were being unprincipled?
It's just so fucking weird. It's such a weird take. And as soon as I heard this, I was like, I need somebody else to hear this as well.
Like, I think the thing that, like, so I'm a little bit with Brody on this, where I'm unsure if it's a bit, because I think, like, it's kind of funny if it's a joke, but if he's, like, being serious at all, like, it just makes no sense. Because like
it sounded like he's having a laugh, realizing when you say something and you're like, this is actually ridiculous when I say it out loud and explain it, because like you can hear like the awkwardness in his voice when he's explaining the Deadpool thing. So it sounds like it is something he believes in, but it's that whole leak of I believe you should be principled on some things. And so I'm just gonna sort of tie all of this framework together even when it doesn't make sense, and double down on it when I'm confronted with how stupid it is.
Yeah, like it is like it feels like exactly that kind of like comedy, which is I mean maybe I'm just relating to that kind of comedy.
I think if it was a bit when Conan's like, I submit you're wrong, sir, like he would have just been like, all right, you got me. But like, you know, he then is trying to like, no, you got to support your prince. I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
we should be very clear that Jake Tapper's not a comedian. He is.
Why? I mean, I'm willing to extend that if somebody goes on like Conan's podcast, like a comedic show where you're trying to be entertaining, you're not going to be the news guy. You're going to be
but sure,
like a little bit more.
The thing
jokey.
is, this isn't like he wrote down a bit and this is his joke. No, he's an anchor for CNN.
You know, he volunteered this. He just brought it up saying, this is what I think. You should never do it. And like, I don't get his distinction between superhero movies and any other genre. Like, why is superhero movies the one where you have to make a choice? But,
I
like,
think
you're allowed to be.
Actually, a matter of icons there.
Like, you have to choose a Shakespeare play that you can be good in. Like,
does it mean like that? Like, Star Wars actors can't go to like Star Trek or something?
Uh,
I think he would say
actually
yes.
Be a similar thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I think if you went with Shakespeare, you could probably show up in another Shakespeare play, potentially as a bit actor. Because he said, like, you can't go into another thing. Maybe you could go in a bit actor, but maybe even not, because, you know, because he was in the Green Lantern movie, he couldn't. Oh,
so
it's terrible.
Could you play in a show like The Boys and then be in a Marvel film? They are.
Oh, I fucking got him. Before joining CNN, Jake Tapper worked for ABC News, motherfucker.
Oh, wow.
Put that nail in the coffin right there.
That is, yeah. I mean, your principles, man.
Pick your fucking news network. Don't you have any principles?
That's
it's very good.
You're right.
That's so good.
I'm going to tweet
wasn't
it
there
at him.
Wasn't one of the actors in The Boys, the fire guy, wasn't he also one of the X-Men or something though?
Yeah,
Totally remembering that wrong.
There's the dude that played Iceman. Yeah. And then he have like a twin brother who played who's the reporter, Lois Lane's like sidekick in Superman?
Jimmy Olsen?
Yeah. So in Smallville, I think his twin played Jimmy Olsen. So like whenever I see them show up, I'm like, I never know which one it is.
Nice.
Maybe I'm wrong and they're not twins. And it's just one guy.
I mean, would it be just like that if you look similarly enough to a guy, you're also now barred? Because you'd be part of this iconic role, like
Now, how does he feel about like the Eddie Murphy movies where Eddie Murphy will play like 5 characters? That's what I'm curious about.
Mm-hmm.
That is the good question. Yeah, like would he?
That's all in one universe, I guess. Like he's not really. I don't know.
So I've gone ahead and tweeted at Jake Tapper, and we'll see. We'll see what he says.
Do you have a link to the tweet?
Yeah, it's in the thing.
He's linked it literally everywhere.
Yes. Everywhere.
Oh, okay, good.
There you go.
I'm just gonna share that.
He actually printed it off and snail mailed it to Jake Tapper's mom.
I did to
Just
his
in case.
mom. So there you go.
Who fact checks the fact checkers?
That is our introduction. So yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. I hope it's been a good introduction.
Oh, was that actually recent, by the way?
Yeah, that was like a few days ago.
The second last episode. It wasn't the latest episode, but it was the one before it.
Yeah.
Of Conan's podcast.
Mm. So at this point, we're going to do something interesting, which we've never done before, which is I'm going to hand it over to Raiden to control, because we're going to be watching the thing about Overwatch, and he is going to kind of lead this discussion a little bit, because he's a huge Overwatcher.
Nerd.
Overwatcher?
Yes.
Pretty sure that's what they're called.
He's part of the Overwandom.
The Overwandom. He's an overwinker.
He's an Overwandalorian.
Overwandalorian.
I don't like that one.
Well, I don't
like it.
It mixes Overwatch, Raiden, and Mandalore, and two of those things are bad.
Wait, how does it mix Raiden in there? Watchdalorian.
Overwatch.
Them Reinhardt.
Overwatchdalorian. Is that what is that what the Dawn?
It was over.
Where does the Raiden come into it?
Well, it's in there somewhere.
Say it again.
Ride-horn? Could call him Ride-horn.
I can get this.
Ride-horn.
Like Reinhardt.
Yeah, Ride-horn. Mm.
Oh, Reinhorn watch.
Reinhorn watch.
Reinhorn.
This is devolving so much.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. See, this is why I think that he should change his name to Dunkadop. Right? Like, if it's so much better.
Dunker Watch does work better.
And then he could be Dunkawatch. Or Overdop.
Rydunk.
Right? Like, there's lots. It's so much better. And I'm trying to convince him.
I just think of like the Pokemon so much. Just Rhydon.
No. Nobody likes
That's unfortunately what you did. As soon as I went to Rhydon, it's just Rhydon.
Rhyhorn.
Yeah, it's still Rhydon. It's still Rhydon.
Right on, bro.
I don't see the connection.
Right on.
Mm-hmm. So as you can see,
I think you'd have to be Rhine. Like you'd really have to emphasize the Rhine first, as opposed to Rye. Like you can't have the soft Y sound.
Dunkheart.
So you'll notice that the conversation is not progressing. This is because, again, Raiden is in charge. I have relinquished.
Oh, I see. I see what you've done there. You've kind of like put it on me as though like I'm just holding everybody back and not like I've actually been an expert job of delaying what's been happening as I've been setting up the ninja. Like, that's currently going in the background and it's now set up and ready to go. Somebody had no faith in me and it turns out that I had actually been playing you all for fools the whole time and I was intending to lag on the conversation a bit long.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So your job as a host was to relinquish control as host?
No, my job as a host was to make you think that I wasn't failing as a host and that conversation was still going on while I didn't have it ready to go yet.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is you're admitting you didn't have it ready to go yet.
I still don't even know.
It's going right now, by the way.
I'm not admitting anything. And okay, so I linked it with the timestamps, but it's like 14 minutes or some shit like that. Well, that's too much. That's too much.
We have always tried much about the.
Was this was after Jeff left, right?
Yeah. So Jeff is on. This is like
I missed Jeff.
As of 2 days ago, I believe. This was basically this is a developer live stream where like a bunch of the people who are working on Overwatch are sitting down to play the PvP. Ooh. Because I don't know how much you know about Overwatch 2, but essentially all the news that well, not all of the news, but most of what we have seen about Overwatch 2 was the PvE aspect of it, which was the new co-op mode where we're going through things. which I don't know about you guys, but personally, I just cannot give a shit whatsoever about. Like, I just don't care about
I'm
PvE.
more.
But you know why
excited
they
for the
have that.
PvE. I'm the total opposite. I'm more excited for the PvE aspects and the like different specs and talents.
I haven't
and whatever.
heard anything about this, but as soon as you mentioned PvE, I'm like, oh, because there was like the little PvE missions in like Overwatch that popped up sporadically.
It's kind of like that, but way more fleshed out.
Yeah,
and that has me actually now curious. You officially have my attention now. Also, talents.
So now that you guys are all curious about the PvE, that's not what this is. So this is PvP now. So this is none of the PvE. All of that is worthless information. Don't even remember that I told you.
All right.
What we're looking at is the new PvP aspect, which is basically Overwatch 1 again, but different.
Snooze fest.
I mean, like the worst part of the game. I mean, I guess it would be okay.
So actually, all of the game, basically.
People,
I had a lot of fun with the PvP, just not the competitive, because I had too many friends that were just in different brackets than me, and it's like I don't want to drag people down, and all the friends that want to play
this game
way too low.
Before we do this, I think it would be a good idea if we just kind of everybody just gave your like 60-second synopsis of your experience with Overwatch and kind of where you sit with it, just so that the audience kind of understands where we're coming at it from. So, Arlie, if you just give, 60, 120 seconds, whatever, and just kind of explain where you're at with Overwatch.
Okay, so I went and bought it with my ex, like, right when it was new. We briefly dabbled into it together when, it was all new and shiny, played around in it, and just sort of gradually fell off the hop because I'm really not much of a competitive player. Neither were they. And, I also didn't really have that many people to play with. It's competitive, I avoid in general. Even when I played League, I only played that game to play with friends because I overall hated most of the community because it was only so long until chat devolved into horrible garbage when you weren't playing purely with friends. And I think I basically dabbled in it a couple more times over the year when they came out with the PvE thing, but I was pretty checked out. I'd watch the cutscenes when a new thing showed up because I'm like, ooh, that's pretty. Still not enough to make me actually want to come back and play the game, though. That's about it.
Fair enough. So, Hop, why don't you, same thing, give us a minute, 2 minutes of your experience with Overwatch.
Mine's pretty similar to Arlie, to be honest. I got into it with my girlfriend. I think they had just released a couple shorts at the time, too. And that really got us invested in it. The shorts are the little short stories of a couple characters to give you, a little background of it. And I thought that was really fun. We mostly played quick play and definitely stayed away from competitive because every time we play, we always got blamed because we would normally play healer. We would get blamed for throwing the game.
Sure, yeah. Why didn't you heal better?
Yeah, pretty much. So we were like, okay, you know what? We're done with this toxicity. And just stuck with the quick play and loved the events that they would toss in every now and then too.
So I played from when the game was, I guess, early alpha-ish. I played with War Owl a little bit, and we kind of me and Crypto and War Owl and a couple other people, Ninja Deer and all of them, we would jump in and we'd play this game quite frequently, actually. It became kind of this is something that's fun and it's really good, and I enjoyed it a lot, up until they introduced the competitive. And what you see in all of these kind of games where you have hero classes and competitive, what you see develop is a meta.
Metas.
Yes.
Yep.
And as soon as you have a meta, if you're not playing within that meta, then you're not playing to the highest efficiency, and therefore you're bad. And you can't spend time to learn new characters inside of a competitive game because, you're affecting the win rate. And you can't spend time to learn it outside of the game because then you're not playing it in a real setting, right? You're throwing and all that. So I ended up, after the first season, when all the ranks came in and I was sitting there and I was like, I don't think I want to play this anymore. I don't remember what they had numbers at the time instead of what they did eventually, which was the diamond and whatever. But they just had like raw numbers, and I think I was like 600 maybe or 500 somewhere in there. Like it was reasonably high, but it was because I played with decent team members and nobody knew how to play the game yet. There wasn't even any pro scene yet, and I didn't want to be that sweaty. You know what I mean? So I eventually just kind of stopped playing, and that was it. So Jeremy, why don't you tell us a little bit about you?
I played Overwatch pretty much from the beginning. I was in one of the friends and family betas that Blizzard had or whatever, because that was when I was living in Anaheim is when it first was announced. It was the first BlizzCon I went to was the one it announced. Then I was living in Anaheim the next year for the next one when they released it. But we had already been playing it for basically that whole year. That was like back when Bastion had a shield and Torb's rockets had, or his turrets had 3 levels and shot rockets and all the ridiculous stuff that they had to nerf. But like we played the crap out of that game so much. But it pretty much was about the same where it was like once competitive came out, it was just like, this isn't like people are tryharding too much. I'm not having as much fun with this. And then when the game finally released, I started playing with some other friends, and half of them wanted to play competitive. So I was like, okay, I'll play with you. And then other friends would join in, and everyone's just on like different levels. You're playing with like diamonds, with bronze, with silvers, and it's like everyone wants to play it at a different way. And like, oh, I'm just trying to play fun, but it's like you're in competitive, man. Why are you doing this? And it just kind of like ruined my whole mood for it.
Yeah,
my wife still plays it like religiously though. I got her into it, and she's like Mercy main, like typical girl. Mercy main. I don't know.
I mean,
why.
I was the Mercy main.
She fell in love with Mercy, and like I'm surprised by this point that she doesn't have a Mercy tattoo yet. But yeah, played a lot of it with her, and yeah, I don't know. At this point, I fell off like the last probably like 6 heroes that they released. I like know nothing about.
Yeah,
so going over, I'm still excited for Overwatch 2 because it'll be like a whole lot of new stuff for me. But yeah, PvP not so much.
Mentioning the new heroes, me and Ryden jumped into the game yesterday just to kind of like try it out and refresh ourselves a little bit, and I was shocked at the number of heroes I'd never even heard of. There's someone called like Nova now that like I literally never even seen.
The weird flying lady with the things.
There's just like so much
shape shift,
and half the heroes have different abilities now. Symmetra doesn't have like the car wash anymore, where you just put 6 turrets in a room and watch people get melted. Like, I was like, this is completely. Oh, I loved it. I loved it so much.
Yes.
The person who uses it loves it. The people who are subjected to it, not so much.
Exactly. So, Brody, what's your experience with Overwatch?
So my buddy who I game share with and just is a multiplayer game fiend bought the game when it came out because he wanted a new multiplayer game just to play with friends. So I was playing it since the beginning, just sort of like on and off. Like, you know, we'd play like religiously for a month and then stop for a bit and then come back and play religiously for a month. We like, you know, only really ever played like quick play, or like we might like jump into competitive like to laugh at how bad we are and like maybe win one and be like, haha, see, we're not terrible. But you know, the real game was 6v6 lockout elimination. When they added that's when the game became good. Legitimately, I think I probably spent about as much time playing 6v6 lockout elimination as I did the normal like game mode, because like it was just that it's completely unbalanced. It's like utter nonsense. And that is more what I look for. Like if I will play competitive just to be like, just not even like to purposely play bad, but just knowing I'm bad at video games. I will play competitive just to know that my existence will anger the rest of my team, even though I am trying my best. Ooh. Like it's the kind of thing where it's like yeah, like but like. Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah. So I've played on and off for a bit. I don't think I've played since they added Junkertown, which is like a while ago.
Yeah, that's like 2017. I want to say.
Yeah. But yeah, I have I have an attitude towards competitive in games where I'm just like, I am going to make whoever I'm like with, if they're just playing and they want to, and they're just like playing it like they want to be good or whatever, then okay, fine. But like the attitude that like I get from people in competitive is such that like I just want to make them realize how seriously they are taking themselves, and make them realize like why are you doing this to yourself and to the people around you.
So what I've learned is that you are not allowed to play games with me.
I mean, I think like a lot of people in chat right now are just like, this is just pure chaotic evil things.
Yeah, no, that's truly evil. So, Raiden, why don't you take the reins and tell us a little bit about what you do, and then you can lead us into this.
So yeah, Overwatch like ruined my life.
I think you need to explain a little bit more, that you can't just leave it there.
Yeah, please.
I think that after that we need to know how many hours played you have.
Oh god, yeah, I can check that now. It's so basically, I got it like when it first came out. Basically, like within the first couple days of release, I was like living with my friends in university, so we were in like a huge house with 10 people, and we all ended up like getting the game. I think it was like the third one to get it and playing it together. We played it during quick play, and it was just amazing. Like we got into it, it was fun. It was like you could do a team-based game. It was just like it had everything going for it. And then yeah, exactly as you say, like they added competitive. And like there's some games that like usually I'll play a game and like play it for like a week or a month or whatever it is, but then I'm done with it. It's a very rare game I get into. And like I just really got into Overwatch. Like Overwatch is the reason I own a like mechanical keyboard and a wired mouse, because I went out and bought them so that I could like would literally go into practice mode with McCree trying to do headshots. Like I literally wanted to be good at Overwatch and like spent so much time in it. I don't know how you can see your hours. I know
you can like per hero, I think.
Well, I don't want to start up the game.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it.
I think that's the only way you can look, is in the game.
All right. Well, I had something like stupid amount of hours into it. But yeah, basically, like what would happen is just like as I got into competitive, just like the entire thing would happen where I would just like the loop of just getting like I found myself becoming a worse person because of this like anger that like I felt and like was bringing into my life, that like I don't normally get angry, but it was just making me an angry person all the time. And I basically just had to quit because I was just so upset about everything. And basically just, yeah, a lot of like issues with it that like really pissed me off. Like a lot of their changes. I did not like role queue. Like I thought the entire point of the game was switching heroes. And then they like tried to implement like their role queue.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
It just ended up where like I was too low level to play competitive with my friends. Like I was trying to like we were all playing competitive. The main game's competitive, and then all of a sudden like I was just too shit, and I'm not allowed to play with my friends, and they're all playing together, but I can't join because I'm too low like level, and I'm playing these fucking elo games solo, trying to level up so I can finally play with my friends again, and I'm just like getting more angry as I'm losing, and like getting more salty, you know.
Group had that
and it's like, you know, you play 10 games of matchmaking. Like when each new season starts, you get like your 10 placement matches, and like so I have like 10 games where I can play with my friends until it doesn't matter. Like I can win like 8 out of 10 games with my friends, and like it'll still place you in the elo you were before the season. Like it doesn't place you in that at all. So you basically just get 10 games every season to play with my friends before I would just have to like do the grind again. And it's I got very angry at Overwatch.
That sounds truly abysmal. Your story is sort of why I have the attitude that I have towards competitive in games.
Yeah, no, it ruined my life. Like it literally just made me a bad person. I had to stop.
Yeah, I think everyone got to that point in their life where they're just like, why am I playing this game when it just makes me so mad?
Yeah, no, that's accurate.
This anger is like, why am I playing this?
No, Speed, you're actually a little bit right. My PC couldn't handle it too much, and I would crash out a couple times. As long as BattleNet was still running, if it crashed, you could still get into a game, but you'd lose the elo for it anyway. It was great. They'd punish you for leaving, but like they wouldn't. You could still get back in. But yeah, if oh hey Wolf.
Hi, I'm alive.
Hello.
What's up, Wolfpack fam?
Wolfpack fam.
Hashtag Wolfpack fam.
The fam's all together.
Right.
Am I going to get a notification as part of the notification squad fam?
Right, the Wolfpack fam notification fam. Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
but it's just a wolf howling 24/7. Also, if you like and subscribe now, you will be added to my Chef Boyardee themed OnlyFans. That's not true at all, but that's just what I came up with.
So we're right at the beginning of talking about Overwatch 2 here. Why don't you just kind of give us a little bit of like give us a minute or two of your history of Overwatch.
I bought Overwatch day one. I did competitive for a while with a lot of friends, like the first couple seasons. And then, once those friends went away, I despise playing competitive with anybody else. It was just very repetitive. I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, but it's overstayed its welcome, and it just didn't have very much replayability outside of playing with friends. Yeah, there you go. That's about it.
Good enough. So we're gonna watch some developer stuff. They're gonna tell us a little bit about what they're doing, and then apparently we're gonna make it 3 minutes before we talk for several hours, is what I was told.
Yeah,
sounds about right.
All right.
Also, you see, you got the ninja going, right?
Yeah, I mean,
okay, so you can.
It is up now.
Okay, yeah, so you can just switch out that when we pause.
That's what I was gonna do. I was already I was there.
Oh, cool. Well, then now you won't make a mistake, and I can take the credit for it. So I'm glad I said something. Why'd you now switch to that? Because we're about to start playing the video.
You're not playing it. You said I should keep this up whenever you're paused.
I said you can now, and you should do it when we pause it.
It's paused. I'm keeping it up.
It was paused, but we didn't pause it. It started off paused. We didn't pause it.
It is currently paused. Therefore, I have the thing up. I am doing what you asked very explicitly.
Well, then we'll start with this, guys. Let's start with the new map because I wanted Brody to look at this. Because this is the new map.
Pause the video and then I can remove the thing.
Wait, because you made a big deal of putting this on, and we already showed it, so I'm just showing everybody's seen it now. It's Toronto. Toronto is one of the new maps.
Oh shit!
So,
what?
Show that again.
Toronto.
That's pretty cool.
So I'm gonna pause it on that first frame, so you can see here in this first frame here we got the CN. What looks to be a futuristic CN tower on the left with the Sky Dome there.
Nobody knows anything about Toronto.
This is really cool.
I think everyone should know the CN Tower. Probably it's our main landmark.
It's relevant to me.
So how
and there they have the hockey pucks.
Yeah. So that is the center where
accurate is this?
I mean,
so I don't believe that Toronto sign with the ice rink is there, but it is pretty good. Like that, the subway is obviously not right there.
Right.
There's more streets. But obviously, the CN
making it more map friendly.
It just looks weird, I think. Is honestly the thing.
Actually, yeah. Is that so? Wait, hold on. Is that supposed to be the fucking the dome? Is that supposed to be the fucking Coca-Cola Stadium or whatever the fuck it's called?
No. That's the Sky Dome, now Rogers Center.
Rogers Center, yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So there's also the Air Canada Center, which is different nearby.
Yeah. Okay. So it's definitely not geographically accurate because the Rogers Center is right next to the CN Tower, and they have it across town.
No, it's right next to it. Like that look. If you look at the base of the CN Tower, that looks to be right on the other side of the.
It looks like there's buildings between it, but
yeah. So the Sky Dome is where our football team, the Argonauts, if anybody's a Canadian football fan, you guys watch the CFL. And it's also where the Blue Jays play. It's the dome that opens up and it's the first convertible stadium.
Cool.
Basically, the roof opens up. So the Toronto Raptors and the Toronto Maple Leafs do not play there. They play at a different center, which isn't the Air Canada Center anymore. I think they changed it again.
Did they?
It's like the Staples Center, I think.
Oh, I think you're right.
Cool.
So I live in the CN Tower. The chat wants to know.
Well, they're putting a map in Toronto, which is they have. I always like to I always kind of think it's a little weird when Americans have so many movies that take place in New York or whatever, but then I see a single smidgen of Canadian representation in something, and I'm like, give me, I want it. I thank you.
So yeah, look at this here. You got the Dundas streetcar. They've got all the streets right. I think they recreated Union Station somewhere else.
Yeah, because Union Station should be almost right there.
I think what really makes me psyched about this is like the fact that it's also futuristic. Like they didn't just recreate Canada; they they went stylistic with it, and I really like.
Oh my god, that's like real accurate to the streetcar.
Yeah,
that's
you're
really
gonna
cool.
you're gonna laugh at this next one when you see it. It's absolutely hilarious.
God, that's fucking sick. Actually, holy shit.
That's a hotel. Yeah.
I think my stream might have.
No, that's Ryden's footage here.
Oh
yeah. So here's Union Station, as you see.
Okay. I'm just because I'm trying to think of like literally picturing myself walking from like the bus stop at Union to like the fucking streetcars.
Yeah. Oh, the stream is very laggy. That is that's the Ninja or the streaming because it's not happening on my end.
Yeah, that's the Ninja, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, this is this is the one I wanted you to see.
It's still not there yet for me.
Well, you'll get there. Sorry, everybody. This was a great idea. If it's gonna skip this much, then it's not gonna be as great as we thought.
Is this what it was like when you played?
Tim Fordson's
6 FPS.
That's amazing.
Tim Fordson. Yes.
Wait, is it supposed to be like? I mean, obviously it's Tim Hortons, but I'm wondering
I think it's Ford because it's a Canadian company. I think it's
right.
just a Ford.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
it could be Doug Ford. Is it a Doug Ford reference?
I hope it's. I hope it's not.
Maybe if Doug Ford has a son named Tim and he's like Tim Ford's son, and he starts a coffee, that could happen.
Oh, that would actually be the worst fucking reality, though.
Ford and Timmy's will just have a merger.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Come on, you've been to a Timmy's, Em. They have them down there now.
What?
Tim Hortons.
A what?
A Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons shop.
Yeah. Dude, you've never heard of a Tim Hortons?
They have them in West Virginia. Like, you've got
West
them.
Virginia.
I'm just saying they have them that down south. So clearly.
Oh yeah.
I thought this.
Wait, do I have one by me?
Oh, oopsies. I thought this part here was kind of neat because like it is very Canadian that they have a Greek restaurant, a like Jamaican restaurant, and then an Indian restaurant. Like that is definitely Toronto.
Like I might viscerally hate Toronto with all of my passion, but the one thing I will say, they got damn good food everywhere.
Now I don't know what the fuck the Toronto Raccoons Curling Club shit is.
Mm-hmm. So I think we should watch this thing now.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We can do that now.
As cool
I
as
wanted to go over Toronto.
It's really cool.
It is to see that there's Canadian representation out there. That was the most boring map I've ever seen.
I wonder if they'll have the building I work in because like fucking...
Actually, so there's some history with Canada and Overwatch. Because we got sniped. Lucio was supposed to be a Canadian, but then they switched him to a Brazilian, so we never got our Canadian hero.
Oh, this is actually a good. So they're making a Canadian map, which all of the maps have a tie to at least like one hero, right? So would that imply that we're getting a Canadian hero?
There's probably already one in there.
I was gonna say, isn't there one already?
I don't
think there is.
I don't think so.
Fine, I'll check. Canadian Overwatch.
You sound so enthused.
Sojourn. Nationality. Canadian.
Yeah.
Wow.
Occupation. Overwatch captain. He's one of the newer guys.
It is a girl.
That explains it.
Oh, girl. Yeah, that too.
Nice.
Hidden all the representation there.
Oh, it's French Canadian.
Oh no!
And ruined.
That's good. I like it suddenly now because I know that this will just piss everybody off. That's great.
Why is that such a bad thing that it's French Canadian?
You heard the reaction, right?
She's got a railgun? There's a hero with a railgun?
Like, you know that scene in Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy's dad goes Dinkelberg? That's me, but going Quebec.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me, but that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go ahead and check out this footage, and we'll have her talk about this here stuff.
I can't wait for it to not look any different.
I just miss Jeff. I don't know why I can't get over that Jeff is gone.
Did you switch to the thing? I can't see it yet.
Yep, anytime now. Don't worry. You don't worry about me. I'll handle the things.
That's good. Take your time.
All right. Well.
Cool.
Leave your kids at home.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Overwatch 2 developer
It's in
PvP
Toronto.
live stream.
Oh,
I'm your
wow.
host,
That's
Matt
so cool.
Mr.
Toronto's
Jackson.
in the game.
Throughout the stream, I'll be joined by some
Interesting.
awesome content creators and developers from the Overwatch team as we learn.
Was there
more
not already
about
like a bunch of
Overwatch 2's
Favela
PvP
map in it?
by watching
There
some of
was.
these
No.
awesome maps in action played live.
Yeah, I thought there was a
It's
new
gonna
map
be
when
an
they added
extremely
Sombra.
exciting
Like
day.
with
As
the
Aaron mentioned
Favelas.
during the developer
Guy's
update,
got some big
everything you
teeth.
see today is work in progress.
Oh my God.
But being able to
I can't stop looking at him.
Immediately sniping on this poor man.
I can't like. It's right in the center, just right there, staring at me.
Yeah, these big old teeth. I like how he's just doing this in his room, and like the way that he decided to spruce things up was he threw in this LED thing along his heater baseboard in the back.
Yeah.
That's
That'd be
hilarious.
That's what the TikTok kids do these days. Okay.
The TikTokers. Oh man, and it's just white. It's just a white room with like
White
some-
everything out.
It might not be his room. It could just be one of the offices that they have there, because I know they do have like random like stream
You think he's
setup
doing this in an
rooms.
office?
They could be.
I mean,
I
I
know
think
they have
this is
rooms
his-
like that. It's all like Overwatch stuff.
No. Is that picture an Overwatch picture?
All of them
Yes.
are.
Okay. I wish I could get like a
Oh
little
yeah,
close-up on
that's the kid with the cast from the
Yeah.
like the short with the. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
trying to
that's
figure out
a
who that
spray
It
was.
looks like
that's in the
Zenyatta
game.
in the background.
I
The
could
one,
not
and
fucking
then it
recognize
Oh,
looks
is
like
that?
That's the soldier statue,
the soldier statue and then Zarya maybe?
and then some like IKEA candles or something.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
probably Yankee.
I just want to say, I misheard you for a second, and I thought you said, I think that's Zendaya in the background.
It is not Zendaya, it's Zenyatta. Totally different. You are a bad person for comparing the two.
They've got similar names.
Not even. Also, she's going to be in Dune, and I'm super excited for Dune. I think she's going to be in a grand total of like 1 minute, right at the end. And that's it. Because Dune looks great. I hope it's good.
Is it
I have-
going to
I
be
have-
good
I have
though?
hope for you. I'm sure it will.
We'll see.
see some of this day in and day out. It's truly awesome. Really excited for what the Overwatch team
can't
has
stop
to show
seeing
for
his
you guys
teeth
today.
now,
So
man.
let's bring on some of my guests.
my God.
It ruined
Throughout
me,
the day,
man.
I'll be joined by the members of the Overwatch dev team. It's Associate Art Director Dion Rogers, Lead Hero Designer Jeff Goodman, and Game Director Aaron Keller. How you guys feeling today?
So much for having us.
Wow, that was some. Did you see
Yeah,
the
was that
latency
desync?
there?
God.
That was
Yeah.
good. That was
It's so much latency, some words weren't even picked up.
Yeah.
I was impressed by the way they'd never mention it and move on like right after this because I was like watching it. I'm like, we would have mentioned it. We're so unprofessional.
Thing?
Oh, we
Or
definitely
just
would have
at the
mentioned.
start?
I'm sorry.
Was it through the whole thing or just at the
I have
start
not seen
that
this
it's-
at all. I haven't.
No, it's
seen
just
it all.
it's just that it started. It's normal going through.
So wait, they're like talking live while doing this presentation.
Yeah,
right?
and then they're gonna play it live, and there will be some talking and some footage and stuff. We're just gonna pay attention to the parts that matter to us.
Yeah. So when it's paused like this, M is supposed to be switching to
this
a live
low- to
gameplay
this-
loop of choppy video.
The six frames per second
that I spent
footage.
2.5 hours rendering for you.
2 frames per second. I'd rather
That is
just look.
that is on
I'd
Google
rather
Drive.
die.
Wait, you can check the Google Drive. It's uploaded right now. Do you want me to just share it with you on Google Drive? Does that make it easier?
No. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna not go to your Ninja anymore.
Well, I spent 2.5 hours of rendering,
And
and
I
if you're gonna give me shit for it, then we're not even gonna use it.
I appreciate that you did that, but it doesn't.
That's you know what? I'm
look
redeeming my "I love you" right now. Tell
I
me.
love you, Raiden.
Thank you.
2.5.
Now
2.5 hours for
we're
6
removing the
FPS.
Ninja. Okay, it looks bad.
Jesus.
What am I looking at?
Yeah, it looks terrible.
Man,
We'll just
That was
stay.
also the most enthusiastic.
Would you
I love
rather
I ever
this?
heard.
Would you rather this like nonsense? Would
Yes.
you rather the chaotic
Yes.
neutral stream, or do you
Yes.
want this?
I
Thi-
want
you-
the chaotic neutral stream.
Exactly. Everybody likes it. M. Nobody wants this like.
This isn't
hog
good
video.
footage. It'd be different if it were even 30 frames
like,
per
what
second.
can I
smoother.
say about? Okay, what can I say about this other than bad?
What
frame
is
rate?
it that you have this like that you're playing it off of? What is this
Game Boy
Ninja?
Color?
No, it's running. It's running through VLC, but Ninja means that like it is streaming live from my PC to M's, and then he's streaming it again through Twitch.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is
terrible.
Such glorious.
I feel like you guys just need to figure out a way for Raiden to stream to M's Twitch.
This is what it is. This is him streaming. His computer and his internet can't handle uploading it to the internet.
I feel like we're all Jeff Goodman here. That's the face we're all making as we watch this. It's just kind of like one of those like.
Tag yourself. I'm Aaron Keller's lifeless smile.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Now we've learned so.
Oh wait, the chat says that we need to force you to redeem your points.
Don't do it, Raiden. You got a free one.
Like I said, no, I paid for it in the 2.5 hour of rendering time. We went over that. I earned that. I love you outside of the stream. Okay, if you guys want to,
and that makes it genuine.
Exactly.
Rico says, back in my day, I had 5 frames per second, and it was enough. Kids these days acting so entitled.
Yeah, I remember playing fucking Borderlands 1 on PS3 at like fucking 13 FPS, not knowing that there was a better world out there.
The original video is in like 59 point like
9.4
frames per second.
Yeah, that's
broadcast. Yeah, and so I switched it to 29.97. So I actually technically, by dropping half the frames, I saved the number of frames that are being lost.
You have just uploaded it to YouTube.
No, you just made it so
I said the same thing. I was like, why don't you just upload it to YouTube? And he was like, well, copyright. So whatever.
Well, no, the reason I didn't upload it to YouTube was because it didn't it finished rendering half an hour into this podcast.
The thing that you had problems.
You already got your free I love you bullshit. Let's just watch our video.
And we can't use it on the watch together because we're pausing this video.
It's fine.
So much.
It's on Google Drive if you want it.
PvE aspect of Overwatch 2. And we've learned some stuff about PvP, with push, role passives, new heroes. You saw Sojourn at BlizzCon Line. What else has gone into the development process for Overwatch 2's PvP?
Oh yeah, look at Reaper's back. Isn't that just
the story side of Overwatch 2 and the cooperative PvE experience that we've been working on? But
so out of curiosity, what have they released about the cooperative PvE?
I know they have like a demo of like a couple campaigns, I think. It was like a year old when I watched it, though. Like I said, I kind of checked out on the PvE stuff, so I haven't really been paying attention.
They showed
you were a year old when you watched it.
BlizzCon Online or whatever they did earlier this year. They showed a bunch of stuff.
Can
some
you
of the
give me
talent trees.
Some sort of like a summary of the kind of gameplay that we're looking at here.
No.
Did you play the Uprising event?
Yeah, it's kind of any of the the events that they have now, where it's like waves of Omnics or whatever the little robot guys are come at you, stuff like that. And then there's certain ones that are like boss mode type things, or like the Halloween event kind of things like that. But more towards the Omnic invasion one, where there's like different checkpoints where you have to push objectives and stuff like that to move it around. But then now in Overwatch 2, they've got it where certain abilities, I think you actually level up each hero kind of like individually from playing it, and then it unlocks like different modifiers to the abilities. Like I think Reinhardt's thing can have instead of it doing like a smash down, it does like a big AoE smash and stuff like that. Just like different modifiers to most of their current abilities.
So primarily like a horde-based shooter.
Kinda, yeah. Okay. From what they've shown so far, from what I've
So they're just taking even more from Team Fortress 2.
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds about accurate.
All right. Well, at least now we know, and when they bring that up, we can kind of,
Overwatch team has also been hard at work on the PvP side of the game. We're making new features, new heroes.
See, now that these guys are on here, I'm confident now that they're all in their home, because there's no way that if they were in their office that he would be sounding this terrible.
I mean, also it makes sense that they're in their home just because Corona things.
Wait. This guy's in the same room as the other guy, I think.
I was just gonna say, they've got the same wall. It almost
I'm
seems
pretty
like
sure.
it.
Yeah, they're the same.
No, because the other guy's
wall.
blinds were different.
No, but you see that cord going down? I bet you that cord is the cord to the
I do not think they're all in the same.
So you think the
thing.
guy's sitting at his desk just to the
They're-
right
they're-
off this guy's screen? Like he's standing.
This is a
off to the-
conspiracy. They're faking an at-home stream.
Could you imagine if he was just sitting there?
No, I'm telling
That'd
you,
be
that's
so
the cord
weird.
that's going down to that LED light, that weird blur that goes down from the window.
But
I'm telling you, they're at the Blizzard campus in one of their like little weird office streaming rooms they have.
We'll see. We'll see if we can put together any other clues.
This is the only thing that matters from this video now. Is
so
determining.
far. Yeah.
Those
When does
new
Darman
maps,
show up?
some of which will be.
When does Dark Mouse show? What?
Oh, I said, when does Darman show up?
Darman? Oh my god. I hope he doesn't show up. This is how you get bullied.
This is how you get bullied, by playing Overwatch.
Oh man.
Hey, don't bully your friend who's playing as any character named Mai or all the other characters we dislike.
Man chooses DPS when team needs a healer. Instantly regrets it.
Darman, dude, he does some of the worst. Just the worst.
But it's also like the best for how fucking shit it is.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Playing today. And we've also been looking at the way PvP is played.
Man.
It's changed over time on the live game. And we'll talk about a lot of the changes that we want to be making and that we're currently making to PvP. But there's one in particular that I want to highlight.
This dude's voice is so close to Jeff Kaplan, it's throwing me off.
A little bit.
Like it's not quite, but it's like it. I don't know. I don't know
like-
why I felt the need to pause to point that out, but I did.
No, you're right.
Like the knockoff version of Jeff.
They were like, wait, we did focus
We need
testing
a
research. We
calm
realized that
voice of
Jeff's
reason.
voice was the thing that people liked.
So he's Jorf.
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 He's Jeff with a
G.
with G. Yeah, yeah.
How is Jeff with a G Jorf? Where does the R come in?
It's G off,
Jorf
okay?
Yeah, it's G off. G off, not Jorf.
Well,
maybe I like Gauf. I've been happy with Gauf.
Gauf.
No.
Yeah.
That sounds like some kind of disease. I don't want that.
That's so much worse.
It just makes me think of like almost like one of those DILF things.
Gorf.
No, I'm Gauf.
This guy is pretty handsome.
Got Gauf?
Gauf.
I'm suffering from Gauf right now.
Next time I see somebody and their name is Jeff with a G, it's Gaufy.
Just call Jeff Keighley that now.
I've got a Gauf up next.
Got a bad taste of a gal.
But yeah, excuse me.
It's like you pronounce the hard G and then you pronounce the Auf like it's French eggs, right?
Yeah, is Gauf there?
Wouldn't that just make it gig?
No, because the eggs in French is like oof.
Yeah. But then you translate it, and it becomes gig.
In the chat, please don't get it wrong.
Oh, that's funny. Gauf. Like a Jeff Johnson, right? And is Gauf Jansen? Is Gauf Gauf Jansen?
Gauf Gonson.
Oh, wow. That sucks for Jeffs with G's.
Right now because it's substantial and I think it has a big impact on the way the entire team approaches PvP on Overwatch 2. And it's also something that we're all really excited about. Overwatch has always been played with
how unsure he sounded when he said that.
We're really excited.
He's trying to play Jeff's greatest hits. Because that's something
really
Jeff would always
excited,
say.
yeah,
We're all really excited about
We're
that.
really excited about.
Oh yeah, was that him like trying to remember the line? We're all
What was it he said?
excited about it?
What was it he said? Oh man. Oh that's terrible.
Yeah.
You're really mean to this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Gauf is doing his best.
He's trying, man.
He's getting paid to do this. All
He's
right,
doing
you
his
gotta be
best.
nice.
Be nice to Gauf.
All right, I'm sorry, Gov. I love you, and I won't force you to redeem your points for that.
No, he needs to. If he's watching, he better redeem points.
I expect you to send him a kind email saying you're sorry about what you said.
Yes.
Don't even elaborate though, but just tell him you're sorry.
Yes.
2 teams.
All right, I'll email him them.
Overwatch 2 will be played with 2 teams of 5 players.
Dumb.
Consisting
He sounded
of 2
very
support,
sure about that.
2 DPS, and 1 tank.
Right, I was gonna. I mean, my next
Matt
question was
looked
gonna be like,
worried.
okay, like is role queue still a thing? So we still have a breakdown across the board.
Skip for you guys? It kind of skipped a
So
little bit.
1
for me.
tank, 2 DPS.
No.
Cool.
The first big thing here is that they're doing 5 players instead of 6.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just going to CS:GO now.
Yeah, and I saw all the memes on the internet. You guys ever been on the internet?
No.
Anyways,
Never heard
saw
of
the
it.
memes on Twitter about all like the pro Overwatch players because they usually roll the 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 2 support or whatever. Where it's like all the tank they're basically out of the job now if competitive goes that way.
There are support players that they're like some people are done. You know, they're going to be let go from their teams. If you're number 6 on the team, that sucks. It especially sucks because you're going to have to finish out the season for Overwatch 1. You're going to be playing pro team, games knowing you're fired. That sucks. That's a shitty feeling.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
See,
Jesus.
dude, hold on. Listen. Here's an endeavor we gotta do. All right, let's make a team called the 6, and every person that gets kicked out, we make a team of them. There you go.
Oh shit! There is a golf in here. Look, Golf Goodman.
Oh,
I love that you're still on that.
I just realized he's not a Jeff. He's a Golf. Oh man.
I just want to see Matt's.
The Golf among us.
again.
The Golf among us. Oh. O.M. Golf.
I need a drink after that.
Like he's got the smirk, like he knows. He's like, yeah, you checking out my name?
He knows he's a Golf.
He's the token golf.
Oh man,
G
I'm
off.
sorry.
I still have
to
to call it G off.
Didn't mean to throw us off onto a tangent there.
Did you just take us into a tangent? You're culpable for this.
He said the word of the day.
Right. I wasn't the first one. It was Arlie. So
Tangent? What? I didn't. Was I the first one?
You
Yeah, I
were
probably was the first one.
In this video, I made it all of like 4 seconds before I saw teeth, and then it was over.
I've been pretty well behaved for this video, thank you.
yeah, you haven't said anything that's horrible, except for that one thing you said that was horrible.
What was the horrible thing? I wasn't.
It was. I'm not. I don't want to remember it. I've already blocked it out of my memory.
I think you should remember it and repeat it.
2 supports. What led you guys down the road to make this change?
There are a lot of reasons
I guess
for
I
why
could
we
like
wanted
quickly
to make
cycle
this
through
change.
terrible things I've said until like I come across what it was I said.
Here's the thing, right? What he just said there is always annoying to me. There's a lot of reasons we did this. Please, I don't need to know that there are a lot of reasons. Just begin enunciating the reasons themselves. I would like for you to begin at 1 and go until you're done.
You're really gonna like the reason.
I don't need puffery.
can't
That's
wait
all I'm
for it.
saying. Like, I don't need the bullshit. And this is a personal thing for me, I guess. It has always annoyed me. If you have a lot of reasons, just start, listing out your reasons. Begin enumerating. And the fact that he starts here to be like, we have lots of reasons. I promise you, this is a good decision, everybody.
See, I don't know if I necessarily have a problem with that because, like, I think like a shift from 6 to 5, like, you definitely need more than one reason. Like, if it's just like, oh, we want to do this one thing, then like I feel like
they could just tell the reasons. He doesn't need to be like, there are a lot of you don't have to convince me you have a lot of reasons.
Money.
You need to tell me the lot of reasons.
It's a lot easier to pay.
Well,
5
I mean, he
people
hasn't
13
not
than
told
6.
them yet. I don't know if I have a problem with him just having a short intro to his statement.
I do. I think this is Blizzard and Activision very boldly and baldly admitting their fault that they don't have the player numbers to have 12 people reliably in a fast period of time. I think that this is what this is. I think they saw it, they looked at it, and they went 12 is too many. If we drop it down to 10, we will get games going, 2 minutes faster on average. I think that's
what you think the reason is going to be.
That's what I think the reason is. I think that it is an admission of their own flaw in making it a 6v6.
Well, the good news is they do have reasons.
I guess.
Is one of them that they just want to make it easier for people to follow in competitive,
like in competitive
matches.
I guess
I know that's always been a problem with the league or whatever, is that
there's too many players. It's hard to know what's going on.
There's just too many things going on that it's hard for someone who's never played the game to get into it and just watch it and be like, yo.
Oh, so you're saying they're trying to simplify things, not to make Overwatch better, but to make Overwatch the esport easier to follow.
Make it more profitable.
Yeah. So they're not focusing on the game, they're focusing on the sport.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they have been focused. It's so Activision has been in this really weird goddamn place with regards to Overwatch League, right? They have clearly two warring sides, and I can tell you which side is one, which is the money side. But they have been putting hundreds of millions of dollars into Overwatch League over the past 6 years or whatever it is. They've dropped a lot of money. Blizzard's paid and bought up a lot of things. And I'm not just talking about the prize pools that they've funded and the teams that they've funded and all that kind of subsidizing and stuff. I'm talking about just the infrastructure of having a broadcast organization that, whatever, and signing the arenas and signing these major deals with, major companies like Twitch and ESL and all that kind of stuff, and getting it out there.
ESPN.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking big money. I can guarantee you that Blizzard paid Disney to get them onto ESPN, not the other way around. Can guarantee it. So they've spent a lot of money, right, building up the Overwatch League, but then at the same time, they're putting out Overwatch 2. And this is what's fucking weird, because as soon as they announced this, I was like, that's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea because it ruins competitive viability of Overwatch, right? The whole reason that CSGO has been the biggest esport in the world for, 8 years now? The reason that League has been the biggest esport in the world for 10 years, the reason that Dota has been the biggest esport in the world for whatever, the reason these games are as huge as they are is because you can get in and get good over 10 years. You can become an expert at the game. You are always playing the same game. You can watch them play it, and then you can go home and play the exact same game. You can play that and pick it up 3 years later. That allows for a competitive viability where teams are able to be like, no, we know exactly what we're doing. Are you an opper? Are you an offensive opper? Are you a defensive opper? Those type of things that you get into as a career, and then you can follow through. The competitive viability of team structure and learning the maps and understanding everything. It's why when they're talking about introducing Source 2, there's a lot of concern with CSGO about that potentially ruining it, because now you're changing things in how the engine works and changing how the game works, and that changes how the pro players are able to do it. So for them to introduce Overwatch 2 in the first place is directly adverse and opposite to the concept of competitive viability. It's just mind-boggling why they would do it. And the only reason they would do it is because of Call of Duty. Because Overwatch, being
so you think that's Activision coming in?
I think 100%. I would buy dollars to donuts that it was Activision who came in and said, you are going to put out a new game because we have promised our shareholders that we will bump up
I think
Overwatch.
They've been working on Overwatch 2 for years and years and years, though. Like, how long has it been in Activision?
But I can believe that it changed over time, because that's what I was about to say, is that, yes, it's been announced for a while, but my impression, because just watching this live stream, I realized there was PvP, because I thought it was marketed the entire time as, this is why I was like, why are they calling it Overwatch 2? It just seems like an expansion.
Right.
I thought it was just going to be PvE.
Yes, it was just going to be PvE. That's how I had originally heard it as well.
For a really long time, what I had heard with it because like back when I think that they announced this a long time ago, like back when I was still following, I think, and it was like Overwatch 2 has a PvE mode, and then the PvP mode is the same from Overwatch 1. Like it's literally like if you have Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2, you go into the same multiplayer pool.
Yeah, that was the original thing. Yeah, so you'd still be able to play, and there was no reason to upgrade to Overwatch 2.
Right. And so that was my original actually thought of what the reason to change to 5 players was because they were like they couldn't just justify making the same game again. They had to change it somehow. And so they just did like something. Like that was what I thought their reason what it was.
I'm wondering now that they've done this, are they still sticking to the idea that like you can play if you have Overwatch 1, or is this now like this is just a new multiplayer game? If you still want to play Overwatch 1 with 6 players, you can go do that. But if you want to play this new game, you pick up Overwatch 2. Because it feels like, I mean, it feels like a lot of issues surrounding like the league stuff or whatever, and just that whole situation probably could be solved by making them 2 entirely separate multiplayer pools. Because then it's like you can still go get good at Overwatch 1 or whatever, I guess.
And like the thing is though, right? Like you look at these games and you say, okay, so CSGO is a free-to-play game that's existed. It's been out for, I don't know, 11 years, right? And you would say, oh, well, clearly it's not making money anymore, except it is. It makes almost $1 billion a year as a free-to-play game that, you know, whatever. So it makes lots of money. And Overwatch has been consistently losing money, right? Because they're spending a lot of money in the Overwatch vertical to build up all this stuff for the Overwatch League. And on top of that, Overwatch's numbers have been dwindling pretty hard for years. It had staying power for like a year, and then it at least in competitive and esport terminology, it pretty quickly disappeared, especially when it was found out that Blizzard was automatically loading all of their Twitch streams in their Battle.net just automatically whenever Overwatch would be up. So like how many of their viewers were real kind of stuff was happening there and stuff. In that kind of like, oh, are they fudging the numbers? So there's been this gradual, but perhaps not so gradual downturn in the viewership. There's been kind of this, I don't know, disappearance of it being like even on the Twitch top 10. Right? Like if you go to Twitch, CSGO is going to be there, Valorant's going to be there, Dota's going to be there, League is going to be there, but where the fuck
Hot
is
tubs,
Overwatch?
pools, and beaches will be there.
Right, but where's Overwatch? You know, we're talking about one of the biggest games in the world, hypothetically, and yet if I'm going to go to browse right now, if I go to browse and just look at what's live in the games category, I bet I can't even find it. Yeah, I mean, I can't even find it. Where is Overwatch?
Dead game.
I'm scrolling for a while here. Maybe I'm missing it because they have a different icon, but like it's pretty far down if it's in here, and I don't know where it is. Viewers high to low. Let's try going through. It's just not here. So people aren't playing the game anymore. They're not watching it. They're not buying anything.
Currently has 16.3K viewers.
There you go. So with 16,000, that would put it in the top 20, maybe top 25. Certainly not where they would like it to be, right? And when they originally announced this, it was going to be a PvE expansion. You would be able to play whatever. I am so confident that what happened here is they went in and they said, you're going to put out another goddamn $40 game. That's what you're going to do. You're going to put out a $40 game so that we can ship units at $40. And so we can create all these whales who have spent thousands of dollars on loot boxes. Because Overwatch has made billions of dollars on loot boxes. You can, look up the Activision numbers, and they're all very clear about it. It's made like $7 billion in loot boxes, exclusively
can
loot
imagine,
boxes.
Yeah.
So if you take all of those whales who are willing to drop $10,000 on loot boxes, well, they've already got everything. Time to bring them into a new ecosystem where they have nothing and force them to buy over again. And I don't know that that's going to work. Because I know that if I'm a CS:GO player with a $20,000 inventory and suddenly you introduce CS:GO 2 and none of my skins carry over, I'm going to be pissed because my skins are worthless, right? And my time and like I don't want to do that and blah 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 blah. There's lots of reasons there. I think it's worse in CS:GO because like you can sell skins. But in Overwatch, all of a sudden just all my time is invested in nothing. It's gone.
Yeah.
Well, most of the skins should carry over in theory.
In theory, who knows? Who knows?
So what you're saying, Em, is video games are an illusion.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! We should have saw it coming.
I don't know. I think that it's weird for them to even do an Overwatch 2, and I think that it goes against the many hundreds of millions of dollars they dropped in Overwatch League, and I think it makes it harder for pro players to build a steady team. It's why when you look at it, right, how many Call of Duty games do you ever hear of getting a real esports following? Black Ops 2, and that's it, maybe? Like, there is no esports following for Call of Duty because it's an annualized thing, so like there's no time to get good at the game. You can be reasonably good at Call of Duty. You can play it for 6 months, and you can go play in one major, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
opinion.
I mean, they do pour money into the things, but again, yeah, it's not like a community that's popping up. It's just they're pouring funding into it. People will take part in the event, and then they leave.
Usually a lot of the people like that have been playing the game like pre-release to any of the people that they have for like tournaments or something like Call of Duty or that. Like
the pros and stuff, they got it already.
They're most likely playing the game 3 months before release just to get good, have like 1 or 2 big tournaments at near release to build excitement, and then after that they
don't care.
Then it fades off.
And so that is their mindset. I think they've proven it over the past 20 years at least. That is the mindset of Activision. That's what they want. That's what they think makes money, and it does make money, and that's all they care about. We got to remember that Bobby Kotick has very famously said that he does not want games to be fun. He doesn't think fun is even something that should be taken into consideration when producing a game. It is all dollars for him. And if a game makes money and it generates hatred, he will happily take that.
Yeah.
So, like, that's the mentality, and I can already
see. That's super fucked up.
But it's Bobby Kotick. He's a piece of shit. So, like...
Oh, yeah. Terrible.
He's a terrible person. So, looking at Overwatch 2, and we haven't even gotten into what they're changing, we can already start to see the machinations that would lead to this.
No, I called it. I said the first 3 minutes were going to be paused for, like, an hour. So we haven't gotten 3 minutes yet because it started technically at 14:40, and so we're 17:30. We're like 10 seconds out. And yeah, so the next thing he says, like, just wait. This is what
All
is
right.
justification?
I mean, I guess you're the leader, man. You take us.
Oh yeah, I can hit play. Wow, this is insanity. Everybody wants it.
no.
As I said earlier, Overwatch has changed over time. We've gone from having no hero limits at all in the game before launch. You could pick 6 Winstons if you wanted to for your team composition, to having a hero limit. We ended up introducing a role lock over the course of the game, and we feel like this is the next step in the way that Overwatch ought to be played. If you think about it, there is a lot going on in an Overwatch map.
Jeremy called it.
Incredibly fast-paced. And we have always tried to make our combat easy to read and very understandable. And even with all of the work that we put into that, sometimes it's just hard to track what 11 other players are doing on the battlefield.
I had the same problem with when they made Heroes of the Storm an esport, or were trying to. Like that was like one of the main things that like with Blizzard, like I've always kind of been a Blizzard fanboy or whatever. Part of the reason why I moved out to Anaheim was because I knew I knew they were there, but I originally got into the Heroes of the Storm like alpha like very early on. Made a bunch of friends in that. A lot of them were all like living in LA, Anaheim, Irvine. And then they were the reason that I went to the first BlizzCon. It was like, they're like, why aren't you coming to BlizzCon this year? And I was like, I don't know. I don't really, it's already too late. I don't have a ticket. They're like, all right, well, this person's selling their ticket. You can just come stay at my house. You don't have to, you just have to pay for the ticket, get on a plane, come out here.
Mm-hmm.
Met them, got really, really into like the Heroes of the Storm like pro team scene, I guess. Like I wasn't on any of the teams, but I knew like all the players, a bunch of the guys that were there, all the whatever. That's pretty much how I knew that they like train the people for the tournaments early, like 2-3 months. Those people are already playing the game before the game's even like into an open beta, where they're building these teams out for all the tournaments and stuff, for their show tournaments, basically.
Because ESL's
Stuff
right
like
out there in
that.
Burbank, so yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's basically the same thing happened with Overwatch, or not Overwatch, but Heroes of the Storm, which why it failed. They had it at so many of the tournaments and everything. They were playing it on like ESPN2, and like everyone on there is like, what am I even watching? Like I've never played a video game in my life before. There's just weird things going on. The announcers are shouting random names and abilities I've never heard of before. Like, I don't want to watch this. Like, it's cool to see random colors flashing on the screen, but I have no idea what's happening.
Readability.
Basically the same thing that happened there, and that's one of the reasons why they feel like Heroes of the Storm kind of fell off from them. That's kind of why they stopped putting money into the esports of that. And then after that, the game kind of just pittered out or whatever. But
like you said, I actually enjoyed HOTS a lot more than like Dota or League. Personally, I thought it was a much better game. I really enjoyed playing Abathur because he was just such a cool character.
Yeah, that was they had so many different characters too, and I think that's one of the things that kind of turned off some of the other MOBA players from switching over to it. Was just they're like, I don't understand this. This is weird. You mean
they're all pulling
I have
them from
to
their own
play as a
franchises.
team? I can't just carry on my one attack character or whatever. Like, I have to actually coordinate.
Yeah, and the way that they would do the mid-round objectives and stuff was definitely very different. I thought it was neat. I thought it was cool, but it would definitely be different for like the getting the cannons to shoot and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that was one of the memes too at the time. Was like when people are trying to like understand it, they're like, I don't know what's going on, but that guy just killed that guy, and then he picked up some coins and gave it to a pirate, and then something blew up, and then it's like, what?
Yeah.
I think that was the thing about it, like in regards to like other MOBAs, is that like the maps had very like specific things. Like each map was, you had to play to the map. You couldn't just ignore the map and do that. And then also the which is a little subtle, but I think was kind of big, was that you can't like feed somebody. Like the team shares experience.
Yeah.
So like your team just progressively gets worse. You don't just like get one character really good, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed HOTS a lot. I thought it was a neat game. I'm curious, right? Do you think, and I can't tell from what this guy's saying here, our Aaron buddy here, do you think that he is saying that they are changing it down to 5 because it's hard for players to keep track of 12 players? Or
because we're retarded.
Maybe newer players, but yeah, more. I think it's more towards viewers. It seems like they're trying to make it more palatable to.
Well, because that would make a lot more sense.
Non-gamers.
I can't imagine how for a player, right, suddenly paying attention to 5 people versus 4 is actually that big of a difference. When most people are playing, they're just looking red versus green, and that's it, you know, unless they're playing a support character like Mercy or something, in which case they're really just looking for, you know, critical...
Red v blue. Do you even play Overwatch?
You know, I will beat you up. I have no problem with this. I'm okay going to violence. I'm an American.
Order's still closed, motherfucker.
Right?
I'll root for this.
So I don't know. I'm hoping he expresses a little bit more in that, because
I didn't even pick up that it was like a viewer thing. I just heard an argument. I'm just like, that makes no sense, and because it just didn't make any sense. But yeah, now it being a viewer makes more sense. But then it's just like, you shouldn't design a game that way. Why are you admitting that's how you're designing your game? Like, that's kind of how it comes across now.
They're admitting their flaws. I know
they said the quiet part loud.
We'll see, because if he doesn't say it's about viewership, then it's a really stupid argument. And if he does say it's about viewership, then it's admitting that that's all that matters, and it's not about gameplay. It means that they're pushing even harder into their Overwatch League. Fun fact, if you're a game designer and you want to make an esport, there is a golden rule that Blizzard has failed to take into account with every single one of their games, which is that you do not make an esport out of your game becomes an esport. It's one of the golden rules. You can build a really good game that is very competitively viable, and hopefully people glom onto it and it becomes an esport, but you can't just force it. You can't just force it. It is not something that can be done. And it's why Activision's esports overtures have been so monumentally poorly received. Just horribly poorly received.
You know what I'm still mad about?
Yes, sir.
Small tangent, but just the death of Battleborn.
Are you upset? Are you truly heartbroken?
Hey, look,
I'm upset because I bought it.
It could come back. Embracer owns it now, right? Like Embracer owns it now. It could come back.
They had a whole Promethea Easter egg in the beta for Borderlands 3. That's the most I interacted with that game.
I actually thought Battleborn was a really neat game. I thought it was a lot of fun, and it was really Randy's dumbass who decided to try and compare it to Overwatch, and he never should have done that. He took on fucking Blizzard. That's just the dumbest thing, and I don't understand why he did it. He could have just been like, oh yeah, this is, a third-person MOBA, and it would have competed with games like Paladins and shit, Which it could have...
No, that would have been...
I think the main thing was the release date was so close.
But they weren't really that close. It was that Randy, for whatever brilliant reason was going on in his magician's brain, he decided to position it directly against Overwatch. He thought that this... and he even said in many of the interviews he was doing, no, I think the competition will be good, blah, 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 blah. If he had just been very clear and upfront and said, this is nothing like that. Absolutely nothing like that. This is a Paladins game. This is Smite, right? This is going into that category. People would have been like, oh. And it could have survived. So I blame 100% of that on Randy, along with other problems with Gearbox.
I just blame everything in life on Randy.
He's so blamable.
Randy!
He's so blamable.
Yeah, there's some major fucking galaxy brain bullshit with him.
Yeah, exactly. He does so many things where you're like, wait, what?
I will never forget watching him try to do magic live on stage at the Borderlands 3 reveal, and just the like people he got up to come from the audience to help him just looked so incredibly uncomfortable with the whole situation.
Yeah.
That sounds like peak him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you know though that his grandfather was actually a really, really, really famous magician? He was the Great Zamboni or something. I can't remember.
Wait,
his name.
really? The dude took the name Zamboni?
Yeah, I can't. It's not Zamboni, but it's like a blonde Cardini. The Great Cardini. That's what it was. He was a famous and really well-respected sleight of hand magician. He did stuff on television in the 1940s and 50s and stuff. He was really, really, really famous, and he did really.
So is it a matter of him trying to fill in those shoes then?
Yeah. So he grew up hearing that he was, the progeny of the Great Cardini, and
progeny of the prodigy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny
Tragic.
Is that he's actually listed in the American Society of Magicians in their Hall of Fame, Randy Pitchford, that is, not just the Great Cardini. He's not a bad magician. He's just he decided to become a millionaire instead. I don't
and for some reason he's gone with the whole
I guess he just
only that was a decision we could all make. Magician. Millionaire?
I don't know. Just have to weigh them off against each other, I guess.
Yeah, and he did. He took that opportunity right before they made, I want to say it was Opposing Forces for Valve. It was, do I want to continue following my dream of being a magician, or do I want to make a lot of money? And he went with a lot of money.
I mean, I don't blame him, though, actually, in that context.
I don't blame him
Hold
either.
on a second. On November 13th, 30 years after his death, Cardini was recognized by his grandnephew and fellow musician. Pitchford funded the development of a museum exhibit in honor of Cardini.
Yeah, but I mean, he was already well regarded in his lifetime. Like when he was alive, Cardini was well regarded. He was a famous magician at the time. He was forgotten after that.
I see.
Yeah,
I'm gonna forget about him after this.
But this still doesn't explain his whole Walmart Penn Gillette aesthetic.
Which is sad, man. Penn he's arguably my favorite magician.
I love Penn Gillette. Yeah, he's great.
So good. He has a really nice house too. He's got his own little studio in there.
Have you guys heard Teller talk?
Yeah.
Like his actual voice?
No, and I never want to.
Oh no, you do. It is like butter.
I appreciate the illusion.
Yeah, no, I totally am with you. He does have a really nice voice, though. He
actually sounds like that one YouTuber that's like, "Hey guys, blah 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 here. I'm gonna tell you about the 10 scariest things ever." What's that guy's name?
God.
I don't know.
Or something like that.
So Mick asks if it's Randy Pitchford of Colonial Marines infamy, and yes, that is Randy Pitchford that we're talking about.
It's Randy Pitchford of beating up the dude who voiced Claptrap infamy.
Yeah,
in an elevator.
Randy Pitchford of
Wait, did he actually fucking do that?
He did.
Yeah, that's why Claptrap has a different voice actor in Borderlands 3.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't realize he threw hands with the guy.
Yeah. This is also Randy Pitchford of My Lawyer Stole $3 Million from Me infamy. It's also Randy Pitchford of I left a USB filled with potentially child pornography in, I think it was a Hooters. I think it was a Hooters.
Oh no, it was Medieval Times.
Medieval Times, that's it. Yeah, he just left it there.
I think makes it funnier.
It's very funny. He, of course, has sued everybody who said that it could have been child pornography. Because the USB has been destroyed, so there couldn't have been.
There was like a thing. He had like something where he like openly talked about it on a podcast before it ever came out.
Mm-hmm.
So like it was the kind of thing to suggest where like he openly talking about it in that context. I believe
Wait a second.
that it probably wasn't that.
Pitchford clarified that he had saved the photograph for the purposes of studying a sexual act performed by the female actress that he claimed to be similar to a magic trick.
Oh yeah, no, it's okay. It's so fucking funny though, like because it still definitely it was porn, like absolutely, but like the way he tried to play it off was he went, he goes, "That's not a porn star, that's a fucking magician."
So good. It's so good. I don't want to go too deep into Randy Pitchford because again, he's litigious, and I don't want to be sued.
That's fair.
Yeah, like
he's
highly litigious. Though. Highly litigious.
He's a character. That's the TLDR of it, basically.
All of this, of course, being hearsay and in no way supposed to be attached to the real person, Randy Pitchford, in any way.
It's actually my OC, Randy Litchford, that I'm talking about.
A little lecherous sometimes.
Simplifies everything, and it allows players to understand everything that's happening around them and to be able to make better choices.
So you're saying it's about players, not viewers?
Maybe new player, I guess.
Yeah,
that
actually makes me mad. I'm sorry.
Like, like it's just like I heard this first thing, and I'm like, oh, like this just like that wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
Like basically, my issue with the game is like it started off fun, quick play was great, and then as we said, like just So I think honestly, the thing that destroyed Overwatch was roll queue, because the entire purpose of the game was to switch and to comp. And the second you can't do that, I think like the game, it's not the game anymore. And so him saying like our idea is to continue that devolution into like whatever. It's like I don't want that.
Yeah, like the whole concept of Overwatch, which was always very neat, but it fell apart immediately with the introduction of the meta. Is that you would see the enemy, bring up, a McCree, and you would go, oh, I'll go get a Roadhog in order to counter that McCree. The McCree would then switch into a Diva or whatever in order to counter your Roadhog, so then you would switch into the Reaper, like it would be this constant evolution in the game of character versus character, which again falls apart immediately due to the meta, and because they really did kind of buckle down on the idea of Rochambeauing everything, you know what I mean? So like,
and now I just to make a point, like I don't think you can blame the meta entirely on competitive. I think it was a huge aspect, but also I think like over time a meta is going to appear anyway.
Oh yeah, I'm not
Like,
at all. There's this need to be balanced though that Overwatch didn't need because of the fact that you could constantly switch. And so when every character has to be balanced against every other character, you eliminate the need for character switching, which was a core concept behind Overwatch. And then worse still is you start introducing a meta based off of these overbalanced characters, that some of which are just plain better than the rest, and there is no counter anymore. So this meta plus this balancing leads to a very, 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 I don't want to say it's stable, right? But I think you could also say that it was kind of
bland,
stagnant. There's no change. Even when you introduce a new character, nobody wants to play it because you can't learn that character in a competitive match. If you go watch an Overwatch Pro game, they're mostly playing the vanilla characters that they were playing at the beginning, right? So, I don't know. I think that just is part of it. So, for them to make this argument here that it's about players and that you need to eliminate the number of players because it's easier for a single player to pay attention to 4 people and 5 enemies versus 5 people and 6 enemies is stupid. Right? I think that's a stupid argument.
It's stupid, and them basically assuming we're stupid.
Yes. They're thinking that all of their players are not capable. And it's weird that they would draw the line there. Why not 3v3 then?
Yeah.
If there's too many players, if 6v6 is too much, and you're reimagining the game from the bottom up, why 5 and not 3?
Well, I think
3?
What really bothered me wasn't specifically 5, but it was I don't know if anyone mentioned it when it happened, but he said 5 players, and then he just offhand said the exact like meta of it, which is 1 tank, 2 TBS, 1 support. Like he literally just said your team comp as though like that is what the team comp will be like for this game. You
Always.
can't get
Yeah. No,
and it's
but
like
that's true because they have the role queues, and they've been very clear about the role queues being what they think needs to happen because they don't want 5 snipers.
So the next evolution is 6 players leaves too much room for you to have a second tank. So now that it's 5, they can
only have 1 tank.
We're done. Yeah, like like that's, and it's just like that's not like that's such a flawed philosophy. Like you're coming from it the wrong angle. Like you're coming from it. Like in my opinion, Overwatch was good and then got progressively worse. And they're looking at the changes that made Overwatch worse and being like, let's continue that. And I'm like, I just want Overwatch again.
No, you're absolutely right. Because I think when imagining their, meeting, right? It's like, okay, so what's one of the biggest problems in Overwatch? And they're sitting there and they go, well, when people are playing tanks, our tanks are too powerful, and they're only playing these 2 tanks. And when you have these 2 tanks together, it's basically impossible to do anything because you've got these 2 supports and these 2 damage dealers, and the 2 damage dealers just can't overpower the 2 tanks reliably, right? And so in that conversation, they go, well, what if we got rid of 1 tank instead of what if we got rid of the role queue, or what if we allowed, more flex plays?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. That's absolutely where they went with it. It's fucking weird. This is weird. I don't think I agree with Goaf and Aaron here.
Also, yeah, the Jake Tapper input is you have to choose a pronunciation of the G. You can't be, Jeff Goodman. You have to be Gauf Goodman or Jeff Judman. That's those are
Gauf Goodman.
Yo. That's like the whole
like
Sean
it.
Bean thing. Like, is he Sean Bon or Scene Bean?
Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing.
I like that. Yes, that's good.
Bean. Sean.
I think Sean Bond is better.
Bond. Yeah, Sean Bond definitely feels better. Scene Bean. Oh, it's fucking terrible.
Scene Bean is uncomfortable.
Yeah, right? That's like really bad. Hey, everybody, I'm Scene Bean.
Spin-off. Something like the name's Bean, Scene Bean.
I'm just like, but could you not?
Shaken.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, Wolfkaosaun.
This face.
Wolfkaosaun?
Oh no!
No, we can't do this.
Wolfkaosaun of the Wolfpack fan.
No, my name's actually Sean too. That makes it worse.
Wolfkaosaun.
Oh no!
What's up, Scene?
It's spelled S-E-A-N. You got no.
Yeah, what's up, Scene?
Yeah, well, that's the whole reason. It's either Scene Bean or Sean Bond because it's SEANBEAN.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to pick one.
What do you mean?
Well, we're picking Scene. So
we've picked our side.
Yeah, we've picked our side. Don't you agree, Scene?
Steenman. That's all I can think now. Thank you.
Do you agree, Scene?
Darman fam. Scene gets bullied.
Scene gets bullied.
Should have seen that coming.
Because of
odd.
This change
Just
obviously
a
has
scene,
a really
kid.
big impact on tanks. And we will get into some of the changes that we're making to tanks and to some of the other roles in a bit. But tanks can be problematic. They're
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. This is exactly what it was.
Okay.
A DPS hero is simple.
I fucking knew it.
Oh my god!
They just called every DPS player simple.
Yes, of course they're all simple.
But being a tank isn't
Aim
all that
and
difficult.
Press the button.
So here's the thing: do you
know how to counter them?
Do you think that he's going to go with the "it's too hard to kill two tanks who are competent," and therefore call again all of the DPS incompetent, or do you think he's going to go with the "it's too hard to be a good tank"? In which case, his entire logic of playing of getting rid of a tank makes no sense.
Former, I think.
I don't know. I have not very good.
We're gonna do a prediction on this. We're gonna do a prediction because I'm curious which one it's gonna be. Right. So, are they removing tanks because ... tanks are too hard to play? That's going to be tanks too hard to play, or DPS can't kill tank,
or people just don't want to play tank because tanks don't get the glory of.
Well,
the kill.
I can only do two options.
Rushing in with Reinhardt's pretty fun.
We're gonna give you guys.
I love rushing in Reinhardt. Like it's like you shouldn't do it, but also like shift is right there. It's like,
well, I mean that's the beauty of it on console is you just tap R2 and it's just very satisfying.
To Reinhardt is that you can cancel his rush.
Like sounds like a great change, actually.
Like you can rush towards an edge, knock people off, and then stop before you fly off.
Oh.
That was honestly some of the funnest parts of being Reinhardt was pinning somebody knowing you're gonna die.
Yeah, just going with it, being like, we die together.
Oh yeah, but you can also like I've seen entire parties get caught by a Reinhardt dash and just go off a ledge, and it's just like, well, just watching chat like completely rage now. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling.
But that's the thing. You just switch to a Pharah if they have like a bad bag of Reinhardt, and then
But you can't do that anymore.
You can't exactly.
Yeah. So we'll see. I've got the prediction up, and we'll see if anybody gets it right here. Because I have a suspicion that what he's going to say, personally, is that being a tank is too hard.
You think so?
I think that's what he's going to go with. And if he does that, then
God, I hope not.
No, I think it's going to be DPS. Oh, DPSs suck.
DPSs suck, or tanks are too hard to play. I feel like he's going to go with tanks are too hard to play, and I think he's going to do it, and it's going to break his entire logic to pieces. So we'll see which one it is, but I have a feeling that's where we're on the path towards.
I'm curious what it would be like to have a game like this where it's just all DPS, because that's
Quake. Quake.
Well, I mean, like, to still have it be like a hero shooter.
It's
like,
Quake. You have heroes in Quake.
Oh, Quake. I think you're saying it's Quick Play.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
thought he's like Quick.
I thought Quake was like an arena shooter.
It is.
It is.
This is an arena shooter too, but this is an arena shooter with heroes.
Well,
It's a hero-based arena shooter.
to me, an arena shooter is like everyone starts on a level playing field. There's weapons on the map, like Halo style.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if you want to think about like what this would be if it was all DPS, it's Quake because Quake has classes. It has heroes that give you plus whatever damage or plus this shield or plus this speed. There are classes in it.
Right, but like,
it's
with
not a
Overwatch,
perfect analogy, but it's probably the closest that you're going to have.
Well, like with Overwatch, you have characters that are so different, like Pharah and Junkrat, but they're still like both DPS, but they do like different things. Like I'm just wondering because it feels like people majority just want to play DPS, and like I'm just really curious to see like what the game would look like 5v5, 6v6, whatever. But like we're just everyone.
But like, I think that's okay because like they were trying to solve a problem that was basically like if you choose DPS when your team doesn't need it, then you're probably going to lose, and then so the DPS will just like be lower in rank than everybody else, right? Like
which isn't a problem that needed to be solved because it just means that you can have fun. They're solving the problem of having fun.
The person who isn't being a team player would lose rank because those games where they needed to support, they would lose.
That's why. Okay, so why not? Completely whenever you do quick play, why not just leave it as is, like be whoever you want? That's the issue.
Honestly don't know. Like I don't know why not.
There's no.
You mean like make it just like a competitive mode only type of thing?
Yeah, like at least then I could understand that thought process, but they're not doing that. Everything has to be locked in.
Yeah, why are they changing quick play to follow competitive?
Well, yeah, it was really weird because when they first did the thing where like you couldn't have 6 Winstons or whatever, and you get like one of each hero. They put that into quick play, but then later they came out with like an arcade mode where it was just like quick play was at the beginning, where you could just have multiple heroes. Mm-hmm. And I do have to say, I don't know if Overwatch pioneered it or popularized it, but like the whole idea of these kind of games having arcade modes. Really good idea, I think. Like to have like sort of fun experimental stuff. And stuff where you can just really even more than quick play, like not care about being competitive and just like having fun.
100%. It felt to me like a continuation of Halo 3. Like that's really the last time I felt like that kind of custom game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like Call of Duty has always had like 10 fucking game modes or whatever you switch from, and like all of them are sort of like equal in importance, which I think is also fine. But yeah, something about the arcade aspect, like again, like I genuinely think 6v6 lockout elimination in Overwatch is just as fun as the main game, if not more fun. Like it something about like a full team of 6 and there's only so many heroes, and like once you win a round, you can't play as those heroes anymore. Like it forces constant change, and like that I think that's really cool and interesting to see.
Yeah, like for me, like when I did competitive, I always had at least 2 characters on each. I had 2 characters in attack, defense when that was a thing, until they mixed defense with DPS. But like I always had like 2 characters I was good with, in case a team needed me. But like when it came to quick play, I just picked whatever and just dicked around because it was fun. Now it feels like quick play is too competitive, if that makes any sense. Like,
yeah, I mean, like I don't think like I agree with Brody that I like the arcade, but I don't think it's enough because like it's not enough to just have like you can be any character you want in the arcade, because then that's the one game mode where you are like every game is 6 Winstons, and it's like no, like I think it's funny to do 6 Winstons like in the opening round and try to mess somebody up, and then it doesn't work and then you swap it out, but it's not funny if that's every single game, like
in fairness, I did once play a TF2 game where everyone on my team picked heavy, and we sweeped completely.
Yeah, because it's unexpected. But then, like, if somebody counters appropriately, then like that's when your problem comes in.
Yeah, but like I remember one of the most fun times I had is whenever like my whole team was picking like one of every character. And one time, like we, it was one of those like best 2 out of 3. And like one time we picked all Winston for the second round because we lost the first one. And then the other team countered by also picking all Winston. So there were just like 12 Winston beating the shit out of each other. And that was fun. And can't really get that now.
Yeah, that seems to be their thing here. Is they're solving the problem of people having fun. Consistently, Overwatch has been solving the problem.
They're like, you brought your own fun. That's not allowed.
You were not being competitive. Like, you were upset at people having fun because they're not being serious enough, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly.
Something having fun is somebody else losing out on fun. It's just like always rule in favor of the very salty people, and then you'll have a winning game.
You know what? This comes back to that whole Gardic phone discussion. It's fun because there's no winner.
Yeah,
right?
it's like Jackbox, except like they didn't force themselves to like stick by somebody has to win every game, and so like they have this weird like things. Like I find like what are the names of the game? Like Quiplash is fun, but then there's the other one where it's like similar to Quiplash, but you make up your own prompts or whatever. And it's like you're trying to trick people into choosing your answer as the correct answer, which means that everybody just does the most boring answers that'll trick people, and then the game's just not fun.
Mm. Yeah,
because you're trying to win. Like it's like I could do a funny answer, but then no one will pick it, so I'll do the safe answer that's just boring, and then that's the entire
power gaming.
Yeah.
No, I'm right there with you, man. I think so as well.
That sounds terrible.
Well, so with Gardic Phone, it's just everybody having fun, and there's nothing. It just shows everything in order, so it doesn't matter who does what or when, and as long as you are like within the bounds of your house rules, right? So if it's like, look, when we do a thing where you need to copy a drawing, you should at least try to copy the drawing and not just go off on your own. As long as you kind of stick within that, then I think it's a super fun blast versus something like a Jackbox game where it's a little bit more competitive. So yeah, I think that's a perfect analogy here for what's going on with Overwatch. Is they want it to be so competitive that they won't allow people to have fun in a non-competitive mode, which is weird. It's just weird.
You say that like I don't kick your ass at Gardic Phone.
You don't.
Shooting. But a tank has abilities that can be noisy, or when stacked with other tanks, can cause problems for other teams to try to overcome and counter. Like and a great example of that is two main tanks on the field. Sometimes that can be very oppressive to another team.
Isn't that the point? Wait, he's complaining that people that play tanks are too good.
That does
two of them
seem to
their
be
abilities can be
abilities
too much.
that they've designed are too noisy.
Okay.
Like they're basically just like, yeah, we fucked up when we designed all these characters. Like I don't know what we were thinking. Honestly, there's lights everywhere. It was ridiculous.
I don't know that they mean noisy like visually noisy, do they? I think they mean noisy as in like it's hard to
understand.
Like they're just too much in the way.
Yeah, you know.
I can agree with that. Like Junkrat, I could never tell if it was an ally Junkrat. Like it's still like it was like just a very
same, honestly.
And it was just like I never know if it's an enemy Junkrat or if it's our Junkrat. I hope it's not an enemy.
So if tanks are so OP though, it would be great if both teams had them, right? Like that's what you would do.
Yeah. Why is it? But see, why is it an issue for one team but not the other?
It's weird, right? Like it seems like it would be pretty balanced.
Sounds like you just...
And so that's not good. It's like what? Like some are inherently going to be better than others. Like that you can't then be like that's a flaw. Like that's just like where it settles, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's their response to the shield meta with all the tanks having 800 shields and blocking everything.
Well, I mean, you do think about it. You get like a Moira and a Reinhardt, and like that's a lot of shields already. And then I think one of the support has a shield. Like you can get a lot.
Yeah,
of
there's
shields.
a lot of shields now.
Yeah, you can get a lot of shields, especially if you're doing like, like a capture the point type of thing. You can get a lot of shields on that point.
Mm-hmm.
But there's all like, you can still counter that though. Like you have Sombra who can tear down stuff like that. Like she can go.
You have options, but they're saying no. Options are bad. I guess. Like I still haven't heard a reason for this yet. I'm hoping he gives me one, but I haven't heard one yet.
I think with five players out there, there is a greater
Because
chance
again,
of-
it's exactly it's the exact same thing. It's role queue. You can't switch anymore to counter because you just like if I choose tank and I can't play Reinhardt, like I have to play Zarya. You know, like it's my one tank. I've chosen tank. It's the only character I can play. So switching's no longer an option for me. So if I'm against a hard enemy and I can't switch, then the problem is the comp. Like that's simply like we have to simplify the game so that this can't happen. Like that's basically.
Can you clarify something for me? Because I don't think I played when role queue was a thing exactly. When you say you can't switch, do you mean like you are locked
a tank?
When
you
you
change in between tanks,
but so you can still change to another tank, right?
Yeah.
Yes. But you can't be the same tank that someone else picked.
Right, yeah.
But you can only be tanks or DPS. You can only be DPS or support. You can only be support. So you can't be like, oh man, I've been a tank and now I see that we need a healer and go be a healer. You cannot do that. You are always a tank.
Right.
So what they're saying is that now they're removing one of those roles. So instead of 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 2 support, it will be 1 tank, 2 DPS, 2 support. And they did this hypothetically, if I recall correctly, when they rolled it out, so that you could queue faster. So you could set yourself as, I want to play as a DPS, and you would queue with other people who didn't want to play as a DPS.
There's no way the DPS are going to have faster queues with this.
Well, didn't they try to offer like rewards to supporting tank players?
Yeah,
to
so if you play as a tank, even still, you can get a loot box just for playing tank.
Did that work?
I mean, people are I don't know if they're okay with it, but they're doing it. You know?
Yeah, like the game's still playable. Like you can still play it that way. So I guess it worked. Like, yeah.
That's the thing.
Did it speed up queue times? Probably, in the sense that like people who want to have fun are now not having fun and choosing the less student thing to have a loot box.
It is funny that they do it for queue times, but then like the way to make the fastest queue times would just be to get rid of role queue.
Correct. Yes, but then you might end up in a team where 6 people want to play as a sniper.
Well, what if you just did it like I mean, I still think this would be stupid because like you're circumventing fun still at that point. But like instead of doing that kind of role queue where you're picking your role before you're in, why isn't it just like you load it into the game, first come first serve? If 2 DPSs are picked before you can hit the button, you got to pick a support or a tank.
Because then it's not fair. I wanted to play as a DPS.
Be faster.
Yeah, and then some people are just going to throw the game anyway.
I'll just leave. I'll just quit.
Like there are one tricks as well, which they like. I think they took a stance that they were against, but for a long period, it was unclear whether like one tricks was allowed.
I mean, you circumvent that with leaving penalties, though, right?
Yeah, but again, they have made consistently bad decisions here. I don't know what to tell you. They've made consistently bad decisions.
Yeah, and if your fan base is already dying, why would you want to turn away people that are actually playing it?
I mean, really, the correct response to all of this is rebalancing the tanks, not removing a tank. But they can't rebalance them because if they do that, then tanks might not be as powerful, so they're not as fun. Like, there's a lot of problems here that all stem from, they're all self-made problems. And almost every one of their problems that they have is from their insistence on this is a competitive esports game. You know?
Yeah, it feels like what they want the flow to be now is like 1 healer for a tank, 1 healer for the 2 DPS, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Like they're so far into the loop that they're now releasing bears to solve their wolf problem. Like that's how long.
When do we get back to mice?
No, they started with mice. That's what I'm saying. With mice,
what I'm saying.
snakes, wombats, like.
Yeah, and then you go to elephants at the end, and then you reintroduce mice to get rid of the elephants, and that's the lesson in the story.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering,
swallowed the fly, or is that?
Yeah.
Well,
what I was thinking.
Well, it's the kingdom that's overrun by mice, so they do cats, and then it's overrun by cats, so they do dogs, and it goes all the way up to elephants until they don't want the elephants. So they're like, what animal do we bring in to get rid of the elephants? We bring in mice.
Man.
And so the lesson of the story is this was fucking pointless. Why did you do any of this?
The lesson of the story is this was fucking pointless. Could you imagine, right? You open up your Aesop's Fables, and at the end, it's like, this was fucking pointless.
I'm pretty sure the lesson is don't introduce invasive species.
It's just the idea is you know, at the end of the day, they realized that like they were just introducing worse and worse ideas every time to get rid of like a pest problem, and then in the end, they realized that like they were fine with mice. They'd rather have mice than elephants. You know.
Yeah, no, that's the point I was making. Is that they're so far into the story that they're like now at the end game of the story where they're adding the elephants in.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just wondering when we get back to mice.
Right.
That's Overwatch 3. I don't know what animal Overwatch 2 will be played with, but Overwatch 3 will be played with mice.
Well, no, it's hamster. He's a hamster in a ball.
That's a very good World War III. What was that? Oppenheimer, or was it?
It was Einstein, I believe.
Einstein.
Yeah.
I think
Good
Overwatch
Einstein
is
thing.
already played with mice and a keyboard, actually.
You're fucking fired.
Of certain being able to chart, whether that's the tank on the team or some of the DPS, there's just one less player on the other team that you need to take care of, and each player now has the opportunity to have a larger individual impact on their own team.
So they are, in fact, now that we have heard it, we can choose a prediction for this. It is that it seems okay. Here's the thing. It almost sounds like he's saying
more
both.
Impactful.
He's almost saying it's both, right? That tanks
there are many reasons. Remember,
but I think
that was important for you to remember. Did you forget that he opened with it?
Yeah,
I will give him that. He did say that.
You've already forgot him, and you were bashing on him for saying they had multiple reasons.
I think this is DPS can't kill the tank. I think that's what
they need to be more impactful.
Yeah. So we're gonna go with that. Congratulations to whoever won your free gambling bits. There you go.
Hey,
And
that was me.
Tried
Thank you.
a lot of different versions of this. Internally, we've tried 4v4 format. We've tried 3 DPS.
There
2
you go.
support, 1 tank.
So they've tried they didn't try 3v3, but they tried 4v4.
4VV.
Is that 4v5?
So
they tried to. Oh yeah, I guess it would be.
So they did try it, and they felt that it wasn't good. But how much do you want to bet that the way they tried it was, okay, so if we do 4 players, that's 1 tank, 2 DPS, and 1 support? Or is it 1 tank, 1 DPS, 2 support? They didn't just say, oh, it's 4v4 free-for-all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because I imagine that a 4v4 free-for-all in the Overwatch format would be really fun.
Oh, so people complain about the meta all the time. Like, people don't like tank meta. So they think that if they can, like, force the role queue, then, like, that just problem goes away. God. It's just, I know that, like, that's what we came to the realization was, but it's just, like, it's such a bad idea. Like, it's just, why?
No, they don't know what they're doing. That's exactly it. Or rather,
why
they
are
know what they're
people who
doing.
hate Overwatch just in charge of it? Like, this is not the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They do know what they're doing, but the thing is that they're coming at it from the wrong direction entirely. Yeah, man, I am shocked by how little these people like video games. You know, like, you have to not like games.
Oh yeah, I can cross off forgets that video games should be fun.
I mean, that's it. Oh, hey, this is a good chance to introduce Jeremy.
Been
to
coming
it.
for a while through Blizzard.
Oh yeah, I can pull that.
all
I closed the ninja, but I can pull it back up.
All the old guard from Blizzard is almost all gone.
They're all gone. I mean,
this
like
point.
Mike Morhaime and Jeff Kaplan now, and like all of the original leadership is gone. You know, you've got, I don't know any of these names. I don't know any of these names. But it is a good moment to bring up and introduce you, Jeremy, to our wonderful bingo. Is it up, right?
Yeah, it's up now.
So our wonderful bingo, this is our gamer repression bingo.
Oh, good.
And as we watch
That's
videos...
the correct response.
Yes. Yeah. As we watch videos, we find new things that we can add to it. I am not expecting to find anything to add to this, except suddenly it's sort of like, you know, maybe gamers are idiots, and I wasn't expecting that one. But we go through and we kind of add things to this list with the intention to eventually create a full bingo card that we will be able to, play along at home as we watch these videos. Because originally tonight we weren't going to watch this. We were going to watch a video.
Oh yeah, the top 10 games to play with your partner. Or whatever?
Yeah, the top 10 video games you shouldn't play in front of your partner.
Oh god, I could give you a list of those.
I can guarantee you wouldn't meet up with this list. It's a really terrible video. We're going to watch that next week, though. So we tend to go through this bingo and kind of do it. And there's so many good things on here. My opinion is right. Your opinion is valid. Video games turn you into a socio-awkward weirdo. One day you will die. Only tangible things are valuable.
What about wind?
Oh, it's a noncha, so it's a not gotcha, right? So it's like...
Yeah, imagine you say like a gotcha, like with confidence that you've like completely gotten us, but also it made no sense.
So this came from Extra Credits, right? And the point that he was making was that orcs, if an orc destroys a city or a town because they have no idea not to destroy them, then they're just like the wind. And is wind evil? But what about the wind? So it's
do a scarily decent impression.
Yeah, no, I've got him down. You didn't ask for this. You didn't want it, but there you are.
Well, I mean, I do believe I'm on record as saying that your voice is, and the cadence in which you speak is kind of halfway between the Extra Credits guy and Mark Brown.
That's really offensive. It's offensive on both sides. You have offended me on both sides. And we will eventually get to a Mark Brown video. Like, that's going to happen. It's going to...
that is, but yay.
The Game Maker's Toolkit, right? Everybody...
Oh.
They think they like him. They're like, no, he makes good videos. I think that, no, I enjoy those videos. I'm going to prove that no, you fucking don't. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to pull up one of his videos and we're going to go through it like we do. And by the end of it, you're going to be like, oh, he's an idiot. He's not good at this. I promise you. He makes beautiful videos. He's a fantastic visual designer. He's a fantastic graphic designer. He makes really pretty videos. Not as good as like somebody like Ahoy, but pretty close. However, he has nothing of substance. He says absolutely nothing in it. And yes, see, you pissed off the chat. Did you just call Mark Brown?
No, so you have the cadence of halfway between the Extra Credits guy and Mark Brown.
Do you see why people don't like you? Do you see what you do?
Hey, Brody, I love you.
He didn't pay.
I didn't even have to.
And now, can you redeem your points, please? Because that wasn't free.
No, I mean, I was going to in this stream actually, but now that you've given it to me for free, I'm
no, I haven't. No, I'm like that was.
No, thank you, Ryan. I'm just gonna take that. Yum. That's for me. That's all for me now.
You guys, I can't believe you did this, Ryden. Now you're just giving it away for free.
I got ripped off.
No,
like what can I say?
Yeah.
You definitely have to establish.
Well, you do it. You came up to me with the fucking window washer thing and just did it. Like I didn't ask. So,
are you calling him homeless?
No, I'm just saying it's the same idea, right?
You're calling him homeless, right? Do you have a home?
Technically, I guess I don't.
Wow. You just picked apart one of his vulnerabilities, his weaknesses, and you exposed it.
I can't do this call anymore. I'm out.
Man.
Yes.
It's shocking.
Right. Now that's commitment to the bit, right?
Yes. There. Yeah. Okay, so we got that. We'll look at that again next week, but it's a good chance for you to, you've seen it now. You can see all this stuff. I think it's all very self-explanatory, except for, of course, but what about wind? Which we have now explained. Good.
I feel like you say that every time to bait someone into questioning what leopards ate my face is.
You're the only one who does it. Everybody gets it.
And no one ever questions it.
Because they all understand.
It's pretty straightforward.
Super straightforward.
Yeah. It just makes sense.
Yeah, leopards eat faces. Yeah.
See?
Format early on in Overwatch development, we tried a 7v7 format.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man, he says this like, wow, we've tried everything. We even tried 7v7. Like, I'm supposed to be like, oh, wow. That's shocking, incredible. I can't believe you did that. Tell me more, AA Ron.
Turn it back
Like,
into
see, again,
the,
like this is what I kind of meant by like they had, like they just needed to change something fundamental, and like the easiest thing was just like number of players, because clearly like they didn't try anything else but just changing the number of players, and they're like, I guess 5's still playable.
Yeah.
I don't get
Like
it.
literally the main reason they're making this change is to simplify things. Oh, but they also tried 7v7.
Mm-hmm.
Like
we tried
really?
to make it more confusing. Surprisingly, that did not test well.
So everybody said it was confusing at 6 players. We added 7. It did not improve.
To his credit, he did say that was early on in the development.
Shocking, though. Shocking. Didn't improve it. We tried. We even went up to 10v10. Didn't do it. We turned this straight up.
Somebody, I think I saw somebody earlier like posted like 64v64. Like
we turned it into a battle royale. Yeah,
and it's like that's actually what they were trying to do.
In private matches, you can go higher than 6v6, can't you?
I don't think so.
I feel like I remember seeing that somewhere.
I don't think you can even do like your own servers for Overwatch. I think they're all hosted on their servers, aren't they?
Well, no, they did a specific thing for
private...
esports. They allowed you to have like spectators and stuff, right? Because
maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to like
You can do a lot of weird stuff in the custom maps, like then they're like custom mode or whatever. Like you can change like all the gravity and shit.
We will.
Those ones are actually fun.
That sounds fun. I'm sure they'll lock it down somehow. They're probably going to talk about it right now. And we got rid of custom games because people were enjoying them too much.
We always had some problems with them, and this is the sort of thing that our lead hero designer Jeff Goodman has really run with, and I think he probably has.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you pronounced his name incorrectly. It's
you can't sit on the fence with this with the pronunciation of that. You gotta
every time it gets paused, the Matt guy's eyes are closed on my screen every single time.
No, that's just who he is. He's always closing his eyes.
He's just taking a nap.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to get to Gauf like added into the conversation because he hasn't really been.
Okay. Yeah. No. I can see you're excited. You're pushing us. You're saying that we're taking too long. I understand.
Are you still going? Let's unpause it.
Yeah, you forgot about the 4 DPS, 1 tank, 1 healer we ran one time.
See, they did fucking do it. I knew it. They do it. All they did was change the queues. That's it. They just changed the roll queue in order to see if that would fix it. They never tried removing it, thinking that maybe that was a bad idea. Holy shit. I can't, we're sitting in their room 5 minutes before they say anything, you know? Like, oh my god, okay.
Right. That was literally one playtest. And it was
that was one playtest, and we swore we would never do it again.
Almost cut out in the middle of that playtest.
Never to be spoken about again. Yeah, Jeff, I assume that obviously, changes to the tank roll, but I assume there will be kind of like holistic changes overall, right? I think just changing the tanks, you probably need to rework some of the other stuff that goes on.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a kind of change, so that impacts like the huge part of the game, obviously, and that's the thing about sort of hero design and hero balance is like it's sort of easy in some sense. Honestly, it's easy, but it's certainly easier to make sort of a single hero change, and maybe even like a hero rework like we've done in the past. But to change something so fundamental as there's only one tank allowed, really kind of cascades into a lot of different questions and
my first question.
Oh yeah.
Why? Because they haven't answered it yet.
Yes.
Yeah, they're just kind of doing it, but not really saying why.
So, like, it cascades into a lot of different questions here, right? It cascades into all these different questions. One of which is why. Why are we doing this? Should we do this? Should we do this at all? Are we making a bad decision? You're right, Jeff, or I guess Jeff Judman, right? We're going with that one, or are we going with the Geoff? Geoff.
I like Gauf, but you can go with whatever you want. You can like again, Jake Tapper, just pick a side.
See, I'm just forgetting the Gauf because it doesn't feel. I'm gonna write it down here. I'm gonna write down
Yeah, G-E.
Like Geo.
O.
Geo.
F. There's two F's.
Gauf.
Yeah, Geoff.
Yes.
Gauf. Yeah, you got it.
And Nami says spit at you, Raiden, specifically.
Oh, what? He
Yeah.
says spit at me?
Spit. Yeah, spitting. I think on you, perhaps?
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that. It's COVID times. I get my vaccine in like 2 days. Can you spit on me like like later? Would you mind?
On your spitting, please?
Yeah.
Can
I'll be here next week. Just like you can.
Can you spit on me later? Wow, that's quite a kink there, my dude.
I don't think it's quite a kink. That seems like a pretty tame one.
That you want to be spit on later instead of now.
Oh, I see. I guess that is even
like you're setting a anniversary. You're writing in your calendar. You know, Sunday, the 30th. Nam spits on me. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. So like, I don't know. Their questions here have not been answered, and they seem to just be like, it's okay. We're gonna move past that. This is what's happening, and I'm willing to accept it. If they just want to say, look, we decided to make it 5v5 because, and you know, we did it because it's what we had to do. And they just left it at that, but this kind of like vague bullshittery is annoying to me.
Yeah, like it just felt like even like I think I said that with the intro with I think it was Aaron, which it felt like even he didn't want to say it. Like I felt like he was told what it was, and so he's reciting it, but he doesn't believe it.
He feels was reading more like it's a profit sharing, like they're talking more to the profit holders or whatever than they are to like the fans of the game. It's like a shareholders.
This is a live stream for the fan, like to show off.
Jeremy's saying that that's how he feels like he's talking though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
definitely agree. Like it feels like the language they're using is definitely not directed towards gamers because like it. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I think it's just because we miss Daddy Jeff. That's what I miss.
The
Daddy
real Jeff, not this
he made the real Jeff. Show me the real Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
He made everything more cozy.
Mm-hmm.
I used to vibe to his like Yule log streams. Did you ever watch any of those?
No.
Around Christmas time, he would always literally it would just be a live stream of him just sitting in a chair in front of like a Yule log fire in the background for a couple hours.
That's nice. That sounds nice.
It was cozy.
That sounds cozy.
Problems that demand answers. So, I mean, the obvious thing that probably comes up in people's mind probably immediately when we say this is, how does Roadhog work in a world where you
close your closet, man?
No, that's not the first question people come up to. They don't immediately go, "Oh, how does Roadhog work in a world where blah blah?" No, they go to why. And yeah, this is clearly not their office now, right? Like we can say that this guy.
He's not. I'm still telling you, those other two guys are in the same.
This guy just has a jacket laying on the floor.
Yeah, like look at there's that stain on his carpet by the door.
Next to his Makita box that's just like, why didn't he close the closet is my question.
Say that and then I turn around and my closet behind me is open. But I guess
you're not on a live stream in front of potentially tens of thousands of people, you know? I mean, you are on a live stream.
He's got the Winston shirt on.
Yes, he does. Mm-hmm. He's a real fan, you see.
How is that as an equivalent pick? So that's sort of our first question when we first were doing it too. Like, we liked this 5v5 thing. It was super fun when we playtested it. That has a lot of promise. But, okay, we have to solve a lot of problems if we go this way. So that's sort of why it sort of has led to this larger set of changes. And there's a lot of other changes we'll talk about as well.
Is he echoing in this stream?
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
I think he's echoing, yeah.
They both have an echo. I've heard Aaron. I've heard him echo a few times as well.
Huh.
Cascades, for example, healing, you can kind of focus on one tank now. And the tanks are even beefier than they are on live, the individual tanks, because this is one of them. So we're thinking, well, is it too good to just play like 2-man healers and dump healing in your tank? And is it too hard to kill now? And maybe healing is too good now?
So is he saying that they beefed up the tanks and that's why they had to take one out?
But no, he's saying that
inadvertently they made the tanks stronger by
Yeah,
taking one away.
The whole question here is they just decided we're going to do this, and he was like, okay, how do we do this? And obviously it means you have to beef up the tanks. Like, there is no, oh, we beefed up the tanks, so then we decided, we had to remove one of them. The impetus for all of these changes has been and continues to be, they were told 5v5 is the new meta. That's what we're doing. You have no questions, that's it. So the first thing they did was beef up the tank. Right? And now they're saying, oh, so do we need to affect how healing works? Because, if you only have one tank and two healers are both focused on the tank, is the tank too powerful?
Yeah.
These are problems you wouldn't have had if you just kept 6v6.
I still want to hear, why not? Because they're saying why 5, and, that's fine, but, why? They're not going to say why not 6. But,
of course not.
That's what I want to know. Why not 6? What was the problem with it?
It was too hard to play, apparently. It was too confusing to the dumbass players who are very stupid and completely incapable of playing the game.
I hate this so much.
But that's what we've learned, right?
I wasn't this upset about Overwatch when I started watching this video, I promise you. I literally found this video. I'm like, hey, new footage about Overwatch. This should be fun. And then I just started watching it, and I'm just like, what are they saying? I don't like any of this. Why are you saying this? Just show off the game. You literally, I was excited going into it, and just your words just destroyed it.
God. Now, is that them, or is that M using his Jin powers to suck your happiness again?
Yes.
No, I found this and shit. I literally, this is all my accord. I found this video. I'm like, hey, we should do this on the podcast, but it's 2.5 hours or 2.5 hours. How are we going to do that? And he's just like, well, you figure it out.
That's just how powerful.
And then he threw it at me.
I did in fact say you figure it out, because I was like, this. I don't know how we're gonna watch a 2.5 hour long video. And then he goes, "Oh, I'll go edit a thing," and we saw how that worked.
And then I spent a lot of time editing that thing that he's not going to show you, because he's just not gonna do it.
We're not gonna do that. I've already made my apologies for that publicly, no less.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what else we got going on here, because if it's just the 5v5 stuff, then it's just stupid and we accept it.
It's. But this is the time to.
Yeah, so they move on once it gets into the new maps and stuff.
What we wanted to do with Overwatch 2 is look at core things like this and make sure that where we want them to be, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not a designer, but I think that this is the first real opportunity you guys have had to reset. You couldn't just do this on the live game, right? I think that's kind of
except they did, because they introduced the role queue system on live, which I think we've already established has fundamentally changed the way the game is.
And they do have a PTR, and they do have an experimental mode, which is where they test new things out to begin with, it seems like. So I don't know why they didn't just test it out over there, or did they? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not active enough to say whether or not they tested it.
Yeah, I haven't ever tried the experimental or the PTR.
So to say that they don't have the ability to throw some things up into live, I mean, you did fundamentally change the game. It's not the same game. You did it when you introduced competitive. You've done it when you introduced the role queue system. You've done it when you introduced new heroes, even arguably. You've changed the way the game is played on a fundamental basis. So this whole, we can't just get rid of the 6th player. If that's truly the change that needed to be happening to make this game a good game, right? If you guys sat down and through all of your hundreds of thousands of hours of data and through all of the various, I don't know, whatever, you sat down and you were like, okay, we have established that the thing that makes this game better is 5 players. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to put that into Overwatch and have everybody agree with you, because this is a better experience. I'm happier doing this. I don't believe that they're telling the truth, I guess.
I don't think they need to tell the truth. I just don't know why they're lying to us.
That's what I mean.
Maybe they're lying to themselves.
Maybe.
In their minds, they're doing the best case scenario, whatever.
They're doing what makes them money.
Well, I mean, that's the ultimate, but...
Maybe.
like a holistic look at the game overall, and like changes that you couldn't do on live because they're just so massive.
Exactly, and like I said, there's other changes that go along with this as well that are also equally impactful. So it's sort of like we just like shook the ground underneath the game like really heavily, and like all the pieces are kind of in disarray a little bit. So some of the heroes won't even be playable really by our playtesters here, because they're either heroes we're already kind of looking at heavily, or we plan on looking at heavily, so it's kind of not worth showing them in this context, or ones that we haven't addressed yet, things like that. So that just sort of gives you context of like how big this kind of change is.
Well, I want to get right into the game. I want to see it live. I'm sure the fans want to see it live after getting all this like.
I feel like it's interesting that he said that, like how some of the players aren't playable, because again, like I feel like it feeds into the fact that this is a very new decision, PvP, that they didn't expect to have to add into it.
Yeah, you're right. It does seem to, like, if they had been, because they've been working on Overwatch 2 for a couple of years now, right? So if from the beginning they were like, oh, this is a problem we need to address, yeah, you're right. It would have been like, no, this is, we are aware we're going to have to address this, not this weird ass, like, you know. Yeah. No, I'm right there with you, man.
Yeah, well, it looks like they've like pretty much at the end of that part there. So going into the, like the new map and stuff, probably less anger inducing, I would hope, from now on.
Info. The first map we're going to be showing you guys today is New York City. Dion, what kind of map is this?
Hey, he's going to get to talk
hybrid
now.
Map, so a brand new hybrid map for Overwatch 2, and there's a fun new payload for players to battle over. The world building team had a great time just creating this Overwatch depiction of New York.
You do always have really cool maps.
Tons of neat details.
Yeah, I always wanted to say that
Easter
as well.
eggs for
Like,
the
just looking at this here, I mean, it just looks, I mean, it looks good, but then also, like, I love the identity. They just take something
Little
and just spin
details.
with it. Yeah. And then being futuristic makes it all stylized, so it's just like, I don't know, it just works so well. I really, really love like the way they like take their inspiration from their map design. I love that, like, it feels like almost like the Olympics. Like, I don't know if that's a weird thing to say, but just, like, it's very like multinational and just kind of.
Well, especially, I think that might be planted in your brain too, because they did like the Summer Games event or whatever too.
Oh yeah.
That did happen.
Their aesthetic is definitely very attractive and very clean. I mean, I think most art, I don't know, programs, I guess, would say that this is maybe the gold standard for silhouettes for their heroes, right?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like almost every one of their heroes, when you see the silhouette, you know
Who it
that
is.
is who it is, as long as you know who the character is.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, like I feel like with a lot of these games, I mean, like MOBAs and stuff too as well. Like you have designs that are very visually busy, and Overwatch straddles that line like kind of perfectly, where it's like they're able to have a lot of detail in the character designs without it ever feeling like extremely busy, like every other game of its ilk, kind of.
Right. But hey, I am gonna go head out because I'm still feeling like crap.
All right, thanks for coming, Wolf. Where can everybody find you, Mr. Scene?
They can find me over at Wolfkaosaun on the YouTube channel and also Twitch, but I mostly do YouTube.
Wolfkaosaun, and I will send them to your Glover review, which is your best video ever.
Yeah.
Scenes Wolfpack Fam Glover video.
The
Right?
Glover video
Do not forget to hit that notification bell.
Yeah, so that you can be part of the notification fam.
Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm pushing that in there.
The Wolf.
I do have to say I should probably hop off too. It's almost 10 here. I still have to work tomorrow.
No problem. Thanks for coming. Where can people find you?
Well, we're DropRate on YouTube. I think it's just youtube.com DropRate. Otherwise, we're on Twitch as The DropRate. Or you can find me personally on just about anything as Boot Snack, one word.
Yes, sir. Thank
That
you
was the
very
name
much.
of my undead rogue that I first made in World of Warcraft. I was like, what's a good undead rogue name?
I like
Boot
it.
Snack.
Yeah.
And I've just stuck with it since then.
Leathery.
But yeah, this is a lot of fun. We
Hey,
might
thanks
have
for coming, man.
If you guys
Absolutely.
want me around, I could pop by again some other time.
You're always
Yeah.
welcome. You just let us know on a Sunday that you want to come in and come in. I don't think we ever told anybody no.
Yeah, probably not.
Till now.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right, man.
Yeah, this has been fun. Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Everyone have a
everybody.
lovely week.
You as well.
You too.
As
See
well.
you later.
Bye.
And bye, Wolf, as well.
Good night,
Bye,
everyone.
Wolf.
All right. So the maps though, they're always pretty. The silhouettes are attractive, right? Like I think I don't know. I think
Here's the fine. I think it should be fun to take a look at this.
Yeah, no, when you guys showed this at BlizzCon I was so excited. Obviously from New York.
BlizzCon Line.
Did you say BlizzCon Live? I thought you said BlizzCon Live.
No, BlizzCon Line. That's terrible. That upsets me.
Yeah, that's not that great.
BlizzCon Line. That hurts me.
Myself, love to see the Midtown Tunnel go over some of the adjustments that you guys have made to it here in Overwatch 2. Just a beautiful map. I have to imagine this is one of the locales that you guys have been dying to do for a while.
We've been wanting to. There's a lot of people on the team.
I agree.
from New
It
York
looks beautiful. It's a beautiful map.
There, so
they have talented
it's always been
artists.
On the list, and
they
Overwatch
always
2
have.
felt like the right time.
Oh, is that a Jeff?
That's totally a Jeff.
That is a Jeff.
That's amazing.
Oh, that's Jeff's. That's literally Jeff's Corner Pizza right there. Okay.
Yes.
Would love to see the Midtown Tunnel go over
great.
some of the adjustments that you guys have made to it here in Overwatch 2.
There's just a lot of personality in all these maps.
Just a beautiful
Yes.
map.
Really
I
cool.
have to imagine this is one of the locales that you guys have been dying to do for a
Hey,
while.
We've
I didn't
been
mean to
wanting
skip back
There's a
so
lot of
far, but I
people
wanted
on
to
the
see this
team
Jeff
from New
Cup.
York who have spent some part of their life there, so it's always been on the list, and Overwatch 2 felt like the right.
So do you think that it originally said Jeff, and then they were like, "Fuck, we have to change that now"?
No. So if you just wait a little bit, the pizza shop is called Jeff's with the P.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Do you think it was JFF?
Oh, you think it was JFF's, and then Jeff just left, and they're just like, "Fuck, how do we change it to something completely unrecognizable?" And they're just like, "I've got it,
Jeff's." Yeah.
They'll never know.
While still,
and that wasn't like a nickname of his or something.
I don't think so. But like the thing is, though, right? Is that
my name's Jeff, but my friends call me Jeff.
It's PH. I'm Jeff with a PH.
I'm Jep. Huh.
Jep. Right? Jep.
Although how? Yeah, I was gonna say, how would you say that with the apostrophe s? Jepus.
What apostrophe s?
Yeah, there's no apostrophe. It's just Jepus.
Oh, there is no apostrophe.
Jepus. I like it.
So the name's just Jeff's.
Also, look at this kitchen here. It's just like a counter and an automatic pizza oven.
Why does a pizza place serve breakfast?
Hot
plates and breakfast.
Huh.
I don't see any plates. You have one table, right? One booth table, a long ass counter that is sidewalk facing, and then an oven that is clearly automated.
Yeah, and they're just like throwing out their health packets out the side of the building. Like,
that's disgusting. They're disgusting.
Easter eggs, I'd say.
No.
On some of these maps so far. Get some love at the beginning. But this will be our first real look at 5v5. I've had the opportunity to kind of watch some games.
Have you noticed his cadence? This Matt Morello? Just listen to his cadence. He feels, I don't know. It's bugging me. Just listen to it, right? He's got this kind of cadence that he's talking about, the things that he's talking about. You'll see.
As they've kind of tested it out, it still keeps that Overwatch, fast-paced feel, but it doesn't have the clumped up chaos that you sometimes see of live. I think it kind of speaks to really what you were pointing.
Kind of nasally, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
No,
Not really.
I mean,
sounds like he's just talking.
I get that you wouldn't, Brody, because he sounds like you.
Excuse. Wait, what?
You know, kind of nasally, a little stilted in how he's talking.
I sound nasally?
Yeah, especially when you say it like that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I sound nasally.
That was a really good Marge you just did.
Oh, you don't want to hear my Marge.
I bet it's flawless.
Hi, homie.
Yeah, flawless. Absolutely flawless.
Hello, Marge. I am your husband, Homar.
Homar.
Okay, you lost it. You lost it
that's
there.
not good.
Yeah.
I am Homar.
I love my wife, Marge.
No, it's no good.
Marge.
Speedy says you sound like you're eating too many rocks.
I should just get. Is there like Pop Rocks ASMR? Can I invent that?
I immediately shivered physically at just the disgusting concept of hearing it. Like just the very concept of having somebody's go. Oh, it's disgusting and awful. That's the worst thing you've ever said. It's the worst thing you've ever said. You haven't even heard it yet. I hate everything about it. It makes me dislike you.
Well, consider that revenge for the fucking eye gif last week.
Oh yeah. So what's funny is that when Speedy did his list of things, he actually marked that out as something to like be aware of and be careful of, because apparently it was quite disturbing to some people.
Yes, it's horrifying.
I think that's hilarious because it's clearly prosthetics. Like clearly,
it's still horrifying.
And let's see. Here we go. Yeah. If the last one didn't make you uncomfortable, this one definitely will. Watch at your discretion.
Oh God, no.
We have a audience mandated discretionary note. That's incredible.
Viewer discretion is advised.
This week, Brody has joined the podcast. Viewer discretion is advised.
What?
Right? He does bring out the
Don't what that. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You know you're always bringing up Spyro.
And all the other things you do, man. Like really, you're kind of the worst of us.
Pardon me.
Too.
Yes, I was waiting for that one.
It's not Mick. It's not us who's putting them on here. Speedy put them on his thing. Like he was like warning. Be aware this horrible GIF is here and it will destroy your life. You know? Hey, Blade Blur.
I'm getting Pop Rocks at some point, and I'm just gonna. This is it because now it's not going to just be my revenge on you. It's going to be my revenge on your whole chat. I'm going full hella social relationships on this one.
That's terrible.
All right, I support that.
That's terrible. Blade Blur, you should come on here sometime. I think you would have a good time. You should send me a DM. We'll get you to come on. Yeah. No, you can't do the Pop Rocks.
If you can do Dunkaroos, why can't he do Pop Rocks?
Because Dunkaroos are delicious. All I was doing, I just happened to be.
I know that Dunkaroos are delicious. I've known the whole time.
Yeah, well, they were delicious, and I just happened to be eating them at the same time. I'm not gonna like. He's talking about literally just like making us hear the Pop Rocks go.
You ordered Dunkaroos on stream. You messaged me, like you pinged me on Discord twice with updates on it. And then you opened them live on stream again the next week.
Yeah.
Did I come back to drama?
The toughest part about this is going to actually be finding Pop Rocks. I have not seen them in ages.
I'm sure they're everywhere.
No, you can totally get them all over the place.
You're not back in drama. We're just talking about how Raiden is wrong again.
Oh, so like just point of facts every other day.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I see you've Tapper taken a side in this. Jesus.
I mean, I actually snipe at
That's gonna be my new thing. Anytime someone like makes a choice, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, you Jake Tappered that one, eh? You really picked the side."
Grievously overestimated how loyal I am. I am a equal opportunity sniper, and you're just the most vulnerable person to kneecap right now.
I see.
Don't worry, I'll traumatize all of you given half a chance.
It's true.
Pointing to Jeff.
See, the thing about being a sniper is you give up your position after your first shot. So really, you have one shot to pick, and then that's it.
You have one shot.
Gonna snipe me?
Yeah. You
Better
only get
make it
one
count.
shot. Do not miss your chance to snipe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you have that one less
But yeah,
tank in the equation.
the one thing I wanted to throw in is like, man, you like reduce things down to one tank, and then it was healers are now overtuned. I'm just like, or you could just if the healers are overtuned now, why don't you focus more on support roles or something?
Yeah.
And then I had to fight with my computer, but it's just like, yeah, no, that would open up a whole different thing. Oh, you don't want like DPS and more DPS because the balance of damage, then, like get creative and work on like, support classes.
The thing is that the moment you introduce this, right, you know what happens. You know what the inevitable conclusion is that every tank has to be essentially invulnerable from the front. Right? You're creating the kind of tanking mechanics with this change that they're talking about, plus the fact that there's the roll queue. You have to have a tank that is essentially slow moving but invulnerable, so that they can only be flanked. You have to. It is inevitable that is the future.
Yeah. Funny enough, actually, they lowered movement speed in general for everybody.
Yeah, you have to make them slower, and you have to make the tanks nigh invulnerable head on, because otherwise, right, the one tank is incapable of holding for the team. So you have to do it so that your Reinhardt sets down his shield and can't, has to in place his shield, things like that. You have to make them slower. That doesn't sound fun to me. And I'm not saying that they're going to do this for everything, because they have 15 fucking tanks now. But
the difference between tank and DPS wasn't so clear. Like let's say you have a Reinhardt, that's our main tank, right? I mean, you could choose to have like a Mei, or you could choose to have a Roadhog. I mean, really, they're not they're serving the same role in that team. There's not like one's the tank and one's the DPS. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But now it's just like you have the one main tank. So like you can never be a diva. You can never, like as he said, you can never be a Roadhog. Like you basically have to be Reinhardt.
You have to so your shield, or rather,
can you even be a Winston? Like I guess you have the small shield, but you'd need it more permanent. Like I don't even say you could be a Winston.
That's what I'm saying. The tanks have to become less versatile by nature. Like they have to, because if you only have one tank today, if you go into Overwatch today and you can only pick one tank, there is only one tank you're going to be able to choose. That is Reinhardt. Like for team to get your team to
I think
win,
Orisa is possible too, because
maybe, but
Orisa has the shield thing that is similar to Reinhardt.
Similar-ish, but it's not as powerful. Like
right.
If you're choosing somebody who's not Reinhardt, you are actively hurting your team, which means it's the only choice. Right?
But
okay.
It feels like in this meta,
Reinhardt doesn't have. So Orisa has like the shield thing, and she can also reduce the damage she takes by 40%, which means that 600 actually gets inflated quite a bit.
But there's one tank now, so you don't need, as they said, you'll just have a pocket healer always.
Yes. It will be part of the meta that...
But I mean, it literally means like you can't even be like... Technically, Reinhardt can be exploded down because he doesn't have that damage. Orisa can't even be bursted down.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, if Ryan's shield gets knocked, then like it's down for that period of time.
And in Orisa's case, she literally can just be like, yeah, I just take 40% less damage even without a shield, but with the shield, like she can just soak ults to the face and be like, meh.
Yeah. So either way,
I think she would still. Yeah.
You still don't have a lot of option, right? Like the versatility of the tank role really does come down. Because right now, if you have two tanks, you might have one Reinhardt and then one Diva. Right? Diva is technically a tank, but your Diva could be very aggressive. Well, now you don't have that anymore. Your tank can't be a diva because you need a goddamn tank.
And also, once you're out of mech, like you've lost your tank.
You've lost your tank. You can't have that anymore because you have to have a tank that is playing the tank role. You can't have somebody who is a tank that is playing a hybrid FPS.
I mean, I
DPS
think it
role.
sort of depends on because they've slowed down everyone else in general. That could be a thing, but I think it also depends on what the objectives are going to be in the map.
Well, they're still going to be the same sort of thing. They've already shown them. You've got to push.
No, they've changed it. They removed the 2 capture points, the assault maps.
Okay, but you still have a payload, right? So you still have a payload push. Yeah. And you still have capture points regardless. Even if you may not have the same number. I don't think there's that big of a change here in this game. I think they forced the change, and that's the reason we're talking about it.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel justified yet. The reason they've made this change doesn't seem justified, and it's already cascading into more issues before we've
before
have
we've
a
even
reason to change it.
Why are we making this huge change to the very fabric of our game? Well, because, and he even said it. Gauf there even said it that it started cascading into our healer's overpowered. Then do we need to bump up the tank? Yeah, I think we do. But then, what if he's got 2 pocket healers? Is he overpowered? What if? Yeah, you've had years to work on the balance of a 2-2-2, and now you're saying, well, what do we do if we completely throw that away?
Actually make the tanks more aggressive and more offensive. But it's also just kind of easier for the viewer and just people at home to track.
There you go.
See? See?
It is.
This is what
All
it
right.
took. It took how goddamn long, but there it is. That's the reasoning, exactly like we suggested at the beginning.
Well, I
That's the
think
reasoning.
I'm not sure. I think Matt Morello might be the outsider guy. I think the rest are devs.
He's the one
Might
who's
wanna look
going
that
to
up.
be saying stuff that he's not supposed to be saying. Yeah, because he's not going to be sitting there going, "Oh, well, we got to get." This is just like what happens with the division every year, where they throw up the random guy and he's like, "So, that's going to be what we're doing so that we can do, more loot boxes, right?" And it's like, well, technically, yes, that is a side effect.
Oh, so he's an Overwatch League's esports commentator.
Yeah, exactly. So he's the one who's going to say it's best for the viewers. He has been brought on specifically for that. And
look at all of their faces now that he said that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, that is what it is, but we're not supposed to say that. We've been yelled at.
Every single one of their faces is just like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I mean, Goodman still got his little smirk on.
Not really. He still looks pissed. He looks.
I mean, he's been holding the smirk the whole time, so that's what remains of the smirk. But I think you can still see remnants.
And Mr. Aaron there is literally looking over at him.
Because he's in the same room as the other guy, and they're literally
He's looking over at him like, you didn't just say viewers, did you? Remember, this is gamer-centric. Gamer-centric. That's fantastic. And as Mick says, I love it when they say the quiet part out loud. Yeah, exactly. This is 100% about viewership. Once again, it's all about Overwatch League. They know they can't give up on that because they've invested $500 million in it. And when you think about it, $500 million, man, into a failed attempt at esports, just shocking. Just shocking. That's like finding out that, and this is just a fun fact. Do you know how much Amazon Game Studios spends per year on their games? Any guesses? Just throw out a guess.
$1 billion.
I'll keep it at 500 mil.
Okay. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to give you a little bit more detail. They have no games.
Right.
There's no Amazon game. Right?
Yeah.
They are currently working on New World, which looks really good. I think I've talked about it.
Yeah, it did look good.
Looks really good. I'm excited for it. I want to play it. I enjoyed playing it when I was... I don't know if that's public or not, but I enjoyed playing it when I played it. I think it looks good. They did Crucible, Failure. They did a couple others, bunch of cancellations, blah, 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 blah. So knowing all of that, how much do you think they spend per year on their video games, on their game studio?
I'm keeping my guess the same, Mr. Barker.
Arlie?
500 million.
Arlie, any guess? Hop?
I literally got not a single clue, man. Like the
Hop, any guess?
No, I not
$500 million. They spend $500 million a year.
Right off the bat.
A year. Think about that. That's mind-boggling that they spend $500 million a year on their Amazon Game Studio. They have no games.
My mind can't be boggled. I'm too excited that I got that right.
They have no games. They have literally not a single game, and they spend $500 million a year.
That's so weird. Then why are they doing that?
Because it's fucking Amazon. They want to be making games. So, like, there you go.
Well, they built an engine which does look like a decent engine, and they're intending to compete with like Unreal, right?
Theoretically, the Lumberyard engine will be something you can build on, similar to like a Unity. However, everybody who's looked at it has not built on it yet. For years. They've had this for years and nobody built on it. So, like, there's got to be some major fundamental problem with it, right?
Or it's just the thing of it does, even not a major fundamental problem, but just doesn't offer anything really
compared to an Unreal or a Unity. Yeah, I mean, it just may be that, like, you don't even have a tie-in for Maya. Like,
yeah, I mean, to some extent, I mean, if it's this exact same quality, but they're just used to Unity, then it wouldn't.
Why would you
like,
switch?
justify the switch?
Yeah. You'd have to actually afford something that's like a reason why to switch over and to pay licenses and this other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason that Unity took any sort of foothold in the industry, is because they were free to download. And under a certain cost, you paid nothing. And at the time, Epic was taking, I think, 12%, right? Just right off the top, 12%. And then as it got more, they would take more. So as it hit like $10 million, they would take 15%, et cetera, et cetera. Because they said that they were, such a large part of your success that they'd earned that. And then on top of that, you'd have your store payment, 30% to Steam or whatever. So Unity, their whole thing was, you pay nothing until you hit $100,000, and then you pay 5%, and you can choose, modules and stuff. So you can add in like a brandless version where you delete the Unity brand off the beginning of it. So when you start up again and it goes, made with Unity, you can pay to remove that at the time. I think now it's optional entirely. But you could pay to remove that for, an extra 2% kind of thing. And that's why Unity took over any sort of space is from that. That's a hell of a tangent. We've gone on a hell of a tangent.
Yeah. Pat yourselves on the back, guys.
We are like 3 or 4 levels down. Wow. That's impressive.
Man,
absolutely.
We go everywhere. No, I have nothing to say. Just hit play again. I was taking up.
I go everywhere, man. I go everywhere.
You'll see probably a lot of play here. One of the biggest things you'll notice, because there's less protection.
What was that? Did you see just zoomed by?
That was their lower third transition. So they were removing it. Because they previously had one on there that said, like, breaking Overwatch 2 will have 5 players now.
Oh, okay.
Coming from tank players just to directly block bullets for their team. Typically, we'll find a lot more play around the map corners, map angles.
Those flying cars are weird, eh?
And stuff.
They had them in the first one, and I think it's because they had cars during the beta, and then people were like, that's not very futuristic, and then they turned them into fly. I think
there's something about just seeing like cars that can fly, but yet are just like in lanes in the sky. It's just like, it's such an absurd Futurama joke, but like it's like it doesn't belong in like Overwatch, which is supposed to be like serious,
It's just less flying and more like hovering, just a little above the ground.
I've just realized that they've chosen to make both a New York and a Toronto map, like just adding in 2 like parallel like metropolitan cities, and like those are the 2 they're showing off.
I think they show off.
They're showing off. Yeah, there's 5 new maps in total that they're showing off. We're not going to get to them obviously because like it's 2.5 hours and we're like almost out of time. But
Yeah, no, they
did Rome. They've got Monte Carlo, which is like a casino, I guess, and then they've got Rio, which is we saw the favela looking map earlier.
But I like the idea of a casino map.
They've always had big cities though as well. They had Busan, right? They had Hollywood. They had Havana. They had the one that's Santorini, but not Santorini.
So I'll be okay with
the Ilios
casino map if we're like literally blowing apart the slot machines while we're doing it and coins are going everywhere.
Well, they had the arcade map, which was I want to say shit. I don't remember. Blizzard World. Wasn't that the one? Yeah. So they had like arcades that you could shoot and destroy and stuff. They had the major cities though. They had Paris and they had like Numbani. Remember Numbani?
Yeah.
That's a major city, right? Like that's a big deal. But then they also had like out in the middle of nowhere with the one that was the one for McCree. The gas station.
Wasn't Hollywood for Route 76.
Route 66. Yeah.
66. Okay.
So they had
Soldier 76. Oh yeah.
They had that stuff out there. Like they definitely had like a good, I want to say fair, maybe not quite equitable, but like there was a fair representation, I think, of major metropolitan areas and lesser areas as well. So I don't think that them having two places that are New York and Toronto are somehow out of character.
Well, I think it is kind of funny because like Toronto is like if you're trying to describe it to an American, it's like it's New York.
You say it's the New York of Canada. You say Montreal is the Chicago of Canada, and you say Vancouver is the California of Canada. Or like the Seattle,
significantly
Seattle,
smaller.
I guess
we're talking like significantly smaller though.
New
one borough, like Toronto's entire population is what? 2 million? 2 million?
6 million?
It's 2.9. It says it right here. As of
it depends whether you're going by like the definition of Toronto is kind of arguable.
What does that mean? So, well, look up the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, which is what most people consider to be Toronto.
Okay, so the Greater Toronto Area population is 5.9 million. The Greater New York population is 21 million. So like 3.5 times bigger.
Yeah.
So you're a borough. You're a borough of New York. You're like a Staten
like that's
Island.
More than a borough.
No, there's 5 boroughs in New York. Each borough would have about 4 or 5 million people in it.
Oh.
Well, so more. The U.S. has 328 million total population, and Canada has 37 million.
Right,
so
you're 1/10. You're nothing.
A differential of about 10 times.
Yeah, we have like California has as many people as we do.
Yeah, you're a state. You're a state. Your whole thing is a state. We could split you up into like 2 states if you wanted. You could be like North Canada and South Canada.
I mean, you say that like Rhode Island doesn't exist.
Rhode Island probably has more people than you do.
Oh, come on.
Rhode Island population. Okay, it's not that big, but that's not that It's still 1 million, which means it's still like more than most of your cities.
Yeah, so the city of Toronto is 6 states. There you go.
No, it's 6 Rhode Islands. Most Americans don't even know that's a state. I can guarantee you, most Americans, if you were like Rhode Island, what is it, city or state? They'd be like, I don't even know.
Well, I, a Canadian, just knew what it was.
Well,
so
yeah, you guys pay attention to America.
Okay, but
how it works.
That's because most of us pay attention to burning trash fires.
Exactly.
Right, and the thing is, though, you're leaving us open for him to turn around and be like, Prince Edward Island, though, as a whole.
No, province? I wasn't, because he didn't know about that. I knew, of course I know Prince Edward Island. He wasn't going to bring that up. He knows nothing. He's going to now look up the population of Prince Edward Island, and you've just lost the argument. That was the fucking...
There's
you had it in the bag. Why would you bring that up? I'm so disappointed in you.
You're so offended by this.
Here's the thing, though. What's interesting is it shows me other ones. Apparently, none of it has 38,000 people.
Well, that's
that's
a territory. It's not a province.
territory.
It's a territory with 38,000. The Northwest territories have 44,000 people.
Yeah, but they're also a massive amount of space.
Right.
That's,
So
we literally pay people to live there, I think.
Yeah, no, we
much?
do.
How much?
Look at your
Wait,
look
Arlie,
at
are you
Alaska's
Canadian
population
too?
density.
Yeah, I'm Canadian. I'm
I
like
didn't realize
French
that.
Canadian.
I wouldn't have invited you if I'd known this.
Calice va-t'en foutre
Okay, well, you're not a good Canadian.
I mean, technically, I'm actually in Ontario. I just learned French first language because my mother was like, "You need to learn French, or I'm disowning you."
So do you speak French well?
I can speak it fluently enough to get jobs.
To get jobs, what does that mean in Canada?
So there is actually a very large push towards bilinguality in Canada. And so for a very long time, there's this whole idea that if you really wanted to get hired somewhere, you needed to make sure that you learned French. In a lot of instances, this would be like French in just like the random classes or whatever. In my case, I was actually put through the French first language school system.
Right, but like, what is good enough to get a job? That's what I mean.
Like, honestly, they'll frequently have someone actually test like how good your French is in an interview.
Mm-hmm.
So enough that you can literally hold conversations with people who are French and not get them bitched out. Like, they expect you to be able to hold conversations fluently with people from Quebec.
What kinds of jobs, I guess? Because I've never run into that.
So a lot of like customer service work will do that.
That makes sense.
Like customer facing stuff. Got it.
Also business to business calls will do that.
Now, could I get by just by saying "Voulez-vous coucher avec moi"?
No, you'd get fired.
And
you'd probably get your supervisor fired, considering you're asking them if they want to put their dick in you, or like the thing I said to you would have gotten me fired, considering "calice" is blasphemy and is basically like equivalent to like fuck, damn, or shit.
Oh,
what about tabernacle?
Tabernacle is also blasphemy.
I think it's worse than fuck.
No, it's around the same thing as calice, because calice is also blasphemy. It's the chalice. So it's just, Usti is also blasphemy. It's the host. They're all like bastardizations of various things from the church.
Now, out of curiosity,
Va-t'en foutre was just like a just nice to the point, go fuck yourself.
Out of curiosity, when you're saying this callus thing, is that Caillou?
Calice. No. Calice. Caillou is just stone.
Khaleesi.
Khaleesi. Okay.
I love you, Khaleesi.
Like, yeah, Caillou is a little bit of a weenie, I guess. And also, yeah. I don't know, I'm not the most impressed, I guess.
With Caillou.
Yeah, I mean,
he's representative
of
all...
literally his name literally translates to pebble.
Well, he is, representative of all Canadians.
He's representative of all cancer patients as children, I guess. But like,
see, I literally like the last time you mentioned Caillou or something was, I think, the first time I ever found it, I ever realized that Caillou was like a Canadian invention. It has never struck me as one. I just assumed it.
Oh, it's very Canadian. When we see Caillou, we go, "Oh, look, the Canadian thing."
Yeah,
you do that when you see Jimmy Two Shoes or 16.
I can't remember if the raccoons was Canadian.
I've never even heard of that.
Me
so
either.
Maybe, maybe. So, no, I'll Oh yeah, it is Canadian. Do I have it? Oh, I do. Perfect.
I'm concerned now. I'm concerned for my safety.
Yeah, you shouldn't be. It's gonna be fine.
You're an American afraid of Canadians?
It happens.
You people are very concerning. You apologize over nothing.
No, we fucking don't. I'm sorry for saying that.
I mean, I'm sorry that you don't get it.
I don't know what this is, but it looks very racist.
What? It doesn't.
It looks immediately racist.
It's my favorite.
It does
voice,
immediately look a
Trash
bit
Candles.
racist, I have to admit.
It looks immediately racist.
I can't even really tell what I'm looking at.
All right.
Trash pandas.
Let me pull this up so that I can show it on stream. And the stream will hopefully, I think, see how it is immediately strikes me as racist.
Well, it's from the 80s. It was a different time back then.
It's
so
just
this is what he sent.
Blurry.
The Raccoons opening intro. And I have no intention of clicking on it, but I'm just saying, like,
it's the most 80s fucking song.
It looks immediately racist. That's all I'm saying.
It just
looks slightly racist.
But immediately so. Like, you see it and you go, oh, that might be
slightly
racist.
Immediately.
Yes.
Guys, just keep adding on to it.
Just immediately racism was the first thing I thought.
Yes, immediately slightly racist.
Yeah. A lot more is tactical. Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is great.
So it kind of, that was one of the first things that came out of our original
I'm
testing.
just like tattling on you to my girlfriend, just be like, yeah, no, the American dude just fucking listened to the Raccoons, was like, this just seems racist.
Oh, look, we still have the, what's her name with the sleep darts.
What?
Anna?
Anna?
Yeah.
She was like the first character, I believe.
She was
the first add-on character.
The first add-on, yeah. But, I mean, look, we still have her. That's all I'm saying.
This is.
I mean, yeah, we've
glad you pointed that out. I honestly thought that her specifically was going to be the and I was really concerned that I hadn't seen her appear. And so thank you.
So let's see.
We still got Reaper. Phew.
Look at the top. We can see who we have. We have the new Reinhardt, who's all old, right? We've got.
Oh, he's older.
Yeah,
there's been continuity in between.
He's old now. We've got Anna, Reaper, Zenyatta. I don't know who that person in the middle is.
I believe that's Ash.
That's the McCree chick. Yeah.
Yep.
Then we've got Winston, Genji, Farah, Lucio, and Mercy on the other side. So they're playing it pretty safe with what they're showing us here, I guess, huh? Yeah.
Direction. I mean, I mentioned there's like, as a designer, you sort of have to look past the immediate problems in front of you and okay, we can fix those. I think we can address some of the tank imbalances and healing issues and all kinds of other stuff. But at the heart of this, which is really cool, and so that's really what we've been focusing on and working through these problems.
I think something that's really interesting about that too is the gameplay is more fluid than it was before.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times in Overwatch, you get these really hard battles.
That's such like a
that
non-statement.
get drawn between.
It's more fluid.
Yeah, it really doesn't mean anything.
Appreciate watching the voices of part here.
Yeah. Saying it's more fluid doesn't really mean a whole lot, does it?
It means nothing. Yeah.
I'm hoping they do say something, because I think they're not going to.
I mean, fluid's a fun buzzword.
Yeah.
Fluid to me is when you're talking about I don't know, like a platformer or something, and you can have a constant state of flow of motion.
I mean that, or Devil May Cry, where you just seamlessly can transition between a bajillion fucking combos. Fluid shows up there. I mean,
but I feel like they're trying to use it to describe the gameplay flow of a match, and I'm like, I don't know that that's a.
I mean, are you
giving
descriptor. Everyone a lot more abilities that they can seamlessly transition between?
Are you giving everyone a water gun? What's happening?
It's Splatoon now. That's what they're talking about.
There's just more fluids in general.
There's just more fluid. Oh, you just went to Rule 34.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
I already warned you. I'm just gonna spend a day traumatizing you. I don't know what you expected when you went there.
Who do you think you are making these jokes? Me?
Who do you think you are? Are you Brody? You're not supposed to. He's the only one who says
Brody.
these horrible
Yeah, I'm
things.
supposed to be really nice because that's all that people are familiar with.
Yeah.
And it's
Stealing
just
my
nah.
brand.
Yeah, you're stealing his brand, man.
I mean, you get to be the crude American. I get to be the surprisingly crude Canadian, and it's worse.
I'm already the. This is who you character overlapping.
What? No, you don't even count as Canadian. You know why? You can't talk French.
Oh, that's fair.
That is why I'm especially Canadian. A true Canadian knows only "Je m'appelle comment s'appelle-tu" and nothing else.
I mean, it would be "Je m'appelle Brody." A comment s'appelle.
I don't know.
This is true.
When we had 6 people here, I was okay with it. But now that we're down to 5, we can only have one Canadian role on our podcast. I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's too.
I
many
mean, here's the
Canadians.
question then: are we gonna like vote? Come on, I'm down to being voted off because it also means there's a chance that Brody gets voted off.
Wow. The thing is that I couldn't put it up to the audience because they would vote up. Like 100%, they'd vote off Raiden.
I was gonna say I'm happy to let you fight because, like, I feel like as the host, I cannot be.
Yeah, but if I was like, here are the 3 Canadians, which one do you want voted on? It would be 100% Raiden. There would be no votes for anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, apparently,
I don't believe you. I think I've won their hearts and their minds.
All right.
Well, see, you guys are the host, but apparently I'm the mascot. I saw that earlier. So someone in chat said I'm the mascot now.
It's fine. I'm just a train wreck.
All right. So which Canadian should go? We won't actually kick anybody, but I'm curious, right? Which Canadian should go?
I mean, I could up the stakes and actually leave if I'm voted off. Spare everyone else even worse comments.
We'll do this for 5 minutes, and you can tell us which Canadian you would want to go. If it's not 100% Raiden, I'm gonna be surprised.
I would like to remind the audience that I have feelings.
You don't, though.
And there's just less damage incoming. And so you're able to
I
kind
think
of move
technically
around a
Raiden's
little
the best
bit more.
Canadian out of us because he's the least offensive ass so far.
Well, I mean,
wow, what a high bar I've passed.
Least offensive, though. The least offensive of you 3.
I mean, that's the stereotype, right? If the goal is to match the stereotype to be the best Canadian, that would make him the best one, at least out of him, me, and Brody.
Mm-hmm. Mick says the Dunkadop is lovably hateable. Yeah.
No, I'm hateable. You can wear me.
No,
Ryan, saying stuff like that is not going to go well for you.
Yeah, no, it doesn't go well for you, does it? I should be more careful. I think I've added like 2 new points of lore unintentionally.
Yeah, well, why do you think I've gotten quieter?
We heard that you like to be spit on, but only in not now, just in the future.
If it's gonna happen, just wait a little bit till it's safe.
Put it on your schedule first.
Yeah. And then
I think safe spitting is where it's at.
You also like to be worn as a hat.
I
mean, you said
I'm just doing the calculus here. I don't see that going terribly if I say yes, so sure.
Who was the one who said dead dogs is aesthetically pleasing?
Oh, that was Raiden. Yeah, he doesn't like dogs.
Yeah. I have nothing against dogs personally. They just are, again, they just don't fit with what we're going for.
Yeah, you know what? I take it back. As
thing.
much as I'm like mildly competing with Brody, my vote's for Raiden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense.
And well, you know what also trampedes dogs to death? Moose. So I'm very Canadian in that sense.
You know, it's also Canadian. Hitting meese with cars.
Oh, you say meese. Good job.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I have fucking obnoxious. I hate the word mooses. I'm just like meese.
It should be meese. You're right.
It should.
So it has long been my contention.
And then, like, if you hit a moose really hard with a car and it explodes, then what's left over is Mises pieces.
Oh, okay, but the thing is, if you hit a moose with a car, it's not the moose that's exploding; it's your car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, now that I'm thinking about hitting a moose with a car, I'm thinking of mouse as the past tense of moose.
The past tense.
I mean, it's not a verb though. I mean, it could be, I guess.
This implies, this implies that any animal has a past tense form.
I was not expecting that. You made me choke.
I mean, okay, but here's the thing: a bunch of animals are, in fact, like used as descriptors, like mousy. So I guess like if someone was really brutal and large, they'd be moosey.
Moosey. Except that just sounds like they're like saying it with an accent, like, "Oh, you're so moosey." You know?
That'd be great
What-
though. It's
what
like,
are they
let me
saying with an
introduce you to
accent?
let me
That you're so
introduce
mousy.
you to my
I
moosey
see.
friend, and you're just thinking like, oh, they're gonna
Yeah,
introduce
but
you
they're
to
saying it
cute
with like a
mousy
Canadian
friend.
accent. Yeah.
And then they fucking introduce you to this big, burly, fucking violent, angry person
Oh.
that just fucking.
Yeah. Oh, hey, come meet my moosey friend. Hey, how about that?
Oh yeah, hey bud, come down to the fucking bar and meet my fucking moosey buddy. We'll go outside, take out some fucking brewskis, go watch the fucking Maple Leafs game, bud.
Yeah, see? Exactly. And is he
That
saying
was
moosey or mousy? You have no idea.
You have no idea. Is it a gamble you're willing to take? Fucking meese are terrifying.
See it here a lot of times, the chokes aren't as hard of a space to get through. There's still a choke in the map and you still have to work at it, but there can be a lot more like pushing through and pulling back on the choke, and it's something that I'm like personally really excited about.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how is
So they're saying that you got it. Yeah, they're basically like getting rid of chokes, kind of, or just giving it like.
Well, no, it seems like what they're saying is that because they're only going to have. Oh, excuse me. You really did like make me choke there for a minute. It seems like what they're saying
sorry.
is that because there's only one tank, they're going to be opening up the chokes into at least two paths so that your tank can only hold one, right? Like
Well-
that seems to be what they're suggesting here.
No, I think they were saying that you're giving like chokes more space to push and pull on either side for it. So see how this is like a choke point, but you can go inside of it and make a semi push, and you can like go in and out of it. Like if you're the defending team, you can pull back from the choke without giving up the choke, you know, and like you have room to move.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because like I can't help but think of that one, the one that is like the Overwatch where you're shooting off the rocket, the Overwatch headquarters thing, where you have to go underneath. You know what I'm talking about? You have to push the bomb to the rocket. The
Oh
satellite
yeah,
to the rocket.
what's it? Gibraltar.
Yeah. So like when you're playing on Gibraltar and you come around that corner to the right and you have to go like under the underpass there, that's a straight shot. And if your team gets wiped, your team is wiped. It's going to go back. So I can see how that would be a benefit. I agree with them on their map design choices there. They absolutely should. Makes sense to me. So let's see. It was not 100% Raiden. It was 75% Raiden.
Oh, wow.
And
Who are the other votes for?
25% for Brody, none for Early.
Ah, nice. Everyone loves me.
They love you.
What a mistake.
Yeah. But
See,
they're
now
ready to see
we're-
Raiden go.
Thank you for all the 75% of you have developed the proper healthy social relationship towards me. I appreciate it.
Has the 5v5 move affected map design? I feel like it kind of has to have a huge impact on what you guys are able to do, create different, speaking about like players being able to take more control of the game, right?
See, so they are also thinking we're going to have at least two paths because there's only one tank. I mean, they just said as much. So
yes, you only need to focus on the one path that the tank's on. Who cares about defending the other one now?
Yeah, exactly. So like if the tank is coming, right? If you're the tank defending, then the enemy team should immediately go the other path every time. So it seems like just looking at this map here, they're planning to have like a tight claustrophobic secondary. Right, and then a big open primary. I wonder if you'll see that on all of their maps. And I know we won't get to see that tonight, but I am curious to see if they're going to try and have like a big open primary path with some claustrophobic secondaries to allow for some sneaky plays.
Oh yeah, because like issues like Gibraltar, where it's arguably more difficult to get the first point than the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually, well, no, Gibraltar makes it it's very difficult at the end in Gibraltar. Actually, never mind. But still, again, the point is, sometimes you find that it's just very difficult getting the first one, and then the second one, isn't as difficult, which is definitely not what you would want to be doing with your A and Bs.
Yeah, exactly. You really want it to be kind of a easier push for your first one, for sure.
Create flanking routes, more opportunity for, the Ashe to go to the side.
See? They literally, I'm ahead of them. I am on top of them.
To pick and open things up for a team.
Yeah, there's a lot more opportunity for players to do that. But at the same time, when you go for a flank, you're not leaving 5 players behind. You're leaving 4 players behind. And so you kind of have to be weighing some of these decisions in your head. The game is just as strategic as it was before, if not more so, because of the individual ability for players to have such a large impact on the match.
And I do tend to agree with this. This is one of the things that I think we were talking about earlier with regards to competitive viability is, if you think about, I don't know if any of you have really played CSGO other than Raiden. But if you think about like a Dust 2 or, an Inferno or something that has a really popular op path, a long op option, if you go and you buy an op and you buy armor and you buy a utility and you just spent $7,000 or $8,000 of your economy, and then you go into the op lane and you die instantly without any damage done to the enemy team, you've put your team at a severe disadvantage. They're now on a 4v5. Removing one of the power players in a pretty important position for both intel gathering, as well as just, causing damage on the enemy team. So removing a player is always a big deal. Now, in Overwatch, you have respawns, so it's not quite as bad, right? It's not like, oh, this player is dead, therefore that's it. You do come back and kind of start to get this asymmetrical wave thing going on, which, one of the big, I don't know if I want to say disciplines, but one of the biggest parts of these kind of games is getting into the habit of waiting for your teammates before you do pushes, right?
Yeah, I mean, we experienced that. Like, we played again, and that was our first complaint. Is like, oh yeah, I forgot about this. Like, our team is just, we've lost 3 or 4 people. We've lost this push, but we're gonna, they're just gonna stay and die.
Yeah, we need to hang back and relax and get ready and regroup because 2v5 is just never going to happen. So, like, there is certainly an imbalance in the power dynamics when somebody dies. You watch a Dota or a League or whatever. When somebody is knocked out, that's when the push happens consistently because now it's, imbalanced. So they're absolutely right that creating these kind of alternative paths that are high risk, high reward will encourage somebody who's maybe a lurk or a flank or some sort of a stealthy character or whatever to push through that and then die, right? Or get a kill. But either way, they're creating the opportunity for imbalances to happen, which are really important in these kind of games.
Right. I think there's a lot of good reasons to switch to a 5-player, like if that's what you wanted to do. I think unfortunately with Overwatch, because to me switching and leaving the ability to switch between roles is so important that it, for me, it would be right out, in my decision making. But absolutely, if you're trying to solve the issues of this, trickling in and people not teaming up, just a smaller team is definitely one way to go about it. And especially at one tank, is that being that shot caller is you follow the tank and you do your pushes with the tank. Whereas right now you don't really know who the main one is.
Yeah. You need your tank. So you're always going to be with your tank. It makes perfect sense to me. Absolutely. Yeah.
So you're validating all of their decisions completely.
No, I'm
100%.
I think there is, again, there are reasons to do it. I was arguing with the logic that they were using at first. I think that the logic they used to guide their decisions was flawed. They made them for the wrong decisions.
Or maybe not.
But now that they've made them, there are benefits for sure.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody's going to be like, oh man, 5v5 is such a stupid concept. How dare you? Is it necessary? And again, just like I said when we first started watching this, if that is the decision, okay. But if you're going to give me bullshit reasons, I am absolutely going to call you on your bullshit reasonings. The reason you're doing this is because, right?
Yeah,
that's a bullshit reason. 6v6 made sense, and you have been balancing around it for years. So I don't think that switching to 5v5 suddenly makes more sense, but there are valid reasons to do it. There are benefits that you can get out of it, you know? For example, having a single tank that your team can rally around for every single push and every single defense. Because if your tank's not there, you pull back to the tank. It makes a lot of sense. But I don't think, I still think that this is a series of problems that has been introduced by the flawed role queue system and by the flawed need to suddenly turn it into a 6v6 I'm sorry, 5v5.
5v5, yeah.
Because you could have addressed this problem differently. This is just, it is a part of the solution of going to 5v5, but with 6v6 you still could have addressed it differently. You know, you could have the map change that they've introduced here, rather the map philosophy change that they've introduced here, where every choke point will have multiple stages, right? That alone would allow a 6v6 to continue. Like that alone would allow for a push that has failed to hold out for the reinforcements, to have that kind of a back and forth, and that would have already been a solution.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, we kind of already said it. Like, it's just like well, I think it's like exactly like it's guided by the role queue. It's a continuation of the role queue. It's like we've got the issue with the role queue is that other comps are viable and they're forcing you into a comp. So instead of addressing that issue, they're just gonna force the comp. So it's so that you can't complain about role queue anymore. They're making it 5-player now. It's a set, you know, comp. Now they can do the role queue without that problem being in there. And, you know, it simplifies role queue. Like, they're just solving a role queue. That's all they're solving. They're not solving Overwatch. They're not making Overwatch better. They're just solving how they're trying to implement role queue and how they're trying to control how you choose your team. And that's just, like, the aspect of it that I'm really not liking.
Yeah, I agree.
I think map design, we've always been really careful to make spaces that feel good just for one hero. And sometimes we might favor particular heroes in different areas. But because of that, because we're able to make a space that kind of feels good for Reaper or a space that feels good for Pharah, I think that we'll still be able to play 5v5 on all of the original catalog.
My God, does that Siren play the whole match? That's going to get annoying quick.
That would get annoying. So what they're saying is that they think that this will still be viable on the old maps without any changes.
Interesting.
And I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think that's what they were saying. I thought he was saying on the old game modes, like how they have Assault, how they have two captains.
No, I mean, like, he clearly, I don't know, I don't want to take it back too far. 2740. A whole minute. Okay, hold on.
Do the arrow keys work on this one?
I don't want to test it.
But because of that, because we're able to make a space that kind of feels good.
Oh no, not that alarm again.
Shh, quiet. We're trying to hear the part.
For a space that feels good for Pharah, I think that we'll still be able to play 5v5 on all of the original catalog.
Yeah, the original catalog.
Original catalog. Okay.
Yeah, the original maps. He's saying that he thinks that because they're changing these things in such a way that they still keep, I guess, team cohesion, they'll be able to play them on the older maps. I don't think that's... Unless he... Hold on, I'm going to see if he says, like, 3 words of
Overwatch maps. Well.
Of Overwatch maps. Yeah, so, like, 100% he's saying, oh, we could still do that. I don't think that's accurate. I think that those...
So I heard him say category of maps as well.
Yeah, I think those maps are very clearly designed for the 6v6 with the idea that you would have two opposite groups, right? And you would have an offensive tank hybrid, like a D.Va, right? And you'll have a defensive tank, like a Reinhardt, playing on every single team.
Yeah.
Right. Awesome payload, Dion, by the way.
And you know, we've always, in the artwork of the maps, we've always placed what we consider cover.
This is their idea of an awesome payload, is the fact that it's a fire truck? That's a weird thing for them to be all like, oh, it's so cool.
Bro, that's I think
so. There's
nasty.
There's the one esports commentator who's trying to talk it up, and I think he's just being kind of like awkward about it.
It's so cool. It's so
they They got a real Joel McHale at the VGX going on, huh?
I mean, it is neat. I like when they like personalize the payload instead of it just being random objects. I mean, I do appreciate that. I don't really care about
the
it.
one in
you know,
Hollywood
but
is pretty good.
Yeah, I also don't really care.
Object. It just feels now with the 5v5, players will take advantage of that more. You know, even the previous maps, we planned cover objects to help protect players. Now with 5v5, they're even more effective. These artistic choices.
It's such a great point too, because we have started placing a little bit more cover in our maps. And if you go back to some of the old maps, like if you look at King's Row, that middle section, that street section of King's Row, there's one piece of cover in that entire section. It's just corners of buildings.
See, now this is what I like. They're saying, see this problem in Overwatch? I think that the issue was, you know, that one big wall in King's Row means that, you know, you're lobbing rockets, or like, it is annoying, that first wall on King's Row. And so they saw that thing. They're like, you know what? There's not enough cover. We just got the one wall. We need to have a partial wall, and this car here and this other thing. You know, they try to separate, give you more movement options. And like, they're actually highlighting the flaws and then how they solved it, which is nice.
Yeah, at least they're aware of the problems, or at least some of the problems.
Yeah,
they're using.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think you can kind of see it here, even with you know, stuff like that. I know the taxis here in the streets. You know, you have the little kind of windows, the pillar to hide behind in the middle. There's a route through the subway. There's so many different kind of angles you can take. Something we saw at BlizzCon Line was the 2 fire strike charge cancel Reinhardt.
Yeah.
I noticed some.
Man, Reinhardt's so good. Reinhardt was my main when I played.
Oh yeah,
he's so fun.
Well,
Reinhardt's my least favorite tank to play, honestly.
Oh, I love him. Reinhardt was my main for a long time. It became Junkrat because I like characters that don't have to aim.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, I was Pharah for a good portion of my, or like I was a Pharah main for my first main until I realized that like it was a me problem. I couldn't play Pharah. I was just bad. I couldn't do the projectiles. Like I couldn't. I loved it, but
you need the hit scan.
Well, I didn't need hit scan specifically. Like I'm sure I was fine with Junkrat. It was just like I couldn't aim ballistics. Like it was I don't know, the leg and the. I was just bad with her. Like I didn't want to be bad. I wanted to be good. I wanted to get good. I just had to admit that this is not my character.
So, it's weird. I do better with projectile. Like even when like it's Pharah and like it goes straight and it's not just Junkrat where I literally just don't have to aim. Like I do better with projectiles than I do with hit scan. Like I think it's something about like my reaction time. It's like easier for me to anticipate where someone will be than to like press the button as they're on my cursor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, I can get used to whatever system it has. Overwatch was weird that they gave you both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Something before when we were on with Winston. My Winston on live not able to shoot at range. Can you explain that to us a little bit?
So yeah, I was wondering if people picked up on that. So we were first watching Winston there. This is an example of some of the tank changes we're talking about. In regards to 5v5, but also a larger change we're talking about making tanks a lot more aggressive, be able to be a little more hybridy on the damage side and less just raw protection.
So that's interesting because that's the opposite of what you were saying there, M, which is that they're talking about making the tanks more aggressive.
But if you're doing that, then there's no reason to have a tank. It's not a tank anymore. It's just a heavy. Really. At that point, it just becomes a heavy. Like you're just calling it a heavy class. And you can choose to either have a tank or to have a damage dealer. If that's what they want to do, right? If that's their concept, so that you're making like one really powerful, this is your core thing that you're going to build your team around is a high power, either damage dealer or, defensive unit. That's fine, but it doesn't feel like that's how people will play, right? If you gave me the option of having less defense but a marginally higher amount of damage, as a team, in my team composition, I'm probably going to go with a regular old Reinhardt. I just can't imagine why I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like this change specifically is kind of making Winston less aggressive, I think, in a way, because they're like giving him a ranged attack.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't have to get close anymore.
Yeah, like that's the idea of like stop making him a close quarter and give him more abilities for him to stay with his team.
Well, so what they're thinking is, normally you would have a Winston and a Zarya, right? And now you've got a Winston and that's it. So we have to replace that that ranged damage that we would have had on another tank in a composition, in a competitive composition.
Right.
Side, his ulting right now, unfortunately, you can't see it, but he can't do it while he's ulting. But his alternate fire there, which he's doing right now, there it is. You can charge up like a condensed blast of lightning from his gun and fire it off as a single sort of like blast attack at longer range.
Yeah, it's just Zarya's attack.
And so he actually, the charge up is kind of interesting with it for him because you could do it while you're leaping, and so there's like theoretically more burst combos you can do where you're jumping on top of somebody, charging up in the air, and burst, release it right before you land on them, and then you get the stomp damage too. And
I guess, yeah, I don't know. So I don't think there's a whole lot more to say, right? Like the next 2 hours of this is just them showing off specific heroes and specific maps and just kind of like going over this. They're really trying to convince people that this 5v5 was the right decision.
Yeah. TLDR, I'm not excited.
Yeah. So I think let's go ahead and play this ad that Clee wanted, which is of course currently playing. And if you're seeing,
is Ryden not doing it this time?
No. Well, Ryden, go ahead. Give us your 50-second speech.
See, now I almost didn't have to do an ad break, and now you're just like made me do this. See, I was gonna say because like I was under the impression that I was I was in control. I'm in charge of this one, but now, you kind of argued with me and said, no, you're still in charge. I'm not in charge. So I don't know. I don't know if I just don't know if I have to be the one to do 30 seconds because as I'm saying, you took the reins from me. You took them back. Mm-hmm. So I mean, like I could do the whole spiel with if you're seeing an ad, then you're blessed and do the whole normal thing. But it feels like I don't know.
I see.
Your thunder's been stolen.
You just don't appreciate the viewers.
Well, of course not. He has a hella social relationship.
I appreciate the viewers. I intend the viewers to feel unappreciated so as to hate me more. Which is a tricky thing to do.
So you're a heel.
He is, yes.
And so you're trying to maintain kayfabe here.
Yes.
Exactly. That's all I do.
Yeah, my natural state will immediately win them over. Like I'm trying to desperately be unlikable. It's very difficult.
It is very difficult.
And that's why there was the whole thing of me stealing the sticks of other Canadians, because...
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be 3 Canadian heels all in the same episode. I mean, you did it best with the whole, like...
I mean, it is funnier that the
dogs
same...
are aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, no,
I
was the original, Canadian heel.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what happened today. Let's see. Musticolo, thank you for following. We had Ricardo with a 10-month resubscription. I missed the start of the stream, but I'm here. And then I think he left later. So he was here.
Well, glad to have had you here.
Yes. The Frame-Emitter has resubscribed for 4 months. Loud screeching noises. Ryden, why do you want to kick my dog to death, you monster?
It doesn't fit with the style that we're going for. Look at your wallpaper, look at your carpet, and then look at your dog, and then ask me that question again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Head Met Wall. I just got the notification 4 hours late. Thanks, Twitch. Yeah, and we're wrapping up because we went over everything. There's not a whole lot more to say.
We went Overwatch.
we went over Watch.
We went over Wandom.
Someone loves me, and I got called awesome. Get wrecked.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Cheers. Well, cheers to you as well.
Cheers. Yeah.
Cheers.
I mean, honestly, I vibe with that message.
Mm-hmm.
Fraser.
Jep is Jiffy, the wrong pronunciation of Giffy.
Okay.
Would you like to see? Hold on, I will copy this.
I could hear how you struggled to like read that.
Yes. So is Jiffy, the wrong pronunciation.
Oh yeah.
Of Giffy.
Jeff is Jip. Jiffy. That one's hard because you got to do the Jiffy. How do you do that?
You got to do the H. That's real rough. But nonetheless, there you go.
Don't you mean that's real rug?
Rug. Does Rack break rocks with his teeth?
I will when I get those pop rocks.
Does he swallow them whole? Like, how does this?
I will when I get those pop rocks.
Like,
I thought you said you'd bite them with your teeth.
Let me read it. Like, how does this rock eating actually work? He sounds nasally and he chokes often. I want to make another cucumber joke, but I'm afraid it's too late and I'm already behind him. Oh, and it's already behind him. The cucumber, presumably.
The cucumber being behind me. Now, is that metaphorical or literal?
I don't think it's like behind you in your life. I think it's
in the we've moved on. It's behind you.
It's
like, in your past.
It's like literally behind you, I think, is what she's suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
So to the left of me, I have literally. To the right of me, I have figuratively.
The arrow of time marches ever forward, and it is now a pickle. The cucumber is in your past.
As long as it's not Rick, I'm fine.
That's disgusting.
Well, see, now M's been depicted as a pickle, so I think now it's a problem.
Mm-hmm. I will not get enough M points for an ad break. M disappoint. I wanted to be loved today. I fucked it up, guys.
Wow. I mean, I feel bad for you if I didn't already like see the conclusion, which is that you've won.
Yeah, no, you did get your ad break. So, you are loved today. I'm just here in hope that one day M will show a picture of the bestest boy Baxter on stream. Yeah, I mean, one day I'll show a picture of Baxter on stream.
I like how
maybe if I'm not there, I'll let you.
One day. Obviously, if you go to my Instagram, which is instagram.com/MRIXRT, there are lots of pictures of Baxter. I proudly present him to the public. That moment when you get a notification that Moriarty is live when you've been in here for a while. Like, I may have fallen asleep in between, but I never left the actual stream itself. See, lurking is beautiful, and nobody should ever be...
is that why the notifications are like a half an hour later? Because everybody like falls asleep and then I have to wake them up.
I don't know, man. Like, Twitch just does not notify people right away, which is why I send out tweets and I tag people on the Discord and stuff, because otherwise they won't find out about it until midnight. And I don't know why.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, no, I hear that.
Does that mean like people fall asleep
watching the stream? Yeah. They tune on when we go live. They fall asleep, and then it sends a notification to wake them up.
Yeah,
so like continue watching.
We're their like ASMR sleep therapy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No. Yes, that's entirely a thing.
Yeah. People listen to this.
Except we're not trying to have them fall asleep. It's just we're trying to.
I mean, I had people like literally message me on my Twitch to be like, "Yo, man, nice stream. I fell asleep through it, but your voice is so soothing." And I'm just like, "Okay,
well,
thanks."
The stream archives, like, people listen to it at work. People listen to it when they sleep. I know that a lot of my videos, my number one playlist, and it's not my playlist, but the number one playlist that my videos are entered into is a playlist called Sleep. And
imagine your boss walking in to Brody, like, talking about pumpkins.
Right?
Oh my god, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
I mean, also, though, actually, imagine your boss walking in when we were talking about, like, fluids in Overwatch.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that's less bad.
I feel like we did a pretty good job on keeping fluids
Yeah.
I feel like we did a pretty fluid job with the fluids.
You're terrible. You're just the worst. So, Arlie, where can people find you?
People can currently find me at a few places. www.youtube.com/c/crit-hit is the YouTube if you're interested in indie games and indie game reviews and interviews with the developers. There's one pending currently. Once I finish the game I'm working on. There is the Twitch, which is, Twitch TV/Arlyeon. And I'm pretty sure that's basically what the Twitter is. It's just /indie Arlyeon.
Yeah, I think it's indie Arlyeon.
Basically if you're...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just basically if you're a fan of indie games, check my stuff out. It's what I do.
That is what you do. Hop, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitch. I believe my...
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. Just go to Twitch. I'm there.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks. Easy.
And then next week, we're going to be doing video games you should never play around your partner, which we were originally going to do this week, but then the Overwatch 2 stuff dropped, and we wanted to talk about that a little bit. I kind of wish there was more substance from what they showed us. Like, we saw in a 2.5 hour long thing, we watched about 20 minutes of it, which is the big lore dump at the beginning, right? Like, it's all the info that they're just dumping at you at the beginning there. And there really wasn't that much. There wasn't enough that we could really like grab onto it and dissect or analyze anything in the game. So I enjoyed it. I wish they'd showed us more, because like, we're done. I could keep going for several hours talking about this, but there's nothing to talk about. You know, like, that's where I'm at with this.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think we kind of saw mostly. I mean, there are like slight nuggets of knowledge, but definitely not anything that we could keep going with the level that we have been.
If only someone had edited it.
I know, right? Gotten all those points out that we could have addressed all in a single thing. Yes.
Would have been nice.
It would have been nice. It would have been nice. It's too bad nobody thought to do that.
Damn, you're right. That would have been a good idea to have. Well, next time.
Next time. So we'll be back next weekend. We're going to take a look at, like I said, the games you shouldn't play in front of your partner. It's a terrible video. It's one of the worst. You're really going to love it.
Oh, man.
We'll tear it apart a little bit more. And, yeah, everybody want to say goodbye?
See
goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye.